beach and we look out and we see a lighthouse, right?
Okay.
You see the lighthouse, I see the lighthouse. Now you could draw a line from our eye to that lighthouse, and from my eye to the lighthouse, right? And those lines would intersect at the lighthouse, right?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, but the sun doesn't do that. And if you can take the time and date predictions, right, and you can map them to a globe or a flat Earth. And if you draw those lines of sight, taking the it's called the azimuth, right? That's the direction your face is relative to true north, and the elevation angle, and that would be the height of the sun. And if you take those lines and try to intersect them at the sun, they don't intersect. And if you keep adding points,
are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure that's been loaded up in AutoCAD, dude. And it's been done in Blender. I'm 100% positive that this is the case.
How do you like explain those local reflections of sun in the water?
No, you're not understanding. Well, let me show you. Hold on.
I think what we have
I'm not explaining myself good. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm not explaining myself.
Maybe, but
let me show you.
I was gonna tell you that I think it's not a physical object. I think it's the actual.
Yes, projection. Exactly.
Yes.
It's not physical in the sense that it's an object like a basketball or something. Here, I'll show you. This is a good one.
Go ahead.
So I'll post like 2 videos. You can watch them whenever you feel like. They're pretty long.
I'll watch it right now.
Because they show, like, you don't watch them now because they're long. Because they record themselves. This one is AutoCAD. I think it's like 13-digit precision or something like that. This one, the sun ended up, if you take the time and date values, the sun ended up behind them when they intersected the lines. So hold on one more. This one. And then there's this. But I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you a picture so you know what I'm talking of. Screenshots, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But where did you send those videos, though?
There's no live stream voice text. I think that's where I sent them.
Okay. Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you'll get a kick out of this.
Oh my God, you're referring to a Wolfie's link, like biggest shield of all time.
No, he's taken. No, Wolfie didn't make that. He's making fun of Wolfie.
Okay.
So this is a screenshot. So this is the azimuth, the direction that you're looking, and then the elevation angle, how high the sun is from your viewpoint, right? That's what these red lines are. This is all at the same time on the equinox, March 22nd, 2022. He took that from SunCalc, put it on his 3D construction, and this is what happens. All these people are looking directly at the sun, according to SunCalc. Now, obviously, there's a problem here, right? Right, where's the sun physically away from the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a problem. The sun, according to the way people think about it, like the lighthouse example, this is impossible. But it's not impossible just because they think it's impossible. As Neil deGrasse Tyson says, nature has no obligation to make sense to you. Okay? This is what happens because anybody can go to these, time and date is very accurate for any particular location, but you can't take your position and extrapolate it out to every position in the world. It doesn't work like that. The model doesn't work like that.
But, okay.
And there's a very simple reason for that, because wherever you are, the rays of the starlight is parallel. They're all in parallel hitting the surface of the Earth. That doesn't really work like geometrically.
The rays of sun, you mean they are parallel?
And the stars, and that's also parallel.
Wait, have you heard about crepuscular and crepuscular rays of sun?
I'm just saying in their model, they're parallel. I'm not saying they actually are in real life. I'm just saying.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
Anyway, the point is that the sun itself. I mean, I actually have a freaking. I might have a diagram that actually shows. I'd have to find it. Hold on. Sun. I'm like digging way back in history here. I'm digging up some pretty old stuff I got. Scroll back. I don't know what would be. Shoot. Yeah, anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that the sun doesn't have a defined position that's common to everybody looking at it. It has a position that the somebody sees locally, but that isn't like uniform. It isn't like the way you would look at a building or a car or a person out in the distance. It doesn't work the same way.
Uh-huh.
And you know, it's funny. I've been on this topic a while, and like a lot of times the Globers will go, well, this is impossible. Well, why is it impossible? Because it doesn't work like that. Well, obviously, there's a lot of things when we observe in the sky, the way they work doesn't work the same way as the Earth works, right?
True. Yeah.
You can't triangulate the sun. Why did they say everything is very far away? There's a reason they say that, because the observations they make up there have different results than down here. So they go, okay, it must be that they're so far away that all the rays of those starlight, sunlight, moonlight, they all hit us parallel.
Yeah,
There's no evidence for that claim. That's just, it's pure philosophy. It has nothing to do with the evidence.
Because if the sun was 150 million kilometers or miles away, whatever, then the sun rays, the specter of sun rays that would hit the Earth would necessarily need to be like nearly 90 degrees.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence that that's what's happening.
No, I mean, there is evidence. There is evidence that it's not that like that, because
their evidence is that they can't. No, their evidence is that they can't measure the distance to the object. That they can't triangulate it. That's their evidence. Hey, we tried to apply the method we use to tell how far a building is away, right? So you can tell, you can use two viewpoints, right? And then triangulate how far a building is away. Hey, look, it's 10 kilometers. But then when they use that for the sun, they get no value. They get a zero or an infinity.
With this value that we can work with, that they said approximately 150 kilometers, 150 million kilometers away.
I know what they say, but they say that because they can't measure it.
Listen to the end. I was gonna say something else. Like in that case, we would need to have an entire horizon filled with the sun rays if the sun was so distant away. You get what I mean?
Yeah, especially if it's that big.
Yeah, it's not what we see in reality. Especially if we put some filter to the objective on camera, you can see it's very, very small, and it's getting bigger as it comes closer. So yeah.
The sun is very strange. It behaves in a certain way. I have a YouTube channel. I got like a bunch of different videos that show weird stuff with the sun, like three suns, a sun setting like upward. It's really odd. I don't even know what to make of it.
Yeah, that's because it's projection. That's what I think. Like it's actually sitting above the firmament. That's why it's happening like this.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of hypotheses about the sun. Like I've seen the video you showed, the magnetic flat Earth. I've seen this before. This was released by one of the FE Core guys back in the day. It's about I think 2018 they released it or 2017.
17, yeah. 17, it immediately caught my eye, and I immediately laid my eye on it. It sounded interesting, so I decided to translate it to my language for the sake of my people. But yeah, I don't know. Now do you see too?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Yeah, they made this whole torus diagram about the path of the sun. There's another person, Antonio Subarats. He passed away. He's not alive anymore. But he made he has a book called The Book of the Sun. And he didn't use anything that previously existed. He doesn't use like latitude, longitude. He doesn't use any of that stuff and creates his own like path of the sun, basically.
Yeah.
But it's based upon. So they did a couple observations. They did basically sticks and shadows on the summer solstice, on the winter solstice, and the equinox. And what they did was not only did they get what they did was track solar noon. So when your shadow is the shortest, that's when solar noon locally. So not only did they get when that happened, the time. So this was like a 24-hour live stream that they did where people would go in, and everybody, they had a piece of paper, and it's called a compass rose that you printed, and then the gnomon, the thing that casts a shadow was a standard nail, like a 16-penny nail. So everybody had the exact same thing, and they called in, they filmed themselves, they filmed it when it was solar noon, and not only they got not just the time of solar noon, but they got the direction that the sun was. And from this information, he created basically a solar map over, a flat Earth. But he doesn't use any of the globe stuff. It's all made from scratch.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But he passed away, dude. It's horrible. Fucking, he died of some sort of neck cancer.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he went to the doctor. They told him it was nothing. And then 2 months later, it's worse. And he goes back and they're like, oh, yeah, by the way, you got cancer. Yeah, so, fucking assholes.
Similar story. How my father passed away. They were like nothing, and then when it was way too late, like when it metastasized. I don't know how to say it in English, but
yeah, and they always say go early, right? Yeah, and if you go too early, they'll just pretend nothing's wrong with you.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that about your father, though.
Thank you, man. Yeah. Me 2 years now.
Trying to find his Patreon. He was also a professional artist, so that's what kind of helped him make some of it.
By the way, is that book somewhere online?
I mean, he self-published, so there's only like 2,000 copies. I think someone in this server might have a copy. I
Okay.
got to get my hands on one. It was published in the UK. So I just published like a diagram. These are equinox period longitudes. So the longitude, I don't know if you're familiar with the coordinate system. Longitudes are based upon
Like,
the
I know.
time relative to Greenwich Mean Time.
I know what is longitude. I
And
know what is latitude. I'm not dumb. I'm not dyslexic.
yeah,
I
I mean,
know.
I'm just sorry. I'm just used to explaining shit to people because a lot of people that are globe earthers don't know their own model. So don't take it personally. It's just,
I'm not globe earther. I'm actually flat earther. I just forgot everything that I like once
yeah, but I
learned.
don't really talk. I mean, but typically in here, I only talk to globe earthers. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're debating globe earthers. We're not hanging out.
I just wanted to refresh my knowledge and hear something new. And yeah. And there were some questions in my mind that I always had some questions that I was a bit skeptical and uncertain about, and yeah, I can't even pull them out. Like I've totally forgot.
Well,
I mean, those stuff that I would ask you now. If I come up with those questions, I'll ask you.
well, to be completely honest, a lot of people don't realize there's a lot of philosophy involved in this topic. It's not just like observation. So,
Yeah,
for instance, your buddy asked about the moon being flat, or
yeah,
someone else did. Maybe it wasn't your friend.
yeah. He was. He was.
Yeah. Okay. So, the reason he asked the question, he doesn't even know. So, have you heard of the Copernican principle?
I didn't.
No, the Copernican principle is the idea that Earth is not unique, right? That it has no unique place in the universe. Copernicus came up with the
Copernicus.
heliocentric. Yeah,
From
Copernicus.
from
Yeah.
16th century, the guy. I know.
Yes, exactly. But
I know.
but before him, everybody thought the Earth was unique. Copernicus says no, the Earth is not unique. It's just like everything else, right?
Yeah.
So once you adopt this philosophy, when you look at the moon, you go, well, Earth is just like everything else. So it's like the moon, and it's like Mars, and it's like the stars, and it's like everything you see in the sky.
Yeah,
But the foundation of that is not like scientific. It's just philosophical, because you can't prove the Earth is like just like everything else. You can only say it. You can't actually prove it. You can't prove the Earth's not unique.
Yeah.
So if you analyze information from this viewpoint, you're going to have a bias. Okay. And there's a lot of this within this topic that people don't realize, that they're making philosophical statements, but they think they're saying scientific truths.
I was gonna tell you, he came up with those stuff right after Spanish conquistadors invaded Incas and Mayas.
Yeah.
Just as they like stole all the knowledge that they were like stacking up for millenniums. Right after that, he came up with this idea that of like uniqueness. I mean, of heliocentric model, pretty much. That's what he suggested. Heliocentric model, right? Nicholas Copernicus,
Yeah.
and I think they came up with a lot of knowledge from Incas and Mayas. They found about the other continents sitting above the Antarctic ice ring, and I think that's when they started creating that philosophy. I mean, they started
Well,
inventing.
if you change the foundational philosophy, then everything after that is easy, right? Like I
Yeah,
said, if you, like how many, I don't know how many times I've heard, well, how do you know the Earth is a globe? Oh, because the other planets are round. Well, how do you
yeah,
know the Earth is like the other planets?
Yeah.
and they just, because they're round, they'll just go into a loop, a circle of logic, and they don't understand. They don't even realize that they adopted this philosophy because
Exactly.
they've been taught this their whole life, is that Earth is just like everything else.
Yeah,
They never even thought about it.
Yeah, indoctrination hits hard, and they simply can't get away. They don't want anyone to confute to refute their philosophy, their paradigm, because they have their ego blocking the new ideas because they are way too pride of their knowledge, and
Yeah, you
it's
got it. That's exactly it.
yeah, it's hard to go over it. Yeah,
I mean, it's so funny. They're so far gone, they won't even admit they have a philosophy. I mean, you have
yeah,
people like Neil deGrasse Tyson say, "Oh, we have no use for philosophy." Bro, you're doing philosophy every time you make some claim about black holes and all that stuff. You're making you're making a philosophical claim, because underneath that, right, there's logic. And if there's logic behind your statements, then you're doing philosophy.
yeah. Basically, everything is philosophy.
Yeah. That's why we used to be called what they used to call the degree? A philosopher of natural science or something like that? Natural philosophy?
Yeah.
Hey, wait, quick question though. Are observations by themselves philosophical?
No, interpretation of them as what they mean.
Okay, so then I'm not doing philosophy when I say I observe the earth is flat.
No, you are not. I mean, at a borderline level, right? I guess you're taking the philosophy that you're a thing that actually sees. And this is where we get into the brain and the jaw ridiculousness, right? So if you assume that like what you see is real, then yeah, there's no philosophy after that.
By the way, are you familiar with these high tides, low tides, how they work? It's basically one of the best statements, best arguments that the Earth is not, at least the known Earth is not a globe.
I'm of the opinion the land moves up and down. Quite honestly, I don't have any real evidence for it, but that's my hypothesis. That the water's not going up and down, the land is going up and down.
Yeah, could be.
If the land sunk, like say 6 feet in 12 hours, you wouldn't be able to notice that.
Yeah, interesting. One could read.
Or there's another alternative where the oceans, because they say that there's the current thing is that there's an ocean 3 times the size of the surface ocean, right, underneath the ground. So maybe the water's going in and out of the in and out of the earth, right? There's some volume of water being pushed into the ocean, lifting the ocean level up, and then it's being sucked back. All it would take is for the seafloor to be porous. And there's some evidence for this. It's not like there's zero evidence for that. I wouldn't say the evidence is strong, but it exists. They found deep in the under ocean freshwater springs that are on the ocean floor.
Sorry, I had some problem with my lungs. Couldn't talk. Yeah.
All right, don't die in the fucking live stream, brother.
Nah,
That's bad for business. Man, if this was a business, I would have been bankrupted 10 times over. There ain't no money in flat Earth, bro.
Yeah.
There's money in quote unquote debunking flat Earth. You can get rich.
Wait, Rob Skiba died 4 years ago.
Yeah, he died of COVID.
Oh my god.
In my opinion, he was a good man. No, people have differences and disagree, but
Yeah.
overall, I think he was doing his best to get as much truth out as he could.
Yeah. I like him.
Did you see through your telescope exactly what you saw on a screen when you saw a robot allegedly on a surface that they claim to be on Mars?
Yeah, it all pretty much looks the same.
Through the telescope, you saw something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, he's just a liar as someone
That's
who
a
daily,
lie,
nightly
man.
looks through.
Piece of
He's just
shit.
a liar, bro. He's a fucking liar.
You're a
Piece of
liar.
shit. You
Why
call
are
me
you lying? Because you're the one lying.
Hey, you are.
dickhead.
You're talking so loud because you're the one lying. You're a liar.
Yeah, that's right,
Liar.
man. That's a bit.
I thought she said to calm down. What's going on here?
It never gets old.
D-Dub, come on. Making people explode.
I don't know if that was a melt up or a melt down, dude. He question is, how do you get that mad when you know you're lying? Like, he was actually mad.
It's like a little kid when they get caught lying and they just don't want to give up the ghost.
Yeah.
Like if he was on Maury, like, you are the father. Like, no! No!
He'd be calling Maury a piece of shit. Is that still on TV? The show? Are they still doing that?
I think, didn't Maury pass away? Not
Oh, I don't
100%.
know. I know the Steve Wilco dude was doing that too.
Oh, yeah. He was the more hardcore version.
Jerry Springer was so much better, man. Steve is just like, you can tell it's acting. Jerry made it sensational.
Well, Jerry was the best. Like, even in high school, when like beef would go down, we'd be like, Jerry, Jerry. You know? Oh man, the classic.
There has never been so much white trash displayed in one place in the Jerry Springer show.
Hey man, white culture. My favorite thing that black people say about culture, they're like, say, our culture is not your costume. It's kind of true a little bit. But now it's flip flop now. Because now black people are dressing like white people. You notice like all the kids nowadays that wearing like NASCAR shirts and like Bud Light, like old fashioned bucket hats and like ball caps. It's like, we don't have a show like that anymore, do we? I don't know. I don't have a TV anymore. It's been like 5-6 years since I've had cable.
last weekend when you weren't answering my calls, I went to a party with Brian, and I went home with him, and I slept with him. I just want you to know that I am so sorry, and that you mean so much to me, and I want to work. I want to work through it.
Yeah, I know what happened.
What? How do you know?
Yeah, we planned this all out.
What do you mean you planned it out?
Well, Brian bet me $50 and a pack of cigarettes.
What?
That he could sleep with you. So now I'm down $50 and a pack of cigarettes.
Gary? Oh, I'm dead. I'd come back to that.
What about the Kung Fu Hillbilly?
No, I don't think I've ever seen that Kung Fu Hillbilly.
Yeah, look up Kung Fu Hillbilly Jerry Springer. Oh my God, you're gonna die, dude. This is gonna be hilarious. You gotta watch the one where the black belt in karate challenges him to a board breaking, and the fucking hillbilly breaks the board with no sweat. And the black belt standing there, trying to look all pristine and making himself out to be better than this guy. You're just a fake and a phony. And I mean, we don't have to see it to know what's going on. The Kung Fu Hillbilly,
I'm watching it. It won't be really good audio, but it's kind of funny, dude, watching that.
He's so actionable. It's hilarious.
Man, I don't know why some of these people take their shirt off, though, man. Like, leave your shirt on, man. I guess they don't want it to get ripped, I guess.
What about did you ever see the one with the two midgets that got into a fight? Because the girl was cheating on them.
Jesus Christ. No, I have never seen the midgets beefing.
And then the midget one of the midgets gets knocked on the ground by the other one, and he has to pull himself over to the chair to get back up.
Fucking just wrong. See if we can get a gobbling in here. Try this challenge. $1,000 to any who successfully completes this challenge.
Oh, you know what would be a good.
Oh, that's Sabi and Dan, dude. Hold on. This is new. It's 11 hours old.
If we can get Teos or Clipcord to go and just look for spirals and then do the Jerry Springer ding, 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 ding.
Produce safe without the phone. Think of it's first to remove is what I'm asking for. A clear photograph of a target at least 50 miles away. Now for the conditions, because this is where it becomes a test. Your camera height must not exceed 6 feet above sea level. The target must not exceed 100 feet in elevation above sea level. You must provide verifiable proof of both those heights and the distance, and the entire capture must be filmed continuously, uncut from setup to final image. No edits, no stitching, no enhancements. If the Earth is flat, this one should be trivial. Okay then, moving on to part 2 of this challenge, and this one is a toughie. We're going to talk about Earth's rotation for this part. The globe model predicts a rotation of 15 degrees per hour. And more importantly, it predicts that this rotation behaves differently at different latitudes. So here is the challenge. Build and run a Foucault
Is that Nathan?
experiment. All you'll need is a pendulum and a method of recording its plane of motion over time. Once you've done that, you can calculate your latitude based on your rate of rotation. But here is where it gets interesting. I want this
No. Sign me in.
Oh, I was thinking of Bob the Science guy.
the same latitude.
My fucking shut up, dude. Part of the challenge was take a Foucault's pendulum and then do what it doesn't say what you should even be observed, but then go to a second location and do another Foucault's pendulum. It has to be at least 10 degrees. And if the Earth was flat, it would produce the same result. Dude literally said that crap, bro.
Of course. And why wouldn't he contradict himself? Or no, he didn't contradict himself. He said that the Earth wouldn't produce it at all. I don't, to me, it's a parlor trick, man. It's like, oh, it didn't spin the right way. Let me pull it back and try it again, right? And then when you pull it back and you put a slight swing it to the side to it, like, oh, see, now it's working. Hey, Indio, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you want this Jerry Springer clip or in the live stream chat, or did you just...
Oh, I looked at it. I found it.
the midget one?
Oh, not the midget one. Yeah, post it.
I'm so sorry for all those that are out there. Find the server. There you go.
Okay, man. Thanks.
You still there, Indio? Neil? Sky Lies, I haven't seen you in a while, man.
Yeah, I'm back.
Your voice changed, man.
Yeah, it's been a while.
A lot's changed in a year, man. That's crazy, dude. Congratulations, man. You're growing up.
Thanks.
How's school going for you, man?
Good.
Are you
I kind of hate
homeschooled?
it, but it's, yeah.
Are you homeschooled? You're homeschooled. Yeah, my advice to you on school, right? So it's no different than work. Like when you run your own business and conduct business as you get older and like that, you're gonna have to do inventory, you're gonna have to do planning, you're gonna have to write things out, and then as you complete your tasks, you're gonna cross them off, and you're gonna have to do some math in there. And so you're gonna have to do all this stuff all over again. So this is just practicing to get you in the habit of it. So when you have to do it, it doesn't suck. You already know what to do. You can just pencil whip it and get it done and over with. So just think about it. It's just practice. No different than when parents make you do chores and you're like, well, I don't want to do chores. You're like, you're going to have to do them when you're on your own. Get used to doing them now. Learn the shortcuts.
Math has been pretty helpful in my business.
Good. Math's a good one. If you can actually become a fan of math and excel in it, expand in it, you can go everywhere with it. People love to pay mathematicians to do all the work, and they pay good money.
Yeah. I think we got a ban Indio. He's hot micing.
We got to ban Indio for hot miking.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Indio? He's probably picking up, getting ready to wind down himself. It's late where he is. Late work.
And guess what I started doing?
What'd you start doing, man?
Jiu-jitsu.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. How long have you been doing it?
Since about like the beginning of last summer.
Okay. All right. Cool. Have you gone into any tournaments yet, or are you still waiting on?
Yeah, I got gold in an AGF and then bronze in a BJJ.
Yes. Yes. How many people competed in your division in the BJJ?
A lot. I was. The problem with it, yeah.
I do BJJ too, dude. I'm at 10th Planet Dallas.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was telling you. I remember that from a few years ago.
Oh, no kidding. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, dude, keep it up, man. Honestly, it's one of those things that like that hobby will keep you in line the rest of your life. And you're young enough that since you start now, if you stick with it, by the time you're like 24, 25, you could be a black belt. You can open up your own school and you can make money off of that. And then eventually you get some higher belts underneath you, and then they do all the work for you, and you just collect money while you go get another side hustle. And that's how the game goes.
Yeah, I'm pretty locked in on my current job. I own a car detailing business.
That's fantastic, man.
Yeah. What you been up to these days?
Hold on just a second.
All right.
I'm doing sales right now. I was in the oil field for a little while. I'm going to go back to it, but I'm doing sales, outdoor sales. I've never done it before, and I wish I would have done it when I was like in my early and mid 20s, because it probably would have it would have been more beneficial. I didn't have the courage back then to have the conversations I have now. So it's just something I need to do in order to round myself out.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, you got a car detailing business, so you have to do sales. You got to go out there and put yourself out there to get customers. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I really need to get some business cards. Those would help me out a lot.
You have business cards made out. You give them out to all your friends and everything.
Well, I don't have them made out. I just said I need to get them, but I just haven't yet because I was going really well for a while there, but then it slowed down.
Something you can do is talk to your parents, but ask them to if you can set up a Facebook page, because that'll help.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that too. If I do that, I'll probably send it to you.
Okay, all right. I mean, you don't have to tell me where you live, but if you're anywhere near Dallas,
I might be. I might not. I don't know.
but it's good to hear from you, man. You like, gosh, you're probably another 5 inches taller than what you were last time I talked to you.
Probably about last time we talked. Probably about like
it's been a couple
7, 8 inches.
That's crazy. How tall are you now?
5'5".
Okay. You still got another growth spurt ahead.
I ain't a midget. Yeah, I got a few. Got a few. Track the times. I'm 15 now. I'm going to be turning 16.
My word of advice, okay? As you get older, like obviously get your practice down with the jiu-jitsu and everything, craft your game and everything. But don't be afraid to go and grapple with the big boys. Because what that will teach you is a real world situation. So like if somebody that big who doesn't know jiu-jitsu gets into it, then you're going to know what that weight feels like. So just a heads up.
Yeah.
I hope you never have to fight anybody, but there's a saying, if a man doesn't stand on anything, he'll fall for everything.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Did you get promoted yet?
Yeah, I have 2 stripes on my white belt, 2 stripes. I'm trying to stretch my white belt out till I'm 16 so I can just skip the kid belts and go straight to blue.
Okay, yeah. Yep. Take it all in stride, though, man. Honestly, like, at one point I was hoping to get promoted. I've taken a little bit of a break, but I was hoping to get promoted. And then I was like, you know what? I really haven't truly enjoyed being a white belt. I've been trying to push myself to get better, but I've never, like, enjoyed the what it means to be a white belt. So what I do now is just stay with it, man. You know what I mean? Like I'll let people hold a position for a little while, and then I'll take the position, or try to move to another position and whatnot. And I just enjoy that white belt experience, because once you become a blue belt, like you don't get treated like a white belt anymore. So,
bro, do the adult classes. Yeah. I'll tell you from like when I was your age, it was like exactly your age. You're like 15, right? Going 16. So like,
yeah,
I was doing kickboxing, right? And I was in that middle page. Like 15 was like the kids class, but 16 was adult class, and I was just turning 15. And the coach is like, "What do you want to do?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Like, I guess with the 15-year-olds." And I just kicked the shit out of all of them. And the parents were angry. Like, it was like my first day, and then we did sparring, and I was murking kids, like, by accident. I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I was just like, and I ended up, like, not taking it seriously anymore and quitting. But I just know if I was in the adult class and one of the like older kids like humbled me, I would have probably taken it way more seriously. So
Yeah.
I felt the same way about karate when I was a purple belt. You know, they wanted me to go to the adult classes to go get my blue belt, and like a part of me was a little bit afraid at that time, and I wish I hadn't. I wish I would have. But you don't sound afraid, man, and I'm happy for you. It's good to hear your voice. You sound nothing like the last time I talked to you, which is amazing.
Yeah, I don't think I would sound like that. I got a question.
What's up, man?
What happened with CB?
With CB, he's just dealing with personal life, man. Like, you know, he took a step away and he moved from his hometown out to a beachfront location, and he's just enjoying life. So, all mad respect to him and everything.
Oh, you told
I
me
still
he
miss the
got
guy.
banned.
I don't know the complete circumstances of all that. I know some people didn't like his rhetoric. I'm not going to say I didn't like his rhetoric. I love CB. I always loved CB. Some people
Yeah, me
just
too.
disagree with the rhetoric and the harsh honesty that he can bring out. Yeah, he likes to joke around, but he's young. So
Yeah. Is Paraplegic still around here nowadays?
I saw him like about a month ago.
Oh, nice. Nice.
I saw him. But one I haven't seen in a while, and
What
someone brought up earlier, was God Rockin'. Somebody mentioned God Rockin' earlier. Damn, I haven't seen.
I don't know
I hope
that
God
name.
Rockin's with him.
Has Says Who been around? I remember him because he's the one that gave me VC Verified.
Yeah, he's still around. Comes in daily, almost. At least 5 days a week, 3 to 5.
Oh, nice.
We haven't been in the home server, so we've been out in our satellite resources trying to get more foot traffic for the YouTube channels and everything like that. But we were having technical difficulties today. So we decided to come back here, and I agree with Overfences. She mentioned we should do this more often, and I agree. I feel like we should do it like once a week, even if it's a random day. It have to be the same.
Yeah. I mean, is this like a special event, or did people just suddenly congregate?
Today?
Yeah.
No, we had a malfunction in one of our satellite servers. We're over in English Hub, and we get a lot of foot traffic over there. And
Yeah.
it was quiet. We're trying to play the bot and play some audio for the YouTube channels, and nothing was working. So we came over here to try to use the bot, and the bot wouldn't work over here, but we all just stayed over here.
Okay. It's fun.
Do you have the other servers? Do you have the links to the other servers?
I have politics, but not English Hub, and it sucks because I can't talk in politics.
Why not?
Because I'm under 18.
Gotcha. It is a lot more wild over there and raw over there, so I understand their reasoning behind that. But we don't go over in that one that much. We go in there once in a while just to stir things up. Get you English Hub.
things.
You still there, India?
I'm gonna post this in the live stream voice text because I found this a few days ago in my camera roll, and it kind of made me come back here.
Hey, I sent you a friend request so I can DM this to you. I don't know if you're gonna receive it or not.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, it says unknown.
Unknown?
Yeah.
Let me try again.
There we go.
Alright. So
Every time I click on it, it takes me 24/7. Oh.
No, it's called 24/7 over there too.
Oh yeah.
What
there
I
we go.
did
Never
though,
mind.
to make that room easy to find, I pinned that room at the top of that server, so 'cause it's at the bottom.
Okay.
Do you know what you're gonna
Do I
do
have to
after
get
all your
verified in
school?
here? Because it says I can't get in it. After my
What's
school?
that? Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Do you know what you're doing after school? Do you have? Are you gonna go to trade school or college or?
I was gonna go to welding school, but then I realized how expensive that was. So what I'm probably gonna do is, unless I have a girl in my hometown, then I'm probably going to learn PDR, which I already am, paint and stent repair, and then chase hail and make a bunch of money doing that.
Okay. All right. Another one, a good one would be to do is electrician school. Just FYI, and I agree, welding school is extremely expensive for no reason whatsoever because you can pick up welding along the way and then slide in somewhere. HVAC school is a good one to pick up. Like if you're gonna do the trades, I would just like learn it all, man. HVAC, plumbing, welding, electrician, home building, carpentry. Just piece by piece, whichever one you want to take on at a time.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
At least you'll never run out of work.
Yeah.
And if you want to ever talk to anybody, reach out to AI. AI is does a lot of different things. Probably could answer some questions. AI over.
Okay. All right. Bet.
He's a pretty hard-working guy.
Where did Indio? Yeah. Where did Indio go?
I don't know.
Is he like away from his setup or whatever it is? Because he's hot micing, but he ain't talking. I can't hear crap.
He probably has like his little microphone flipped up or something. He probably took it off, laid it down, walked away.
Yeah.
Probably on the phone, talking shit.
He does that,
Tenacious
doesn't he?
Otter. Tenacious Otter says, "Oh, you can't.
Where? What? Or in?
Can you, Tenacious Otter? Are you able to unmute your mic?" Tenacious Otter.
just seen that.
Yeah, he tagged me in the lobby, so he's not VC verified. If he can open his mic and talk to us, I can give him the VC verified role, and then he can see the live stream chat room, which we are all in, not the lobby.
Yeah. So if CB ain't in here, who's the soundboard guy?
That's a good question, man. Indio and AG knows the soundboard really well, Ethergrass, but Indio's like overseeing that. And I think AI Overlord oversees the soundboard too. But yeah, like a lot of our events too. When CD left, a lot of our events were left in limbo, and I don't know if they ever got, if we got a new event planner or anything like that. I know Dandelion does some things every once in a while.
Yeah. CB was a pretty big player in all of that.
Oh, bro, he was a good behind the scenes guy that kind of like kept the flow going. I always appreciated what he did.
Yeah. Me too, the few times that I was in here.
And then Helio's still kicking real strong. He's on top of the bots. He's taking a back seat to the room chat, but he'll pop in here once in a while, and we'll get to hear his voice. It's always
Nice. I heard about that book drama all about like Nathan and QE.
Yeah. But
Whose side are you on?
So neither. I think both sides are justified. I respect Nathan for starting the book, but I think it was too much of a endeavor for him, and so when he outsourced others to help him with the book, because he was taking full responsibility for it. I guess he was going to pay for the publishing and all that stuff. The when people were putting into the book, they were doing more. It seemed like they were doing more work, from what I understand, than Nathan himself. And so they're like, "Oh, well, we're doing all the work." And so, I understand that like it's partly Nathan's fault for giving them the book and letting them have control. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's kind of a lesson learned.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what happens though. Like that's why I don't like doing things for money with other people. Like I got friends that do podcasts and they all get paid to do it, but like hey, come on here, like all the time. And I'm like, and I can't go on there all the time. If I'm going on there all the time, you're gonna have to pay me. You know what I mean? Like you're getting paid, I need to get paid too. But if it's just like a once in a while thing, then I'll go on there, do a little talking, and everything. And my goal eventually is to do a podcast, or have a conversation, something like that, where other people like download and listen, and maybe I might get paid for my things. You'll pay me?
Yeah, how much you want?
I don't know, man. Everybody's got to start somewhere, but I would have to be consistent first in order to get paid, right? The whole point of getting paid is to be consistent.
Yeah, people have to see your videos a certain amount and be consistent. Things like that. Monetization is hard.
Like Miggy doesn't do flat Earth stuff anymore, but he is banging over there in the TikTok community, right? And I know you've done a few things over there as well, Neil. But I give Miggy his respects. He's consistent every day doing what he does, and so like I'm not going to knock the guy if he's however much money he's making.
Yeah, he even said in his streams, he's like, well, this is just him like talking as an influencer, but I guess he was true when he's saying this. He's like, I go to my first job. That's my first job. But when I come home, I'm right into my second job, which is with you guys on TikTok. Like, you know, sounds exactly.
I love him for that. I can't do that, bro. I can't sit there and look at a screen all day and oh, thank you, and be all like that. Like I would have to have a regular, normal conversation.
I know, dude. I don't know. He does it like 8 hours, like a day.
But he's mastered that. He's mastered that, right? Like he takes advantage of the fucking algorithm, and kudos to him, man. Like go out there and make your fucking money, bro. I ain't
get that money.
Hell yeah.
Man.
Get that money that you deserved all these years that you worked. You know, you deserve the extra money. You and your wife need to go and be happy and do all your things together. You need to spoil and make up for lost time. It is what it is. Yeah, if I'm not, I don't know if this is true, but I heard certain Globe Earth influencers, they make over $100,000 a year just on being a Globe Earth influencer, right? So, like with all the YouTube and all the other algorithms that they make money
super
off
chats
of.
and
Yeah. So like when they say, "Oh, you're grifting," like fuck you. Go let them go make their money. You're making your money. Shut the fuck up.
Well, all they are is just like public speakers, right? But they're just like taking advantage of like what we have to make money, right? And post. They're doing what they want to do, right? It's like you can't stop somebody from doing stuff. Like do whatever you want, right? It's like
exactly. Yeah. Like even with Witsit, right? Like some people have a huge problem with Witsit. Like personally, like I'm not going to get into it, but like the whole Antarctica thing, I have my questions and my doubts. But whatever he's doing, I wish him the absolute best, and I hope he goes out there and smashes it. He's one of the best debaters I've ever gotten to witness. Indio as well, Yoder, DJ, they're also phenomenal debaters. So
I don't know about Witsit as being a phenomenon. Maybe in a lot of other topics. Like that's the thing about Witsit. He does so many different topics, which is like
so many different
pretty big brain, right? Like you go to his channel and you're like, oh shit, I didn't know he did like First Amendment stuff and like this and that, and like all of a sudden he was on like modern day debate talking about not flat earth stuff, just random like transgender stuff and political things.
That's all new, by the way. That's not. Oh
yeah, I don't know. That was the last time I saw
him. The last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah. Well, so my thing is with Witsit, right? Either he is truly dedicated to the craft of debating, and he studies outline points, right? Like he creates his own outline points and he studies them over and over and over again as he's getting ready for his debates, which is kudos to him. Or he has a photographic memory, which is like what I'm leaning more towards, because the dude remembers the crazy thing. So, but yeah, no, all that extra stuff that he goes out there and has conversations about, that's all like the last 2.5 years or so. Like he started to actually have that breakout when he went on the Harrison Smith show. That was when he was doing flat Earth, but then starting to branch out and do other things as well. And then Antarctica kind of gave him platform to go off and do other things. But yeah, everybody go out there and make your money. Like, this world is unforgiving as it is. You're not beating somebody up, and if you are, hopefully it's like inside of a refereed event, and you're making good money there.
You sound like those chicks who support OF fans. Just go make your money, girl.
Well, you know what? Honestly, you know what? Go make your money, because even Andrew Tate says the same damn thing. Like, you're gonna simp, take the fucking money. So, whatever, man. Like, I can't get mad at them for stealing all those men. I'm mad at the men for fucking simping. That's what I'm mad at.
Go spend that money. I don't know. That's what people fucking.
Exactly.
You people, just people, you know.
Exactly. I still see Zerka doing his thing. And then Myron Gaines, God bless you, man. I wish nothing but success for you as well. Everybody out there in the truth community. I think Myron Gaines is a flag. He'll probably never admit to it because it'll hurt his stance.
I think he has some like decently funny points, but I don't know. I think he's too cringe and edgy.
Yeah. Well, he's just doing it from his platform, right? Like, he's got his own approach, and of course, like, he made it big with the whole like after hours with the girls. Like that's his.
Yeah, I get that part too. But like, how old is the guy? Is he almost 40?
He's like, well, he's late 30s, right?
Okay, so he's late 30s, and he's talking like a 15-year-old that just learned like how to say Jew and like all those like swear words for the first time, and he just like spams them in his vocabulary, right? It's just like, bro, like your audience is literally like 18-year-olds or fucking people who are stuck in that, you know, mindset.
I didn't even know that wasn't his real name. 36. He's 36. That's what I thought.
But he says like, you know, points, but he just talks like a freaking like the guy version of a 304 kind of.
Pretty much. But I feel the same way about Andrew Tate also. He's all about that drama.
I've always thought Andrew Tate was a freaking just CIA plant.
Well, his dad was CIA.
Oh, there you go.
His dad was CIA. Like it's
like Shane Gillis, like his dad is CIA, just blatantly like just starts making fun of Trump, like out like just like crazy, like.
But see, like, everybody says CIA like it's an organization that you can join. Like, when they say, like, on Twitter right now, the CIA is recruiting people. It's like, the CIA isn't a fucking organization. It's a shell company. And all it is people hiding behind a suit, and they go out and get information and corrupt information and whatever the hell they do in order to maintain the integrity of the intelligence of the government. It's not even for the country, for the government. But you know this, Neil, that like you don't get into positions of power without first being in the club.
Yeah. No shit.
Like everybody who's on TV is from some wealthy family that's known in the.
That, and even if you want to become like an influencer, right, you have to work for like an agency, right? You don't get put on the front pages. You can only get so far by that, right? But you'll always be limited. But these like randos that like, you know, never heard of, all of a sudden they're just popping, right? Some young kid, usually like a 17 to like 21-year-old, right? And just, you know, inflated view bots. But like with view bots, that brings like our audience because they're on the front page, like, oh, who's this guy? And then you click, right? And yeah, they're mostly sponsoring like rain bet, gambling things. Just like they get, I'm pretty sure in their clause, they're not allowed to talk about God or like Jesus. They're like, it's like written in their clause. They're like not allowed to say anything about like religion on stream. So there's some sick, evil people behind it.
Oh yeah, that's what I forgot. Myron Gaines is a former Homeland Security special agent. So there's his in. That's how he got in.
That's hilarious.
I did forget about that. Did you know Charlie Kirk was a 32nd degree Mason?
I mean, anybody that's like up there, bro. Anybody.
Everybody, man. I got this theory on the 33rd degree Mason. In order to become a 33rd degree, you have to create a deception on the world, and the whole world has.
Well, yeah, there's like all these like sacrifices, and like you gotta sacrifice like the close, like your brother or like, you know, your best friend. It's always like that. Like ever since I've been growing up, like all the rappers I followed, right? As soon as they like make it big, instantly one of their like best friend dies, or their mom dies, or like something like that dies. Just, you know, blood money, or it's in the blood contract.
Yeah, that's early on, but I'm talking about later. Like FDR, when he got his 33rd degree, he brought us into World War II, right? When Buzz Aldrin got his 33rd degree, he landed on the moon. The whole world believed it. So if you look at these 33rd degree Masons, they seem to all have some kind of a story attached to them that everybody believes is Holy Writ.
What's up, yo?
What's up, man? Got Elijah?
I came across this video, right? And you know, I usually stick to the things that I can, you know, help someone else experience. But I ran across this video, and the guy is like, you know, you zoom in on the moon and super detailed, you see all these craters and stuff. How come they can't zoom in on the Earth? I know people have said it before, but it never really, until I was watching. I'm like, oh yeah, like because I was just watching the moon. Actually, it's a full moon. I think it's a full moon, right? Or almost full moon. One of those. And I'm like, dog. From the Earth, we can zoom into the moon and see all that detail. They can't zoom in with an iPhone from the ISS. Like, what's going on? I'm not asking you to show people and shit. I mean, show a canyon, show something.
Yeah, I don't think that was even like brought up ever. Like, what's their goal? We're gonna go up there, we're gonna go around, and then we're gonna come back, and that's it. And then what do they say? Like, what do they gather from that? Or is it all just like top secret? They pretend like, you know, they can't tell us.
It's so top secret to just prove the Earth is a globe. You know? Can't do anything real like zoom in on some shit or measure the distance to the horizon. Or we can't do anything.
Hey Elijah, you still got one of the best rants I ever recorded on here.
Oh, the
Why
one.
would they lie? I wish they would ask why they lie. First, I would ask who. You taught me something though. I didn't know that. Was it not Copernicus? Was it Copernicus that was the bishop in the church?
So they say.
You said somebody was a bishop in the church.
Yeah, Copernicus. I mean, no, or was he, or his uncle, or someone like that was a bishop, or something like, or he was up to be a bishop, like, but for you to even be or something like that, you have to have certain qualifications. So how could they tell us he doesn't really have this direct link to the Catholic Church? His family, I mean, bruh, his whole family. Shut up. Shut up.
But isn't it weird that it always comes from that church? Always. Every step of the way, it comes from that church.
Yeah. The thing that people is so popular. Oh my God. Science is amazing. So we're gonna take the Bibles out of, schools and all of the religions out of schools, and we're gonna leave you with the one world religion. Oops. The one that the Catholics gave us in the first place, the ones that you hate, the ones that you said we can't do this religious stuff, but you took on the word of a religious persons who said that we were moving around the sun and didn't give you any fucking kind of proof at all, and it's really just hypothetical shit from Edwin Hubble's.
Go ahead. Sorry, you paused. I apologize.
From Edwin Hubble's mouth. We don't really know, but this is what we're going with. That's what he said, more or less. Come on.
I mean, it all points out, like, you got Aries failure, and then when Aries failure hit, they're like, well, shit, are we even moving? So then here comes MMX, and nope, we're not fucking moving either. Something else is going on. And then they look out into the universe, right in the sky, and they're like, look, everything looks like it's falling on Earth. Well, we can't accept that because that would make us special. So then let's pay Einstein. Let's get him out of the patent office, and he doesn't have to be a clerk no more. Let's give him a story, let him run with it. We'll stand him up in front of a big giant picture of Isaac Newton, make him give a speech, and then we'll just run with it. And that's what they did. Why? I have no clue. But I agree with you, Elijah. The only reason I can think of is they hate God. That's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, you're right. Why can't they zoom in on the Earth and take a picture of like man, they should be, instead of the Goodyear blimp, they should be filming the fucking halftime show from the fucking International Space Station. They should be zooming in from the International Space Station and all the way in and then showing the halftime show from space. Can't They can't even fake it. How's your baby doing, Daddy Flurf? What's up, Jesse? Having a late night?
Oh, not too late. I am thinking about dinner in bed, though.
Right on, man.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Had a long day today. I ate, had me a couple slices of cheesecake after my dinner.
Well,
I'm laying down.
a
What's
day
that?
can't be all bad if you get a couple slices of cheesecake in.
Oh yeah, wife was having a cheesecake craving a few days ago, and so I got like a large cheesecake. She wanted a smaller one, but I got the large one just in case I wanted more. And she doesn't like it. Tastes weird, so now I'm stuck eating the whole thing.
Wow.
What are you having for dinner?
Shepherd's pie.
Was that like a chicken pot pie or something like that?
Maybe, but it's kind of like they make it out of shepherds instead.
Yeah.
It's got ground beef in it, I think, and green beans, and an amazing white sauce, and then kind of a cheesy crust. So I'm not sure what all's in there, but it sure is good. A friend's wife made it and gave it to me.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Nice. It's like a version of a casserole.
Yeah, I would say so.
Cool. So it's the beef version of a chicken pot pie.
I think so, yeah. Although, I don't think there's any crust in the pan, there's just like a crust on top.
Yeah. Oh, it's made with lamb. You have lamb in there too, or no?
You know, it's probably actually not a genuine, it's probably ground beef and not actual lamb.
So I thought that counted.
So I think that would make it something else. But my friend called it a shepherd's pie, so.
It's cottage pie.
Cottage, yeah, that's what it's saying.
Oh, cottage pie, okay.
What's up, really? But homemade food is always better, man. Can't preach.
Oh, that's for sure. Especially if I didn't make it.
I don't tell my wife all the time, but I do tell her once in a while. The reason why I married you is because you cook. She's like, I hate cooking, I know, but you're good at it. And she tells me that the only reason why she cooks is because I make her feel good about it. So, lesson learned: if you marry a woman and she's a good cook, make her feel absolutely special about it, and it'll never be a chore for her.
Yep.
Yeah, tell her meals haven't killed you yet.
No, I eat everything. I tell her, I'm like, you got to stop making so much rice food. Because I can't. It's hard to lose weight. So every time she makes me food, it's always like a bunch of rice. Well, why do you eat it? Put it in front of me. You're my wife. You made me food. I'm going to eat it. What's up, Gypsy?
Oh, not too much. How are you doing?
Oh, I said Gypsy. I'm sorry, Jesse.
Oh, sorry
I was
about
just
that. Hey, Jemsy.
Hey,
bringing everybody in.
Salvations. Hi. Hope everyone
Are you
is
going to work? Are you going to work, Gypsy?
No, I'm home.
Sound like you had a long day.
Just keeping it quiet.
Okay. But yeah, we made a reappearance today. We had some technical difficulties earlier and we couldn't resolve them in the other server, so we decided to make it over to the home. It was a good idea by Oprah. Huh?
Hey, I'm talking to my girl, and I was just asking. I'm gonna ask y'all a random question because I know what the answer is. All right, so I'm gonna need y'all to answer. What is the first step in the scientific method?
Observation of a natural phenomenon.
Thank. Where the fuck does that put cosmology and astrophysics? Because who's observed the beginning of the universe? Who's observed the middle of it? Who's observed the last 90% of it? What are we talking about?
Yeah. Definitely can't assume cosmology. You can look at patterns in the sky. That's about as good as you can get for the observation. You can have a hypothesis, but you can't test that. You can't set up an experiment. All you can do is make an observation, and then once you realize what the pattern is, and then you see that it's repeating, and all you know is that the pattern is you can't infer anything else. I mean, the whole purpose of a watch or a clock is literally to track the movement of the. I do got to dip on out of here. Just so y'all know, there's a few people over in politics server. If anybody's looking for any action, ours. See, Zygomatic is over there. It's the only one I can think of. She leave? I think she left.
I popped in there before here, and it was not much interesting.
Wonder who is over there that left the. No big deal. Live What do you think about that sequence of events, Jesse? With beginning with Ares' failure, failing to detect the spin of the Earth, Michelson Morley failing to detect the motion of the Earth around the Sun. From there, they're all looking up at the sky and they're like, well, it looks like it all centers around us. And Hubble says, no, we can't have that because that would make us special. So we're going to figure something else out. And then Einstein comes up with special relativity, put him in front of everybody like a puppet, big giant Isaac Newton in the background, gives his speech, run with it up.
Well, it's interesting though, because special relativity makes certain claims that could be refuted or shown to be not always true.
Such as,
and I'll try to remember the correct wording. I may not quite remember it right, but in an inertial frame that is not accelerating or deaccelerating, even though it may be moving, the physics will behave as if it is not moving.
I understand that in a linear concept without acceleration. Meaning, you can have motion at a constant rate, and I could get behind that. I know some people might disagree with me, but I could get behind that if this is a linear motion, backwards to forwards, forwards to backwards, or even one side to another side, but it has to be linear. It can't be curving, and there can't be an increase or decrease in the speed, because that would denote acceleration or deceleration. And then from there, the crystals in our ears, they start to.
But like, imagine you're in the back of a U-Haul truck with a friend going exactly 60 miles an hour along a perfectly straight level road, and you've got a tennis ball back there, and you and your friend are tossing the tennis ball back and forth. You can have one of you on the left of the truck and one on the right in the back there, and you toss the tennis ball back and forth. It's going to toss back and forth exactly like it would if the truck was stopped. You could get one of you at the front and one at the back and toss the ball. It's going to be completely indistinguishable from as if the truck was not moving. And that's what an inertial frame is when there's no rotation and no acceleration or deacceleration.
Right.
So,
but we don't have that on Earth because we're spinning and we're curving around the sun.
And the same goes.
That's the first problem. The second problem. Now let's take the top and the sides off of it, and now you're on a flatbed trailer, right? And you're being pulled at 60 miles an hour, and you toss the ball back and forth. What do you think is going to happen to that ball?
Well, if the air is also moving with the flatbed trailer, then there's no problem, right?
Right, but we have the background of space.
And how fast is that going? How fast is empty space
The background
moving?
of space is supposed to be standing still, and we're supposed to be moving through it at like 1.2 million miles an hour, billion.
So how much? See, when we're on a flatbed trailer and we throw the tennis ball up, and we and the trailer are moving at 60 miles an hour, and the air is not moving with us. When we throw the tennis ball up, it's resistance against the air that slows the tennis ball down, right? So, on the galactic scale, outside of Earth's atmosphere, what is offering that resistance to the Earth moving at whatever speed?
It should be filling the available space. Like it should just be whisking away.
What should be whisking away?
The air. If not violently rushing out to fill the available space, it should just be all whisking and dissipating, like off of the Earth at a rapid rate, moving through this wild and crazy. My question to you though is like, if you can't tell you're moving, then how do you?
If you can't tell what, then what?
If you can't tell that you're moving, then how do you? Right? Like if you're in a vehicle going 60 miles an hour and it feels like you're parked, why would you assume that you're moving? You can't get out of the vehicle.
Well, you might look out the window and see everything else that you consider to be stationary whizzing past you. You might do Doppler off of other things that you consider stationary. And you might, stuff like that. You might bounce radar off of stuff that's going by you.
That's assuming that you get it all back. I mean, they shoot beams of lasers at the moon, and they get like some ridiculous 4 nanoparticles reading back. Like, oh, that those were the lasers. That was a laser. That wasn't there before. Whatever's going on. But my thing is, so like, if I look out the car window, like let's say I'm born in this car, I live in this car, I die in this car, and I never leave the car. And I'm looking out the window. Why would I assume that I am moving when everything else looks like?
Oh, you mean why instead of just assuming that you're stationary and the entire world outside you is whizzing by you?
Yeah, what's wrong with just being geocentric? You know why they chose heliocentrism over geocentrism?
I don't know, in fact.
So you know about the flower patterns that the planets do in the sky above the Earth.
I think I've seen the little animation.
So what they did was they placed the planets at different distances from the sun, and they mathematically marched it out to where they were doing circles around the sun instead of flower patterns. And so when they did that, they would also make the celestial observation, try to predict planetary motion. Well, they used that circular ring pattern, and they missed the transit of Venus twice since coming up with heliocentrism. I think it was twice. Double check, because I don't want to give you false.
Regardless, though, of how they came up with it or why they came up with it, I'm more interested in why I would go with that. Because, a lot of people did a lot of weird things, and thousands of years ago, right? For a lot of weird reasons.
Say it again. I'm sorry. I was reading.
I'm more interested in why I would subscribe to heliocentrism than why the original people that came up with it did so.
Well, it's tradition at this point. It's not a matter of like why you subscribe to it, like you were brought up in it, you weren't really given another option. Any option other than heliocentrism, you were told, was an archaic flaw in humanity, and we've since gotten smarter and more evolved, and we know better now. So you weren't really given a second option. What could
Isn't the globe idea kind of archaic? I mean, 2,000 years ago, some Greek pervert come up with it.
Bro, he had like every title you could imagine attached to his name. He was a lawyer, a scientist, librarian, mathematician, teacher, astronomer. I'm like, oh my God. Bro. Talk about virtue signaling.
Right. And we don't actually even know if the dude existed.
We don't. That leans to my theory of a lot of authors in history not ever existed.
Yeah.
What's his name? Shakespeare.
Didn't he have a ghostwriter name or like a pseudonym or something like that?
That was the pseudonym. They took it from a psalm. It was like the 48th word and the last word of the chapter.
Okay.
I'll find it for you. It's actually quite interesting.
So, like, one
Psalm
of the.
46.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I think says who dropped out. But we were talking about.
What?
What's that?
Dropped what?
He dropped out. He left. He's not listening unless he got on the YouTube.
Right.
Anyway, we're.
Oh, real quick, I'm just going to say this. So,
sure.
Shakespeare, that claims he encoded his name into Psalm 46. And the argument is that the 46th word from the beginning and spear or shake is the 46th word from the beginning, and spear is the 46th word from the end. And he was 46 years old in 1611. He was involved in the translation, though mainstream scholars consider this. So, sixth word. I'm not going to count them all. But oh, here we go. In verse 3, through it, though its waters roar and be troubled, though the mountains shake with its swelling. Shake. Spear. Verse 9, he makes war cease to the end of the earth. He breaks the bow and cuts the spear. There's your Shakespeare. Go ahead, though, Jesse.
Going back to your example of a car, let's say, let's say I was born in a car and I never got out, but then I was looking out the window and I saw other cars also moving, but not in the same direction or speed that I was. So then, I'd have to, it wouldn't just be as me moving or as Earth moving. Then I'd be, okay, is me and Earth and all these other cars moving around a certain car? Or is all the cars moving relative to Earth? Or what? See? So kind of there would be that logical progression. Well, okay, there's a bunch of cars all moving differently from each other, and then there's something big, so maybe that's kind of what everything's moving with reference to. That wouldn't mean that necessarily that it was right, but it would be a kind of a logical conclusion without other ways to know. Without, yeah, I guess.
I get that as well, but like a car is a lot smaller, right? So we can look at the car we're in and say, oh, this is a car, therefore it looks like the cars that are driving alongside of me, right? But to claim that the Earth is a planet like the things in the sky, and then turn around and say inversely that the things in the sky are terra firma, like the thing under my feet, that's a huge leap in logic when the Earth is so big you can't determine its entirety from your own perspective on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, it's not a perfect analogy, but in a similar way, we kind of look around and, you know, of course, I'll just say right up front, if Mark Sargent was right and the sky is just a big super HD LED video projector, which is what he used to say in 2018 when I first got into this, if the sky is just a VR video projector, then obviously we don't know anything. We can't know anything from looking at it other than whatever is being fed to us by whoever's controlling that video projector. But if...
I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that, though. Yes, you can, you know, hypothesize on all kinds of different things, right? But you can't test those hypotheses. So really what you're only ever left with is that the pattern, you can observe the pattern in the sky, and you understand over time that it's a repeating pattern because it returns to the position it once was. And that's the best you can ever come up with. He can hypothesize that it's a projection into the sky, kind of similar to, I don't know if you've ever seen that Russian Freemason video, supposed Russian Freemason video.
No, I'm not really into Freemason stuff, Russian or otherwise.
Here, I'll post it for you just so you can watch it on your own time. It's like 8 or 9 minutes long. But it's interesting, and it just talks about the surface of the Earth being flat, and we're in the center of a celestial sphere. And it talks about the lights being projected out through what appears to be the North Pole. So maybe that's where he got his idea from, right? But I mean, that's an unverifiable claim. Like, he'll never be able to prove that.
But like, if we assume that, you know, physical reality is what it looks like, we know from Earth, you know, our experience here on Earth, that if something gets twice as far, it looks about half as big, right?
Sure.
And just stuff like that. So when we look at, say, Venus and any of the planets through a telescope, we can tell, you know, assuming physics holds true out there like it does down here, and assuming it's not just a big simulation or a VR goggles or whatever, physics, geometry tells us how far the planets are from the Earth. And
incorrect, because you're assuming that they're a certain distance according to their size. That's your big screw up. Stop doing that.
No, I get what you're saying, Jesse. Like, as they move through our perspective, you should be able to analyze the angular size of them, and then be able to calculate a possible distance to them, or something like that. based off of like angular size. But you in order to know the distance of something that you've never gotten all the way to measuring, you'd have to know the actual size.
Well, hear me out. I'm not saying we know the actual distance, and I'm not even saying we know
you can't even calculate the distance. You can't even guess the distance.
We don't need to know the actual distance or the actual size to know that the distance has changed by a certain factor. If something is a certain size and then later it appears half that size, we don't need to know how big it is or how far it was. We know it's twice as far.
You do. You do. You could make that claim with a tennis ball, but you know how big a tennis ball is. You don't know how big those things in the sky are.
Well, this is a facet of geometry. So again, we would have to say that geometry does not apply out there, and that it's some sort of simulation.
How big is Venus? What is the actual size of Venus?
It's the same size as Earth.
That's a claim. What is the actual size of Venus?
I had to mess with you, says who.
I'm asking Jesse, what's the actual size of Venus?
That was the actual. Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, look, I've never measured it. I could tell you what's on Google, but you obviously wouldn't believe that, so.
Well, yeah, because they just speculate about it too. So, are you guys just all going to speculate about the actual size of Venus? That sounds pretty stupid, if you ask me.
They literally calculated. So what was it? Was it Copernicus or was it Galileo? That
Kepler
said that Venus and Earth were the same size, and then that's how they based their entire calculations of the heliocentric paradigm. Everything else stemmed from that.
At the end of the day, it's just a small light in the sky, and that's all you know.
I get what you're saying, what you should be able to do, Jesse, but this isn't a as cut and dry, right? Like the sky does some pretty crazy things that we can't account for. We can't. Like you can't even predict when sunrise and sunset are. You can only guess about the time that it's going to happen. Sky is just the sky, man. Here's the wild thing, Jesse. When they go to the moon, are they on Earth time or are they on Moon time?
I don't know.
When they go to Mars, are they on Mars time or Earth time?
My guess is they're probably on Houston time.
Right. And I mean, like it's a silly thing to think about, right? But you would think that by going to another planet, right, quote unquote, you would have to change to that time because everything would be based off of how that sky presents itself for that location and that perspective.
I don't know. I mean, on the moon, a day is about 15 days long. So, like, if you stayed in one spot on the moon, from the moment it was solar noon to solar noon would be 29 and a half days, Earth days.
Yeah.
So you need a clock that moved very slowly.
Yeah. But if they're staying on Earth time and they're staying on Houston time, now we're back to geocentrism again, right? Earth centered, Earth fixed coordinate system.
I don't see the connection between what sort of clock you use and where you are.
Well, if you're doing special relativity, you'd have to change to the location you're at, right? Everything's based off of where you are. It's all about the what is that frame called? The lab frame. The lab frame is wherever you are.
I don't know. Here on Earth, we've got clocks that take 12 hours for the hour hand to go around. We have clocks that take 24 hours, and then we have clocks that go at a completely different rate to match high tide, low tide. So I'm not sure. Clocks are just convenient because they keep track of something, or because everybody's using the same time. And it's like people in far north Alaska or anyway, whatever, Nunavut, they have 24 hours sun for the summer. They still use their normal clocks. It's still, noon and 4 p.m. and whatever. It's just sunny for 24 hours a day during the summer, but they don't have to change their clock.
I know that.
Now, frankly, they could make, say, 30 hours in a day. It would work fine during the summer. It wouldn't make any difference because it's light all the time anyway.
Yeah. I'm not trying to go way too out into the weeds and everything. I think it's silly. Because if you leave Earth and go somewhere else, you're going to have to be on that time. But, I mean, yes, you're right. They're all on Houston time.
But do you see what I'm saying? And I recognize that you don't hold that geometry applies to things outside Earth's air. But for a person who did hold that Earth, that the planets that we see in the night sky do hold to geometry, then you can see why they would quite reasonably say that, okay, Venus is half the angular size, it must be twice as far, and so on and so forth. And when this geometry is used to determine the type of path that the planets are taking, they're all going around the sun. None of them are centered around the Earth, and in fact, some of them don't even go around the Earth. They're always sun side of the Earth. They go between the sun and the Earth. So even if...
You mean the Earth goes between them and the sun? Like, you're talking about like Jupiter and Saturn and Mars?
Well, some of them are closer to the sun than the Earth, and some of them are farther.
Venus and Mercury, that's it.
The ones that are farther do go around Earth, but they're not centered.
Don't see them with the sun.
They're not centered around Earth. They do take, geometrically, we can determine that they're taking a generally whatever circular or elliptical path or whatever, but that's not centered on Earth. They're all the planets, based on the geometry, are centered around the sun. So even if the sun is orbiting the Earth in some sort of geocentrism, it's not full geocentrism because the planets are all orbiting the sun, not the Earth.
That's not true. The planets are not orbiting the sun.
We're
All the luminaries are revolving around the center of the sky, which is this. It's basically the sun,
celestial North Pole.
the sun, the stars, and all the other luminaries are revolving around the center of the sky. If you're gonna say orbit, their orbit, all of the luminaries are revolving around the center of the sky. That's what we observe, basically. You don't see a whole orbit, never. Anyways, of the planets.
That's what I was posting.
And sometimes you see the planets going around the moon. So why don't you say some of the planets go around the moon? Venus goes. You see Venus going a cycle around the moon. You see, I think it's Jupiter, and even Mars, or some of the other planets go around the moon. Observably. But then in a bigger picture, you see them going around the center of the sky.
That's what I was kind of presenting to him, Gemsy, was like, even if you believe the Earth is a globe, you should be a geocentrist, even. Like, you shouldn't.
No, the luminaries are not geocentric. The luminaries are I'm gonna argue, heaven-centric. The luminaries don't go around the Earth. Geo, the ground below our feet. Even geocentric is wrong. They're not centric to the Earth. They're centric to the throne of God. Or what people call the throne of God up in heaven. So you guys are arguing geocentric means the hands of the clock are house-centric. When you look at the clock on the wall, and you see the hands of the clock moving around, that means that the clock is home-centric, going around the house. No. See, the ground is the ground, and the luminaries, you can make a better argument. They're not centric to the Earth. They look like they're centric to the center of the sky. What's at the center of the sky? You can look at it with infrared and electro-opticals, radio frequency, and thermal imagery, and you'll see what's at the center of the sky. I'm pretty sure, maybe Jesse hasn't even looked at it, and if it's even shown to him, he's gonna, I don't know, maybe not see it.
I gotta head on out of here, man. I gotta get ready for tomorrow.
Later.
Alrighty, well, thanks for the good discussion, and have a good night there.
No worries, Jesse. We'll find opportunities to continue this conversation, but Gemsy's still a good conversation when it comes to the luminaries, because he'll make you think.
Alright, sounds good.
Says who will always stick to his guns. Good night, y'all.
Good night, bro.
Good night.
Hello. Everybody dead?
It's not dead, just people slate and, you know, keeping it low key.
Oh, okay.
Why? You got a question or something?
I was seeing if there was anybody in here, like if anybody was active.
You are.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
Nothing. I was hoping AI would be in here. Didn't look at the VC before I joined it.
Long day for some people. Finish the week.
Definitely. Definitely. AI was in here at like 2 or 1 o'clock before I even went to work, and he was talking to people.
Yeah.
We had somebody come in here and basically claim that everybody was a fake flat earther because we didn't follow so and so.
I was here during that.
I don't understand it. Just because you have different views on things doesn't mean like you should be like, oh, you're fake. Just because you have different views, you'd be like, oh, well, I disagree because of this. You don't just claim that somebody's fucking fake. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you can find that attitude in many places, including here.
You playing something on Xbox?
No, I'm just listening. The Microsoft client works pretty well, better than Android. When I'm just chilling.
Really? Are you serious?
Yeah. I mean, my opinion, I guess. Discord is owned by Microsoft, allegedly.
It makes sense why they give out free Discord Nitro when you buy a Game Pass.
Yeah. Plus, you can use the headsets that are decent. And not burn the battery of your Android device or whatever.
Yeah, dude. Fucking screen sharing on mobile just absolutely eats. Just eats, bro.
Yeah.
Up to today, man. Anything interesting happen?
I was just listening myself most of the time.
Brother, you play video games?
Sometimes.
What games you play, man?
I do play some Mobile Legends on the Android, like a MOBA 5 versus 5. I play some Roblox sometimes when I'm bored.
Yeah, I love Roblox.
And some fighting games like Marvel vs. Capcom. That kind of game, just fighting. Zombies, shooting. Just to kill time whenever I want to. But the one I like the most for online play, it's Mobile Legends. Because it's competitive.
Yeah.
5 versus 5. They hold.
I gotta
they hold
get up. The
tournaments.
woman's bothering me.
Later.
She's telling me to get off as she's staring at me.
Do it.
Fucking look at me like that.
Come back later.
She's standing over me. I'm scared she's gonna beat me.
Good for you. Let's see.
What's that, Jimsy?
Oh, hi. Who's that?
This is Wild Bill.
Oh, Wild Bill, hey.
Wildest cowboy west of the Pecos.
You should add Wild Bill and Wild Microphone.
I wish I could hear you, but you're roboting bad.
Is it you or is it me?
I'll bet dollars for donuts it's me. I don't have a very good signal.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Give me a second. Noise suppression. Let's see. Some settings here. Oh. Anyways, Wild Bill, what are you doing at these times?
Shit, I couldn't hear you, man.
It might be your connection. Or your headset.
Ain't nothing but a gangsta party.
Another thing is flat's not a shape, and nobody here is claiming that Earth is some kind of pizza planet space frisbee disc in space. I'm just saying, nobody's claiming that. The cartoon that you've likely seen many times, that is not what anybody is saying.
And then what are you saying? So you're
Welcome to
just
the
saying
floor.
that the Earth. So you're saying just
Forgot.
that the Earth is not round.
Fugazi.
Yes.
You observe, everybody, every human that's ever lived has observed the Earth to be flat and motionless.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
That's just not true. The Egyptians.
Okay.
The Greeks.
They did. Okay. So where did they go to observe the Earth is not flat and motionless?
Where did they go? Like, what do you mean? Where did they go?
Yeah. What did they see? What did they look at to know that the Earth is not flat and motionless?
They had some proofs. They had like, proof with the ship.
Give me one.
Map. You see the map. Like the ship goes away into the horizon, and the only thing you see is the tip of the ship. Like this is one of the proofs. Another.
Okay. We're not going to gish gallop though. We're going to go one by one. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, why do you think that?
Can
no,
I be?
Shut up, dude.
So I just want to say one thing. Like you were going to.
No, you just said something. Now it's my turn to talk. Okay, that's how this shit works. Okay. Now, seeing the ship disappear, hull first, then the mast, is not seeing the Earth as a globe. How would that be seeing the Earth as a globe?
Because like the ship is disappearing into the curvature of the Earth, and that's.
How do you know that's the curvature? How do you know that's the reason why the ship is disappearing?
Well, what would be another reason for this to happen?
Perspective.
Okay.
How do you know? The question was, how do you know?
Yeah, and you asked me a question. I asked you how that, and then you asked me the question.
Like this is just one basic single proof. You're right.
It's not proof. You can't even answer. How do you know that's the reason? How is it a proof? You don't even know why that's the reason.
Fugazi,
but like this is not
Fugazi. Your proof must be something else. You're using the Earth curvature as an excuse why the ship disappears bottom up. That means you must have another proof aside from that.
I just have a question to you. Like, if this happens, and we can all agree that this happens, okay? We can maybe
it only happens sometimes.
Yeah, all right. Sometimes not. But we can assume that the reason for this might be a flat Earth, not a flat Earth, a globe. That the Earth is round. This might be a reason for it.
Right.
We can all agree on this, right?
You're posing a potential reason. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
this
not
is a
proof.
potential reason. And then we look at other things.
So how do you find out if that's how do you find out if that's the reason?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we use other things and we try to measure other things, and then they also are true. And then we have many different things.
You can stack 20,000 assumptions and it doesn't prove anything. Okay?
No,
you said, hey, this could be a reason. Oh, shut up, dude. Why are you interrupting? So you got, okay, this could be the reason why the ship's disappearing. And then you can mention another thing. And it could be a globe, and that could be the reason for that. And it could be a globe, and it could be this reason for this third thing. And it could be, you have a bunch of could be's.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, nothing. You said they knew the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, they assumed that the Earth was a globe, and they were right.
I said, how did they observe? They did not observe the Earth to be a globe, dude. They made it up in their head.
Yeah, like they had an assumption that the Earth was round. Because
that's right. That means it's an idea. It's not observed. Observed means perceived with the senses, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So they didn't perceive a globe with their senses, right?
Not directly, but indirectly, yes.
Okay, no. They didn't not even indirectly, okay?
Oh, no.
They made up in their head, hey, I see a ship sail away. I can't imagine how that would happen on a flat surface. So it must be happening on a curved surface. But that's an idea.
Yeah.
But they didn't see that. But they didn't see the curved surface, did they?
They just assumed it to be.
Yeah, okay. They just assumed. So they didn't observe the Earth to be a globe. So what they saw was flat water extend out to a line. And something's past that horizon line, and it appears Sometimes they disappear bottom up. And they said, hey, dude, that happens on a curved surface. They were wrong because that happens on a flat surface too.
Why? Because of waves or what?
Who cares why? No, who cares why? We can demonstrate it happening on a flat surface. It doesn't matter what the why is.
So, but the flat
You
surface.
can do an experiment. We can do an experiment on a large flat surface, and we can get the exact identical optical effect. So we've done an experiment. We eliminate curvature as a variable, and we get the same result. Doesn't matter why. Because hold on, Fugazi. The claim is this. The conclusion is this can only happen on a curved surface. This I see the ship. It disappears bottom first. That can only happen on a globe. That's wrong.
How is it wrong?
Because we can demonstrate it on a flat surface.
And my question to you would be, do you mean the flat surface is bent, and do you mean like this?
No, no curved flat surface, just a flat surface.
And where did you prove this?
Side chat.
Been done on lakes.
On lakes, okay.
On a lake, right? So if you take a lake, right? So the horizon's supposed to be what you think is the curve of the Earth, where the curve starts. The ships sail over, right?
Yeah.
So if we take a small lake that's only 1,000 feet long. Now, should there be a horizon on a lake that's 1,000 feet long?
I don't know. Maybe
1,000 feet.
Yeah.
You think the curve of the Earth starts at 1,000 feet?
How much is 1,000 feet in meters? I'm not familiar.
I don't know. 330 meters.
I wouldn't say so. In 330 meters, I wouldn't say so.
Okay. So these tests have been done on 1,000 foot on a 330 meter lake. Okay. Take a little boat, sail it across, do it, and it disappears bottom up. According to the globe, the horizon should be 2,600 feet away, which is, 3 into 2,600. 700 meters. That's where the horizon should be, 700 meters away. But the boat disappears in 150 meters. Okay? So we know, we know that this lake, at least for the 1,000 feet, is flat.
Yeah.
And we can get the exact same identical visual effect.
Well, this is interesting. So it might be not good proof of them. Yeah. But there are also another
point was the Earth, that water that they observe a ship going over the horizon, that water's flat, right? The horizon is flat, right?
Yeah.
So that's what they saw. They saw flat horizon, they saw flat water. That's why I said we've all observed the flat Earth.
Yeah, but why would they see the tip of the ship first? Just because the horizon is flat. This doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't matter whether it makes sense. That's what happens.
So you're just saying
I can explain the answer I can explain why it happens, but you won't understand the answer.
Okay. Is it too complicated?
You won't.
Or is it
No, because the horizon's not a physical edgeable ball. The horizon moves around day to day, hour to hour. I could go out right at noon and say there was a buoy out there in the water, and it's 5 kilometers away, and I see the buoy right on the horizon. I could come back 2 hours later, and the horizon is past the buoy, and then I could come back an hour later, and then the horizon is in front of the buoy. So the horizon is not the edge of the ball; it moves around.
Yeah.
The horizon is an optical effect. It's created by optics. It's not created by geometry.
Yeah. Yeah. But if the horizon is very far away, you would still see the effects of a round Earth, you know?
Well, the horizon can't be the edge of that round Earth.
If it's really far away, it could be.
How would it move around?
Yeah, well, you said yourself that the horizon moves around, and if it's really far away, and the Earth
ball doesn't get bigger and smaller.
Okay, so if the horizon is the geometric end that you can see on a ball, if the horizon distance changes, that means the size of the ball would have to change.
No, but yeah, but I'm not arguing that the horizon is a geometrical, the thing.
Then what's the ship disappearing behind?
Yeah, I'm saying I also like the horizon is an optical thing you see. But if the horizon is really far away, you would also see the Earth being round.
What are you talking about?
Is the horizon the edge of the ball?
No.
Then how did the Greeks know that the Earth was observe the Earth was a ball by seeing
you said yourself.
If the ship disappeared behind the horizon, that's optical.
Like you said yourself that the horizon is only
that's right.
Moves. Yeah, so you can things that appear are yeah, and
yeah. Hey, Fugazi, do you understand that you said that ships going over the horizon was because of Earth curve? That's where you started. Now you're at ships disappear over the horizon because the horizon is some sort of optical effect.
Yeah, like the horizon is an optical effect because, like the air, yeah.
So what does ships disappear behind?
The horizon.
And what is that?
Is it the curve of the Earth?
Like it's when I don't know really how the horizon really why there's no horizon, but I would assume that I would assume that there's just air, the layers of air are stacking on top of each other, and then some light always bounces off this air, and there's maybe some molecules or other things that affect this effect, and that's why this happens. This doesn't have to be like the end of the Earth. Yeah, I would also agree on
when
that.
you say a ship goes behind it, down around the ball, if the horizon is optically created, that cannot be true. Okay, that's why we said sometimes this is observed. Okay, in fact, but it's not observed all the time, and it would be observed all the time if it was the geometric edge of a ball. I've seen a ship sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. Now the ship should have started disappearing behind the horizon at 4 miles, but I can see it for 30 miles, never disappearing.
Yeah. So, okay. So you say that you cannot see these effects yourself when you do the experiment yourself, right?
No,
you can't
what
either.
I'm
You
saying
just
is
never
the
tried.
meteorological conditions of the day dictate what you see. It has nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth. I could go out on one day and see one thing. I can go out on another day and see another thing.
Okay. Yeah, and
but every day I go out, the water and the horizon are both flat. The only thing that's going to change is where that horizon appears to be. It'll be closer, it'll be farther away.
Yeah. But like this thing I said before was, if my question, it would also be a question. Like what would happen if like the horizon was really further, like very, very far away from your point of observation? Like like 60 miles, you can see, you would be able to see the curvature of the Earth if the Earth was round. All right.
He doesn't understand. The horizon is supposed to be the limiting factor.
Yeah.
So what if I'm like 3 feet, 1 meter off the ground, and the horizon's 50 kilometers away?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the horizon from 3 feet off the ground is supposed to be 2 kilometers away, not 50.
Yeah, I don't really know these things, but my question just would be:
we do. That's why we're telling you.
We know you don't know.
Yeah. But like if the horizon is really far away, would you be able to see the geometrical curvature of the Earth?
How would you be able to see that?
Because you said that
you're not listening.
There is no geometric curve of the Earth to see.
The horizon at 1 meter high.
Listen, we can tell. Listen. There's a formula for calculating where the horizon should be on the globe. It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you get the height of the observer in feet, multiply it times the 1.22 miles, right? Multiply the square root of that height. So if it's 9 feet, square root of 9 feet is 3, right? So you multiply that with 1.22. So at 9 feet, the horizon should be 3.6 miles away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I go out and it's supposed to be 3.6 miles away, and I see it 30 miles away, if I see the horizon 30 miles, then no, I'm talking about the geometric horizon should be that far.
Yeah.
But we see a horizon way farther than that, 10 times farther than that.
Oh,
that's why we're here. Why do you think we're here? We're here because they told us the Earth is a globe. Okay, we went and checked. We found out that that can't possibly be true because the observations contradict that claim.
Okay, yeah. So
which is where we all started with this, right? This is where this started. What Jimmy Will said, right? He said, "You go out and measure it yourself," and he said, "Once you do, you'll be a flat earther," because he knows he's not afraid that if you go test the globe yourself, you're going to find out that it's not a globe. It can't be.
So you measured it yourself, like you took a boat and
I've
you
done my
measured.
Well, yeah, there's a website called marinetraffic.com where you can track ships. So I went to the beach and I tracked the ship going out to sea.
Okay.
And I can see it for 30 miles, which is 50 kilometers roughly.
Yeah. But did you see the light, or did you really? It was a day.
It was daytime.
Okay. Like this would be very interesting to see. Like if you would be able to see.
Well, the ship should be under the horizon completely. It should start vanishing at 6 miles. And at 30 miles, you still see it. Think about it.
Yeah, but you also calculated that you shouldn't possibly be able to see this boat, right?
Yeah, because we're testing the globe claim.
It's based on the circumference of the Earth and the radius.
Before you did your experiment, you calculated that you were not possible. There was no possibility that you would be able to see this boat, right?
No, what I did was I did the observation. I took screenshots. I filmed it with my camera. Took pictures. Then when I got home, I analyzed the video and said, "Hey, from this distance, from my observer height, where's the horizon? Should I be able to see this ship?"
You also knew the height of the ship, right? You also knew the height of the ship.
Well, I know look, it should be 420 feet under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet. I know it's not the tallest ship in the world. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I don't need to know the height of the ship because no ship is that tall.
Okay. And you also knew the spot where you stood, right?
Yes.
You took.
I know the elevation. Yes.
Okay. Like this would be interesting if all the people that would measure this themselves would find out that the Earth is flat. Like I would find this very interesting, because
that's what we tell people, though. We tell people don't trust us, don't trust NASA.
I would measure it myself.
It's a simple test. That's why we tell it. Like this is third grade geometry in a simple test. It's simple.
I like this idea of measuring it yourself. I really like this idea because, like oftentimes we take things for granted. Yeah, I like this idea, but I don't think
something I ask people all the time in this topic is, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out on your own?
I don't think so. I don't really think so.
Everybody says what you say. No, I would have never thought of it. I would have never figured it out on my own.
Yeah.
So they're basically admitting this idea comes externally from somebody else. Somebody told me the Earth's a globe. That I don't know it is. I heard it and I believed what I was told. And we're here telling everybody, hey, we know what you were told. We were told the same thing. But we went out and tested it. We checked. We did the fact check or whatever you want to call it. And the fact is, it's not a globe.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what got me into flat Earth? What sparked this for me? So on TV, there was a television weather report, and they showed a picture that one of the viewers had taken. It was of the Chicago skyline from 52 miles away, which is, I don't know, 70 kilometers, whatever, right? Well, it shouldn't be visible.
Yeah, and why shouldn't it be?
And I was like, and he said, this has to be a mirage. And I'm like, well, that can't be a mirage because mirages are double images. So I'm wondering why this meteorologist is saying that, why he's saying something which is obviously not true. And that just led me down the path. And it comes to find out, people have been seeing this, Chicago, from all the way across Lake Michigan for 80 fucking years. And nobody ever thinks anything of it because they think, well, it's just a giant globe. I should be able to see Chicago. It never crosses their mind that they're viewing something which breaks the globe. They just never even think of it.
Yeah, but I also would think like many physics and like many things you can also calculate yourself are based on the assumption that the Earth is flat, and there also work. So yeah, that's why I would think that the Earth is like
Well, the shape of the Earth or the surface feature of the Earth, whether it's curved or flat, that's not a physics question.
Yeah, of course it is. Like
it's just
you
math.
have the gravity. Yeah, but you have gravity, and you can then calculate the gravity.
What's gravity?
The sun. Yeah, the gravity is
What's
a force.
gravity?
And you can.
How do you know that gravity is a force?
Yeah, like you cannot. You are. So you are, when you jump up, you go down back again. So it's a force.
Okay, so that's gravity?
Yeah.
So it's just a calculation of acceleration. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Has what it is, nobody knows. It's just acceleration.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
all right, that doesn't make the Earth a ball.
Yeah, but then you can calculate like the gravity of the sun. You can calculate the gravity of the moon, and then you can calculate where the moon and the sun is. And then it would also really make sense that the Earth is also flat.
You can't calculate it using the acceleration on Earth. You can't calculate the gravity of the sun.
You can.
No, you can't.
You can calculate.
You're confusing big G with little g, dude. They're two different things.
Like you can calculate how, if the gravity of the Earth is because of the mass.
Can we agree that if the Earth is flat, then whatever gravity is, it's not making the Earth a ball?
Why? Even though it's like perfect sphere.
It's as close. If the Earth is a ball, it would be as close to a sphere, a perfect sphere, as you could possibly get. They say that the diameter across the equator and the diameter across the North and South Pole is only a difference of 26 miles, and that's over 8,000 miles. So it's about as close to a perfect sphere as you're going to get.
Exactly. Considering the gravitation in the center.
All right. So then where? So if you're 1.8 meters tall, how far away is the horizon when you stand at the water?
When I stand at the water, how far?
Yeah. Yeah. How far is the horizon?
I don't know. Horizon defined by the point that you can see, or the view, as far as you can see.
Well, when boats go over the curve, how far away is that?
I have no idea. I don't want to guess either. Why don't
well,
you?
Then why would you assume that it's the curve of the Earth? If you don't know and you don't want to guess.
I don't want to get into this, actually. I know how
is it hurting your brain?
No, it's actually interesting, this theory. Because I think, why would people, what have they to gain from hiding it? What is their secret?
They're not hiding it. They're not hiding it.
They just
Who said
don't
they're
know.
hiding?
I just presented you with a story.
You're choosing to believe us. You're choosing to believe one story.
I don't know.
You were taught a story, and you're choosing to believe it.
It's not a story. It's I don't. Basically,
It is a
You don't have
story.
any evidence.
But why? So
Because
all the moon landing.
you're gullible, man. That's why you're believing it. You're gullible.
Most people believe it for the same reasons you believe it. They were told it, and they've just accepted it, right? I used to believe it. Sheepdog used to believe it. Everyone in here that's a flat earther used to believe in the globe, right? We accepted the
All
story.
around the world.
Yeah, but it's just like, do you think your teachers that taught you the Earth is a globe, you think they actually knew anything? Think they ever did any tests or experiments?
Right.
Do you think your college professors that taught them the Earth is a globe gave them an
They only
experiment?
told us the basics, like Columbus.
Yeah, but did they do any experiments?
And the horizon.
stories are great, but science is decided by experiment. It's not decided by but the explanation. So no matter what your explanation is, such as the theory that gravity would form the Earth into a ball, that's fine. That's a great theory, but you would actually need to demonstrate it by experiment to call it scientific, right? You would actually need to go, if your theory was, hey, gravity forms the Earth into the ball, you would need an observation of that happening to call it scientific. Science
So if you go
is the
to
arbiter
zero
of
gravity,
science, the arbiter of the truth of a scientific. Listen, brother, this is very important. This is very important. The arbiter of the truth of a scientific claim is experiment. That is it.
Yeah. Occam's razor also. It's the most simple answer.
Occam's razor is
usually the
philosophy.
right one.
Yeah, you want Occam's razor with flat Earth? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. There, Occam's razor. No assumptions.
Oh, it looks flat, but you can't trust your own senses. It's really a ball.
Earth
Can I ask you
or flat
something?
Earth was interesting. I don't know.
Indio?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something, Indio?
Yeah, of course. Shoot.
If,
I think he's trying to ask Indio a question.
What,
if
Gabriel?
other planets are globes, why this is an exception? Why this is flat and other planets are globes? Because you can see with
Because the Earth isn't
a
in other
telescope,
planets.
you can
You
see
asked me a
with
question.
a
Can I
telescope
answer?
that other planets are globes. Even in
Okay.
this galaxy, on any other galaxy, all of them are globes. But why this is the unique planet that is flat?
Earth isn't a planet. Where did you
This
get the
is
idea
not a
Earth is a
planet,
planet?
and
Hold on.
other are
You're putting the
planets.
cart in front of the horse, Gabriel. Where did you get the idea Earth was a planet?
From school, I guess.
Yes, because
Have you ever observed
every
Earth to be a planet?
Not
yes,
really.
this is a planet. This is a planet
Yeah, how do you know
as
that?
any
How do you
other
know Earth is a planet, Gabriel?
because it's the same as others,
How do you
and
know?
others
No,
are
no.
planets.
Okay, it's the same. So there we go. There's the crux of the matter. Good. I'm glad you said it. So that is philosophical. That comes from the Copernican principle, invented by Nicholas Copernicus. That Earth has no unique position in the universe. And if you take that philosophical, because you can't prove that, right? Whether the Earth's unique or not, all evidence points to that the Earth is unique. It's the only place with life. It's the only place with liquid water. It's the only place with lots of things that we can observe.
But
So it
there
is
are
unique.
other planets that
So what do you
have
think about
water. This
Oh
is
my
not
God.
the unique planet with water. This is
It's not a
the
planet.
the only
It's
planet
just
with
unique in every
water.
sense. It's not a planet, okay? It's not in the category planet. So planet is a category of object. So can you tell me what you have observed about the Earth that would place it in that category of planet?
When did you see that this is
Why are
not
you
a
asking me a
planet?
question? Why
When
don't you
did
just
you
answer
see
my
that?
question? Answer my question, please.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that's what I thought. What have you observed about the Earth that would put it in the category planet? If I go outside, I look around, why would I say the Earth is a planet?
Because it is. Even if you call it, even if you call it as a planet,
I'm kidding.
even if you call it as a Earth, even if you name it as an Earth, is a planet.
How do you know it's a planet? What is the evidence?
And because it's like the third or fourth planet in the galaxy,
How do you
like every
fucking
other
Christ,
planet.
bro.
reasoning.
Yeah, dude.
So why
listen.
why this is
I'm
an
asking you how
exception?
you know that. What is the evidence for what you're saying?
I'm going to Google it.
They didn't give you any evidence.
Okay, no, you're not. We're not doing that. Go on, fucking mute, bro.
Okay, brother, tell me the definition of
Go
planet.
ahead, Ash. I'd rather deal with you.
Just tell me the definition of planet.
of a planet
Other than because I said so. Jesus Christ.
The definition of a planet is celestial body. So when I look up in the sky, I don't see the Earth. So how is the Earth a planet?
Okay, the definition of planet is a celestial body, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the Earth is celestial, meaning that it's in the sky. The Earth is not in the sky.
So you mean that asteroid is also a planet?
What? No.
Asteroid is also
No,
celestial.
dude. Celestial means in the sky, right? Up there, there's terrestrial, Earth, and celestial, not Earth.
So do you mean that stars are also a planet?
No, planet is the definition was wandering star. So it's the stars that move different than all the other background stars.
No, then what's the definition between like star? Star is also celestial?
Stars are fixed.
Star is what?
They all move fixed relative to each other. The ones that don't, the ones that move different are called planets. This all comes from the Greek. But the thing is, what makes you think Earth is one of those? Jesus Christ, Gabriel.
So how are you classify the Earth is not a
Hold
planet?
on.
He's fixed.
Hmm?
Gabriel's having a meltdown.
Hold on. Somebody's getting banned. Just wait a minute.
He said, I mute people when I don't know the answer. No, you got muted because I'm not debating Google.
No, you're not debating the Google. Just tell me the definition.
No,
Hold on, Ash. Be quiet for just a minute.
Talk about Gabriel, Ash. Gabriel, not you.
Okay, I understand.
You look, bro. I can tell you're hardly paying attention to what's being said to you. So pay attention.
Yeah, he's probably reading from Chat GPT also. Ash, are you typing things in the Chat GPT?
I'm not even typing.
No, not right now. But I mean, is this what your plan is? We're going to answer questions, and then you're going to type things in the Chat GPT.
Nah, I don't use ChatGPT. By the way.
So did you notice the thing I asked them for, Ash? I asked Gabriel. I asked him for evidence. So us here, we're concerned with evidence. We know the claims. We know the claim that Earth is a planet. We know the claim. We know all the claims. We want the evidence for the claims. What's the evidence that claim that Earth is a planet is actually true? And evidence would be the form of observation, experiment, something. I've never observed the Earth to be a planet. You've never observed the Earth to be a planet. Sheepdog has never observed the Earth to be a planet. So how do we know that claim that Earth is a planet is true?
So what's Earth? Like, how do you explain the Earth?
Oh my gosh.
How do I explain the Earth? What do you mean? What does that even mean?
I'm just trying to know your viewpoint.
Someone please help.
Dude, you asked what is the Earth? So What's underneath your feet? Is that, what do you call that? This place that we live.
You said explain the Earth.
Yeah, jeez.
Like, give me a definition of Earth according to you.
Terra firma,
Oh my
underneath
gosh.
your feet, bro. You're standing on it, including the water in the ocean. You disagree with that? Disagree with that, Ash? That Earth is the ground under your feet? And Fugazi's deafened and muted, but he's in the text chat. What the hell? God damn, what'd you guys do to him? He was seemingly civil in here, and now he's spazzing out in the text chat.
About gravity, he disagrees with Einstein, I guess. That's okay, though. He can disagree with Einstein if he wants to support Newtonian mechanics.
I just want to know how he got fucking the gravitational pull of the sun from dropping something.
What?
Dude said you can drop something, measure its acceleration, and get the gravitational pull of the sun from that.
Yeah, like okay. So yeah, this is
That's
maybe.
cool, bro. The idea that you can get the gravitational pull of the sun from dropping a freaking brick on Earth is just it's so out of it. Look, brother.
I would. Yeah, maybe that doesn't work because like the sun has a different density than the Earth would have. So yeah, you're right. But the thing I just wanted to say is that gravitational forces are real forces, and it's the only thing you can say and you can measure yourself. But this is not an argument about the Earth being round or flat.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, Fugazi. T-Dub was telling you in modern science, gravity is not a force, and it hasn't been a force for 100 years. In Einstein's theory of relativity, gravity is not a force.
Yeah, in Einstein's theory of relativity, he talks about little things. He doesn't talk about big things. He talks about electrons. He talks about protons.
No, he's about bending of space-time and black holes and all that shit.
Things. He talks about fast things that are at the speed of light. He doesn't talk about things that are just,
Einstein's theory of general relativity is a theory of gravity.
Gravity, like no.
Where do you think the idea of black holes come from? It's the Schwarzschild solution. Listen, brother. Black holes, right? Black holes come from the reason they thought black holes exist is there's something called the Schwarzschild solution to general relativity. Okay, it's Schwarzschild's limiting thing where the smallest radius you can have where you have basically a collapsing fucking mass. Okay. Yeah. That is in the Einstein's theory of relativity. It's a gravitational theory.
Yeah.
You're talking about the theory of special relativity, which is different. I'm talking about general relativity.
I don't know what you call what are these names, but I can just tell you the theory of like you said general gravitational. I don't know general
relativity.
I don't know. Yeah, this is general relativity, but I talk about like the thing. The force that is pulling you.
No forces in general relativity. There's no forces.
Yeah.
There's no forces.
But I talk. Yeah.
Want me to post citations, Fugazi? I'll post citations from academic sources. Okay. It says gravity is not a force.
It's okay. But like the thing you can observe yourself. You can observe yourself that the gravity is a force. You can observe it yourself. You don't have. You
I've
don't
never
need
seen
those
it.
academics.
How do you observe it? What is a force? What is a force, buddy? Is he breaking up for you too?
Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
robot.
my mic broke away. My mic broke away. So the thing I wanted to say is you can observe gravity as a force yourself because if you jump up, you are being pulled down, and it doesn't matter what Einstein. Okay, and how is it wrong? Explain.
How does that make that in Einstein's theory?
I don't talk
the
about
Earth
Einstein.
would be accelerating
Einstein-
up to you. In Einstein's theory, the Earth would
I
be
don't talk about
accelerating up to
Einstein.
you. There would be no force. It would be the contraction. It would be the lowest energy geodesic using the principle of least action, which made you fall down, not a force.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I
So
don't
look in
talk
the
about
side
Einstein.
chat. I just posted 5 citations from academic sources.
Why do you need Einstein
Gravity
for
is
this?
not a force, Fugazi. You're not arguing with
not-
us. Fugazi, you're not arguing with us. You're arguing with all of academia.
Yeah, but like you don't need Einstein. You don't need Einstein. You don't need these academics to understand like basic physics. Like, okay, I understand you
Okay, Fugazi.
Yeah.
Listen to this. I let my pen go, it goes down. Outside of witnessing it go down, outside of measuring how long it takes for it to go down, what is the cause?
Like we have a name for this. We have a name.
Yeah,
Physics
that's
has a name for
excellent.
this, and it's
Hey,
called
listen
gravity.
carefully. Whoa, slow down. You're getting excited, son. Listen carefully. Science, to date, does not know what the causational mechanism of down is.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I don't even argue this. Like this is known. Everybody knows this. Who knows a bit of physics? Like this is not. We don't.
You
know
didn't listen to what I said. If science to date does not know what the causational mechanism is, how come you're still blurting the word gravity out?
Because it is a description for this relationship. Okay.
So it's not a force then.
The relationship between what?
Of course, it is between the thing you pulled up and it went down. It was pulled down back again. Like it's the same force.
Pulling is a force.
Pull down.
So I'm just going to read out what AI, Google's AI mode says when you ask it to describe Einstein's theory of gravity.
Yeah,
It
but
says
like this,
Einstein.
this
Einstein.
doesn't have to do
Listen.
anything with Einstein.
Yes,
doesn't
this
have
is
to
what
do
this is the mainstream rhetoric. Okay, look, that's the
The
mainstream
this is
rhetoric.
not mainstream. Like this is
Yes, this is mainstream. This is mainstream.
Yeah, but this.
Are you going with something that's different to that? So this is what
No.
they're teaching people. This is what they're teaching people in universities.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, of course it's mainstream, but like
Right.
this has to do about like big.
No, this has to do with why motion occur. Motion of physical objects occurs. This is why. This is what they're teaching people. Are you disagreeing with that? It's okay
No,
if you
no.
do. It just means you have to support your own position on it.
No,
One that
I just meant
one that is not a consensus. That's all.
Okay. I meant I meant something different. I meant
Okay.
like
Right.
so. You talked about general relativity, all right? Like the theory of general. I don't know how it's exactly called in English, but yeah, you
You're
talked
doing it
about
fine.
this, right? Huh?
You're fine. General relativity. You're good.
Yeah. Okay. And like I know these formulas that Einstein said only work if you have like very high, if you're very fast, or you have very high masses, or you have anything different than this. Okay. This doesn't apply to basic physics. You can.
Okay, Fugazi.
Yeah.
So let's just say I've got a ball that weighs 1 kilo, right? That falls under Newtonian gravity, but as soon as it becomes bigger, so what's the threshold? At what point does it switch gravities? See how stupid your statement is now when you've just realised that you've got to contend with two different ones?
Look, the difference between them is.
I will reply to you in a minute.
What you said was partially correct. You don't need to do what's called a gamma correction for the Lorentz contraction until you get into large mass or high acceleration. You don't. It's not necessary. Okay. So what they do is they linearize Einstein's field equations in what's called the weak limit. That means below these high accelerations and these high masses. And they're mathematically equivalent to Newton's theory, but the causal mechanism is not a force. It's the geometry of space-time. There's no forces in Einstein. In fact, mass is defined as resistance to acceleration. It's not even defined the same. But that's all fine and dandy because it has nothing to do with dropping something. Okay? You're conflating two different ideas. Little g, which is the acceleration of an object falling on Earth, which we know empirically from measuring it. Outside of theory, we knew that before Newton even came along. We could measure the 9.8 meters per second squared. We don't need any theory to know that. Now, the claim that it's a force that's causing it and some pull toward the Earth, that's a theory. That's Newton's theory, okay? Which is not. Shit, dude. How much of that got missed?
Only about 1 second.
Oh, okay, cool. So Newton's came from a geometric relationship, and it's not based upon any type of experiment. The point is you can't get the gravity of the sun from dropping something on Earth. We know the speed of that acceleration just from measuring it. See, this is the problem with gravity that we always get into when we talk about this, is that the way they teach it has turned people's mind into mush. They don't tell people that there's a distinction between the little g and the big G, in that there's that the little g is just known from measuring it, right? We just know it from measuring. We can just measure it. We don't need a theory to know what it is. Now, when you start saying, hey, that little g, that falling, that's caused by mass attracting mass. And that's what makes the moon orbit the Earth and the Earth orbit the sun. And that gives the sun a gravitational pull. All that shit is hypothesis and theory. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's completely different than the little g.
Yeah, but I have a question. Because you can measure, like, the gravitational pull of the Earth. You can measure this, and you can say,
Really?
yeah, like this. Yeah,
How?
I can measure it right now. What?
How?
Yeah, I put my pen a few centimeters above my table, for example, and then I measure the time it takes to be back at my table.
And
let it go. And that's how I'm able to calculate the gravitational pull.
Okay.
The
Can
force.
you tell us how you're calculating that from the time?
How man, this is just
I want you to tell us, explain it to us, how you're calculating that from the rate of fall.
So, I have a question.
So you're going to use Newton's second law, right? So you're going to use Newton's second law. You have the mass of the pen, right?
Yeah.
But the force required to accelerate the force required to accelerate the object is dependent on the mass. That way, you drop a mass and you drop a bowling ball, and they both fall at the same rate. So it's just canceling out It's canceling out anyway.
What's canceling out?
Because the force required to dude, the second mass, the Earth, is canceling out.
What is it canceling out?
Okay. Because the force required to accelerate the pen has a mass.
Yeah.
But because it has a mass, it takes a certain amount of force to accelerate it to 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Needs a certain force. What if I take an object with a larger mass?
It takes the same time.
Like a bowling ball or a freaking car or an airplane.
Yeah, it takes the
and
same
I drop that. Well, it takes more force to accelerate the airplane, right?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Because the plane has more mass.
Yeah.
Where's the extra force coming from?
Bro, do you know it?
I'm asking you.
Why are you asking me? Like this is
Because
just,
when we do the
this is just
measurement,
what we see.
no matter what we
It's just what
drop, it falls at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's independent of the Earth, dude. You cannot do any
yeah, like this-
experiment.
this
But,
is
brother,
ridiculous.
brother. You cannot do
This
any
is ridiculous.
experiment which will show you that the Earth is causing that.
Yeah, but oh god, oh, this is just okay.
There's no experiment you can
it-
do, because to do this experiment, right, you would need your independent variable. Your dependent variable would be your effect. You're dropping the pen and measuring its acceleration. That's the observed natural phenomenon, the effect. To figure out the cause of that, you need an independent variable, which you would vary and manipulate. Okay, so
If you do it in
we
space,
manipulated the masses. Hold on, we manipulated the masses. We used a bowling ball or an airplane or something else versus a pen, but it fell at the same rate. So your
yeah, okay, I
manipulation
understand
of the
what you're-
variable didn't change the fact, which means that's not the cause.
So no, it doesn't say anything about
Repeat
the
back
cause.
to me what I just said to you, Fugazi.
I just want to tell you the only thing.
Yeah, you didn't listen to a fucking word that was said.
Yeah, but if you would listen to me, you would understand what I mean. Because you don't know what I mean, and you're just mad. And this doesn't make any sense.
There's a way in science you figure out the cause of an effect.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
science.
but I want to say. Can I say something? Can I have a word, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Try and pull more smoke up our ass.
The only thing you would observe in this experiment is that the force on an object with a
You're
certain mass
presupposing.
is
That's the thing you're trying to prove. You're trying to presuppose the conclusion, dude.
so the yeah, but
You
it's
haven't demonstrated there's a force.
So you say I haven't demonstrated that it's a force. Okay, so why does the pen go back?
Why are you
down
asking
into
me a question? Demonstrate it's a force.
Okay, so what is a force? Do you know what a force is? Do you know what a force is?
Yeah, a fictitious concept.
Okay, so like this is just ridiculous what you think. I just really like this is just basic
Ridiculous
physics.
what I think. Yeah,
I know.
sure.
I understand what you mean. Like I understand what you mean. I guess okay. Yeah, okay.
You don't
Maybe
know how
the
to do an
Earth is not round.
experiment to figure out the cause of an effect, dude.
Can I just have a word? Okay, maybe the Earth is not round. Okay, maybe the Earth is flat. But to argue like basic physics is just ridiculous.
You don't know any
okay, maybe you
basic
cannot.
physics, Fugazi. You don't know any basic physics.
Like
You
it's
just
just
proved-
hard to me explain. It's just hard to me explain for me to explain in English because like it's
Okay.
not my native language. If
Okay,
you would give me
fine.
some time, if you would give me some time.
You know what an independent variable is?
Yeah, of course I know. Of
You know
course
what
I
an
know.
independent variable is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, how do you figure out the cause, the phenomenon that's causing a change in the dependent variable?
You change a
manipulate-
variable and
Hold
see
on,
if
hold
the
on.
result
You manipulate
changes.
hold on, dude. You manipulate the independent variable, right?
The independent or the dependent? Is it right? You said
The dependent variable in this case would be the falling object.
Yes. Yes. Of course. Yes. Yes.
So
because if
how
you
do
change
we
the mass,
look, bro? How do we manipulate the cause of that in such a way we can determine what the cause is?
we're not able to.
Oh, there we go. So you're saying it requires a force, dude. You just admitted that you don't know that because you can't do the experiment.
We can observe a force, but we
No,
cannot
you're just
explain
saying
why
it.
the force exists.
You're not observing a force, dude. You're observing a force
can
falling
predict it.
off an object.
I can prove to you that we know that there's a force because we can
What
predict
color
this
is the
force.
force?
Eh?
What color is it?
Because it doesn't matter. Like, why does the force need a color? What are you talking
Because
about?
we need an observed phenomenon, dude.
What?
What? Okay. I mean, I don't know where else to go with this.
Yeah,
Look,
I
brother,
really try to listen to you and understand to you. Like I'm not mad at you or anything. I'm just trying to understand what you say. But
Fugazi, the reason you're trying to understand is because you've been taught a very particular set of things at school.
I'm not being told anything. All right, you don't know anything.
So you don't. So here's you trying to tell us about physics, but yet you don't know anything about physics. So which
Okay,
one is
so
it? Do you know about it or not?
Fugazi, how do you know that the reason an object falls is because of a force.
Because that's the word we gave to this context. Okay? It's
So
not
instead
more,
of
it's
using
not
the
less.
word acceleration, we use another word called force.
Yeah, we just use
So it's just
a
a different word.
It's, not, it's just a word, yes. It's not
So it has
something
no
special, not
ontology.
something magic.
Great. So it has no ontology. It has no independent existence by itself.
What do you mean by that?
It means it
what's
has
the-
no. It doesn't really. Forces don't really exist. It's a placeholder for acceleration.
Conceptual.
It's
There's a context you
placeholder
can
for.
describe with the
God, dude,
word.
all you do is fucking talk over. It's a
Yeah, you also do
placeholder
that, like-
word for acceleration and deceleration, right?
Multiply
just a word.
by the mass.
Yes,
Do
no,
forces
that's
actually exist
Yeah.
physically?
What?
Do forces exist physically?
Yes, because it's a context. It's a word for a special context.
What are they made of then? What is a force made of then?
What is this question? What is the force
It must
made
be
of?
if it's physical,
It's
then it
just
should
a
be able to
model.
be
It's just a
measured.
model.
It's just a model.
Yes, of course, it's just a
Right.
model.
So it doesn't.
Yes.
Right. So it
Huh?
doesn't necessarily exist physically in reality.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I understand what you mean now, and I understand what. Okay, yeah, it's true. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Basically, it doesn't
It's
exist.
fictitious.
But
Yeah,
you said we can determine it's a force by looking at it.
Yeah, we have a model for
What are we looking at?
this context. We have a model for this context, and on this model, based on this model, we can make predictions, and that's why it exists.
That's not how we do
all-
this. Yeah, but that's not how we predict how something falls. We know the rate that something falls empirically, meaning we measured it lots of times. That's how we know it. We don't know it from a model. We know it from experiment.
Yeah. And the experiment proves the
thing,
model.
brother.
And the experiment proves the
No,
model.
we know it independent of a model, brother. We knew 9.8 meters per second squared before any model, any theory of gravity ever existed.
No. Oh yeah.
Dude, you
Yeah,
could
we
literally
observed
not
it.
have any fucking thoughts in your head whatsoever. And
Okay,
take a
all right.
fucking radar gun and measure the acceleration of a falling fucking object and know what it is.
Yeah, but
you don't need to know anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all we're pointing out. Little g, is known empirically from experiment.
Yeah.
In fact, they even voted on what the value is. Literally voted. Okay. It's even the laws in some countries, even in the laws of some countries. So
because
the
it's
point
not-
is
because
that is known empirically. It's like a law of nature. It just happens. Now, the other stuff that comes behind it, what causes it? Why does it happen? Is it a pull? Is it a push? Is it entropy? Is it the bending of space-time? All those are theories. But none of them you can't do the experiment, as you admitted, required to determine whether a falling object, that's the reason why the object falls. We can hypothesize and come up with a model and incorporate that falling into the model, which they've done with Newtonian gravity, right? They've said, well, if something falls at 9.8 meters per second squared and the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then we can infer from the inverse square law that the Earth has such and such a mass, right? We can do
but
that
that's not
and
what I'm arguing
incorporate it
about.
in there, but we don't know that that's the reason.
Yeah, but it really makes sense if you look at it, because
It really
like
makes
the
sense.
moon.
Lots of things make sense, dude. Making sense is no standard.
Yeah, but like the moon also has like this gravitational pull, and like the Earth, the moon is.
These are claims. These are claims, dude, that you're making. Once again, you've gone back into the thing that you told us earlier that you take for granted. Everything that you're telling us right now, you've only taken for granted. You have no evidence of the things that you're saying.
Yeah, but I can see there are just. I understand what I mean and what you mean, and in some sense you're right, because like it's better to not take everything for granted, but also sometimes it's just better to just follow these models and to follow everything, Because maybe you will end up in a point where you understand more than you would be able to understand if you don't follow these models.
Well, let's see if it's true. Let's see if it's true. Let's see if these models that you're describing are only conceptual. You have to remember that. And let's see if they hold any water. So let's look at the model. Okay, so according to the model, would you agree that everything falls in a vacuum at 9.8 meters per second?
No.
You wouldn't agree with that?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that because like the Earth has just some points of the Earth are bigger, so there's more mass attracting it, and there's some places where the Earth is a bit smaller, and so it's not a constant for the whole of the Earth. Yes.
Okay, so what about the things that go upwards?
What goes upwards?
Well, let's take for instance gas. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions.
Right.
Okay, so where's gravity all of a sudden? Now all of a sudden the gas is going everywhere. It's not going down at all.
Because the density of the gas you talked about is less than the density of the air. So it goes up.
Gas and air are the same thing. Air is gas.
No. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I don't know which gases you talked about. Like
all of them.
Gas. I don't know. Which gases.
All of the gases go freely and randomly in all directions. All of them.
Because the density is smaller than the density of air.
Gas is air. Air is gas. All of them go freely and randomly in all directions. Okay. So what happened to gravity?
Yeah, I just explained to you. Because the density of these things you talked about is smaller than the density of air.
Air is gas.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with gas? Okay, what does it have to do?
Dude, you're telling me that some places on the Earth things go down at a different rate than other places. Yeah. And now I'm giving you an example of gas being molecules moving freely and randomly in all directions everywhere on Earth. This is what they do.
Freely and randomly?
Yes, this is physics. This is known. And you're saying gas is less dense than gas, which doesn't make any sense.
So you say they go these gases go also up, right?
Yes.
That's what you said. Yeah.
Yes.
And my argument for that would be because the density of the gas you talked about, and it doesn't matter that air is also a dense.
You're not even answering. You're not answering the question. You're saying gas is different than gas. The density of gas is different than gas. That makes no sense.
I have a question to you. Is the density of every single gas the same?
The density of it? That's a good question. I don't really know.
Yeah, because it's not.
It depends actually on the energy state more than anything, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but the density of every gas is not the same. Yeah, it depends on the energy
could you show me how you would prove that?
What?
What you just said, that the density of gas is not all the same.
Because some gases go up, some gases go down. Like
that's not true. It's a homogeneous mixture.
Yeah. This is hard to make a homogeneous mixture. Is very hard. Like you cannot make this.
No, it's dude. What you're breathing right now is essentially nitrogen, CO2, and oxygen, and they're all mixed together. So they're homogenized. So there's no stratification of gases. So what you're claiming is incorrect.
Like that's an interesting claim.
It's not a claim. It's just what we observe. Where are the gases stratified?
You didn't observe anything. You didn't observe the.
This is what we observe. I'm breathing the air. They've tested the gas.
CO2? Do you see the CO2?
No, you don't see any of it. It's called gas. It's impossible. Its angular size is too small. Don't you understand? Dude, why are you laughing at me? You're telling me gas is less dense than gas, and you're laughing at me?
Yeah, because not every single gas is the same.
In what context?
I guess that's it.
That is it. So there's no gravity because the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. The clouds They're maintaining their altitude most of the time in one place, unless there's a change in energy in the air, by the way, and they will go up or down, or they grow taller, or depending on, the density of the air. You can have two different layers of density of air, although it's still homogeneous, but one's warm, one's cool. One's above the other, one's below the other. And then they try to, equalize, and then they'll get in a big fight, and then you'll have a thunderstorm or wind. But none of that gas is actually falling to the earth. Gravity is something that you've taken for granted, just like the globe Earth. I'm sorry, someone gave you bad information.
So I just posted a citation from a paper that detailing studies of trapped gases in caves underground. Talks about how there's no heavy gas stratification, only a thermal radiation.
Yep.
Did that guy go away?
I guess he ran away.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys didn't let him succeed. He kept trying to characterize I just can't believe you guys don't understand the science that I read in my middle school science textbook glossary. Great job, everybody. Because every time he got pinned into the wall, he was trying to squirm out of it, so it's not surprising that he ran away.
Hey, did you hear the audio I played this morning?
Me?
Anybody? I don't know if any of you people are in here. I want to play this because it's so good. It's just awesome. I got this off of I got this off of I got it off of X, but I think it originally might have been on TikTok or something. But it's great. Listen to this crap. This is a mainstream physicist. This isn't some crazy flat earther. Just give me 1 sec. I gotta play it in the bot.
Man, what I thought if there was a flat earth or a sphere earth, it doesn't matter, because if there is no one to ask question or debate about things that are beyond our imagination or out of the box, this is also important.
That's right up. That's right. What I'm. Listen, dude, you're right up my alley, man. That's exactly what I'm going to play. Is something about imagination.
So it's a good thing or bad thing?
Good thing.
To a point, it's a good thing. You don't want to imagine you're Superman and jump off a building. That's not.
No, not that kind of imagination, but imagination that can think out of the box, because there are things that humans are not capable of understanding, and eventually human discovered everything. So why not another man can discover anything else? We just say that he is stupid and he don't know about anything. We have facts about everything. He was talking about shit.
I agree, but everybody needs to hush up. I'm playing this audio, man. It's only like a minute or something. It's a minute long.
By the YouTube community here or what?
It makes me sad. And I don't just mean Star Trek. I mean any franchise that's about big spaceships flying around the galaxy. And I don't find it depressing for the reason you might think. I don't look at this and say, well, I wish I could go on adventures around the galaxy. I wish this stuff existed in my lifetime instead of the future. I find it depressing because when you go to look up, well, when will we have something like this? Interstellar travel, never. Allow me to explain. In any franchise like this, when they talk about how their ships work, it's always some kind of literal magic. It's a warp drive or hyperspace or wormholes. It all comes down to some kind of a magic portal that basically lets them skip the long distances. So they are effectively traveling many, many times the speed of light because they just go in here and pop out there. You need to understand that from a scientific perspective, this is no different from if in their engine room they just had a wizard with a magic wand. This is purely a plot convenience dreamed up by fiction writers. There is absolutely no scientific theoretical framework for ever being able to transport a spaceship around the cosmos this way. See, the issue is that because there are no shortcuts through space as there are in fiction, you have to distances, and the distances are much greater than the average person understands. For example, right now we are trying to go to Mars, and Mars, when it is at its closest to Earth, is about 35 million miles. That's doable at a cost of up to $500 billion, $500 billion, because this thing doesn't just need to fly for tens of millions of miles, but it needs to be able to keep the astronauts alive for years. Everything has to work perfectly for years without any opportunity to stop for repairs or resupply or refueling. It's cutting-edge technology that has to be tested relentlessly to make sure it will not fail during this entire time and that it can hold up to the unimaginable stresses of space. So let's imagine we do that, and I think we will. And we say, okay, now let's upgrade that to do interstellar travel to get to the next nearest star. What you're saying is we need to upgrade this thing so that it can make that $500 billion Mars trip 700,000 times in a row without stopping. And some of you have already done the math and said, well, now hold on, if it takes months to get to Mars, that would take tens of thousands of years to get to the next star. And you're right, at the speed this thing goes, to make that trip in a many thousands of times faster than this, meaning you need engines that are many thousands of times more powerful and that can carry many thousands of times more fuel. With even the most fantastic futuristic technology you can imagine, you still need a craft the size of a city because you have to bring everything. The people on here have to have everything they need to live for decades. The energy required to get this thing up to the speed you need it to go would be many, many more times than all of the energy ever produced on Earth combined. And I know what you're saying. You can't predict where technology is going to go. 200 years ago, they could not have conceived of something like an iPhone. That's true, but this also proves my point if you stop and think about it. The technologies you need to casually invent in your sci possible, like the ability to produce a near infinite amount of energy from a tiny amount of fuel, or the ability to manufacture infinite food and water and medical supplies out of thin air. The last thing you would ever use them for is to travel to another star, because you're talking about technologies that would render life on Earth a utopian alien paradise beyond all imagination. For example, earlier when I was talking about the incomprehensible timescales, some of you were shouting at your phone saying, what about hypersleep and suspended animation? But think about what you just said. Look, to do this, all we need to do is to solve for human immortality, to find a technology that makes the human body not age. So what you're saying is that in order to make this possible, you simply need to get life on Earth to a stage where everyone is basically living as a god. By the time we got to that point, there would be no reason to do this. If the issue is running out of room on Earth, we could build an orbiting megacity that could house 100 million people. That would be much, much easier than this. And if you say, but the natural instinct of humans is to go out and explore and to colonize other places, my answer would be that we actually have a planet very nearby that is very similar to Earth but just has some very harsh conditions, and we've not bothered to colonize it yet. It's called Earth. Most of our surface is ocean, and we've not built cities on the ocean floor because why? Nobody wants to be trapped inside a tiny pressurized facility in a hostile environment cut off from everything. And the better and more comfortable life becomes on land, the less appealing that looks. This is fantasy in the same way that The Lord of the Rings is fantasy. It's just a mechanism for storytelling, for heroism and adventure. But we have no possible future that actually looks like this.
That's interesting. Do you don't have the guy's name, because I downloaded the clip and I I'd like to put a name to it.
Yeah.
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 I know his name, but I can't tell you right now because I can't remember. It's on my Facebook feed. He's got tons of good content.
All right.
That was really good. I enjoyed listening to that.
Yep.
You ain't going anywhere.
There's more physicists as well that have gone through all the actual math, and they can show it to you, like the fuel to ship size ratio, the radiation shielding to ship size, ship to fuel weight ratios. And in order to supplant them, you have to add more fuel, which means you add more weight, which means you need to add more fuel. It's like an insurmountable physics problem. And he's right. The only solution out of it is magic, literal magic.
I don't know, man. If we roam around the planets, is there any kind of other element? Like, we know the elements on our Earth that's producing that kind of energy. Maybe there was another element that can produce far more energy.
Whoa, bro, what do you mean? Isn't it E equals MC squared? Oh, you're just gonna throw E equals MC squared in the trash can?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying about the element of the energy.
Dude, the only way to convert elements into propulsion is to either mechanical propulsion, like in a tire with a controlled explosion, or an expulsive explosion, which thrusts you in the other direction.
You are going into a theory part. I'm not going into a theory part. I'm talking about.
Well, hold on, brother. I know, but listen, I'm telling you, physicists have actually done the math on if you power your engine with the largest nuclear explosions we know of. That wouldn't even be sufficient. So if you had a nuclear explosion going off in the back of your ship every nanosecond, it wouldn't be enough propulsion to get you there.
All I want to just say that there are certain things that humans don't understand, and maybe there are more things. Yeah, you can say the magic. There are more things that are ready to be undiscovered or waiting to be discovered. I'm just saying that.
But you know what, friend? There are some famous guys in the history of heliocentrism that have actually tried to solve this problem by appealing to the supernatural. So, in other words, in their own words, they want to tap into otherworldly, extra-dimensional, sentient entities that have power of a Cthulhu Lovecraftian nature to get their energy and bring it into our dimension so we can power space flight and all this other fantasy nonsense.
Yo. Hello.
Hello.
Is the sun flat as well?
Who cares? Why does that matter? The hell's that got to do with anything?
If the sun's also if the sun's a sphere, then it makes sense the Earth would be a sphere.
Well, how does that make sense? Explain it to us.
Because gravity.
Because the sun's a sphere, the Earth would also be a sphere because gravity. That makes no sense, bro.
Because gravity is the mass. So you have the sun being a big ball of mass. Then you have the Earth, apparently a disk. How would that disk not collapse on itself and then create a sphere?
Gravity is a natural force that pulls objects toward one another.
Okay.
And also,
that was excellent globe proof. Yeah, that's awesome globe proof. Are you going to let me answer your question? Or are you going to answer it for me? Okay. First of all, you said a lot of things wrong. Okay. We don't think the Earth is a space disk orbiting the sun. Okay. And no, the Earth would not collapse because it's made of solid material. So even if I granted you the entire theory of gravity, does not mean the Earth would collapse. I can give you an academic paper which demonstrates this. So regardless, It doesn't logically follow that because the sun is a sphere, the Earth would be a sphere. That's a non sequitur.
Could you send me over like the academic paper?
Yeah, hold on.
Thank you.
Okay, so if your theory was, so say you have let's accept your hypothesis. You have a hypothesis. Gravity would form the Earth into a sphere. Shouldn't we be able to measure that? The Earth to actually be a sphere? Wouldn't we have to confirm that by measuring?
So what we can do is
Would we have to confirm it? The hypothesis.
Yeah, we can confirm it.
Okay, yeah, so that's how science works, right? You have a hypothesis, and then you do an observation, a test, a measurement to confirm your hypothesis, right?
I've done one. I'd love to share it with you, my friend.
Please do.
What's
I can prove. Hold on, brother. I offered an experiment, so he said I could show it. So I'm gonna tell you my experiment. So I proved that something where the tension is linear across the plane will not collapse. It's called a bicycle tire.
Huh? I don't get that.
Yeah. Listen, a bike tire is round. It's oriented in a planar fashion around an axis. And then it's connected with wires which are pulling equally in every direction, yet it doesn't collapse. There you go, proven.
A bicycle tire is a useful analogy, but it doesn't apply to planetary bodies like Earth. A tire is held together by engineered materials and internal air pressure, not by gravity alone. Planets behave differently.
Gravity doesn't make up structures, my friend. Holy crap. I yield the floor.
Gravity
All right.
does hold stuff, though.
Just quickly, Stitches. Right. So Rabbit has been here before in an event where we said free nitro for a proof of the globe. So they said, is that still up for grabs? So they said that they the globe, and so go ahead, Rabbit. Present your globe proof.
One second, Rabbit. Stitches, it's in the chat what you wanted, the academic paper.
All right.
Let's check this out. Keywords. Who's this by? This is by AC Top.
Okay, do it. Mute yourself, bro. We don't want to hear you think out loud.
Sorry.
If you don't mute yourself, I'm going to mute you.
Okay, so we...
So I can start?
Yeah, go ahead, Rabbit.
Thank you. My name is, you can call me Rabbit. So I would like to start with, if it's possible, to hear your theory so I can break it down for you, DJ, please.
What's that?
Yeah, I just want to hear why Earth is flat, just from your perspective, so I can break it down for you.
Oh no, you're supposed to be proving that the Earth's a globe.
Oh, is that only that way?
Well, that's what you said. Okay, so you said when can we start? But before that, you said you could prove that the Earth's a globe. So, can I still prove it and get nitro? And I said yes. You have the floor in VC. So, did you mean prove the globe?
Yes.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
Right. So, the Earth is a globe, not flat, and there are several clear lines of evidence that prove this. This proves from direct observations, simple experiments, and etc. Let's start from lunar eclipse shadow. During a lunar eclipse, Earth passes around shadow on the moon. Only a spherical object always casts around shadow from any angle. Our time zone and sun movement. The sun rises and sets at a different time across the world. This is because the Earth is round and rotates. Okay, you might be hearing airplane ships, so I will skip that. Or star patterns. The stars you see at night change as you travel north or south. This shift matches what we would expect on a curved surface. So this observation together make a strong case that Earth is a globe.
Okay, so all of those explanations pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe in the first place. So that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. So we're looking for empirical evidence that the Earth is a globe, because that's the prerequisite of all of those claims. So you know what a prerequisite is, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so we're looking for the prerequisite to be validated in reality. Not just explanations. It's like, well, if the Earth was a globe, then when we see an eclipse, it would be caused by the curvature of the Earth, or this kind of thing. It's you know what I mean?
Yeah. To give empirical evidence that Earth is a globe, we need proof that does not assume around Earth in evidence. This means using direct measurements and experiments anyone can repeat without just trusting image or authorities, right? So I will start like say high altitude balloon footage. Anyone can launch a weather balloon with a camera. At high altitudes, the horizon curves, and the higher you go, the more obvious the curve becomes. It's first. Over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes.
Oh, don't do it, Rabbit. You're just reading some bullshit. We're not doing that. I knew it.
Right. No, I'm not reading.
Okay, first of all, the first thing you read, yes, you are. You're literally going down the line. You think you're the first person that's read this shit to us?
Okay,
I've been doing this almost a decade. This is probably the 500th time I had one of you people read this to me.
I'm saying, and you have just to say something against it. So
I will. First of all, if that was true with what you said about the balloon, then you live on a tiny Earth, because you can't see a curved horizon from the altitude that a weather balloon goes. They only go up to 130,000 feet. 130,000 feet above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. No, you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. And this is even demonstrated. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the scientist, Felix Baumgartner did this. The highest skydive ever, 128,000 feet, and it showed a curve of the curve of the Earth. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson admitted that it was because it was a fisheye lens. It's not the curve of the Earth, and it can't be the curve of the Earth. It's nowhere near high enough. It's not even close to high enough. It needs to be like 100 times higher than that.
Well,
100 times.
They bend straight lines, making the horizon appear much more curved than it really is. Neil deGrasse Tyson and other scientists have pointed this out, right? So, let's say mathematical evidence. I can even if the curve isn't.
It's geometrically impossible. If the Earth is above 3,959 mile radius, going 130,000 feet above it is not high enough. It's nowhere near high enough. You know the ISS, Rabbit? The ISS? How high is that?
Yeah, wait.
How high is the ISS, Rabbit?
What?
How high is the ISS, the International Space Station? How high is that?
It's something like
400 kilometers.
400 kilometers, yeah.
Okay. What percent of the Earth do you see from there?
I would go with that 100 million kilometers square.
It's 3%.
Yeah.
3%. 3%. And you're telling us something that's more than 10 times lower. It would see less than 1% of the surface of the Earth, but you're saying that they see curve from a hot air balloon. It's nonsense. It's utter fucking nonsense. Okay? Stop reading stupid ChatGPT and Google.
No. It's easy to mix up visible radius from the ISS with area, but area increases much faster with distance.
Dude,
the ISS provides a broad view.
No, we're talking, look, brother, the area of what?
What do you mean? We're talking about the area of Earth's surface that is visible from a certain altitude.
That's right. It's a cone, right? It's a cone. So the cone is the horizon that encircles you. They're seeing 3% of the surface of the Earth from ISS, the circle. But they're not seeing the entire circle. They're only seeing a little teeny portion of that, right? Say their field of view is 90%. So now they're seeing like 1% of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. The visible area from the ISS forms a cap on Earth's surface, defined by the horizon forming a circle around the observer. So this cap is the result of a cone projecting from the ISS down to the surface.
Okay, yeah, but you wouldn't be high enough to see the curve of the Earth. You're not far enough away, dude. What aren't you getting?
No, listen.
Okay, I'm going to show you an image. Okay, this guy is from a video. He did a presentation on flat Earth. He is a planetarium director. Okay, he made a scale model of the Earth and the horizon. That what would be the ISS horizon. See this? That circle? That circle would be the entire horizon. How the fuck are they going to see the curve of the Earth? You got to remember, they're in the center of that circle. It's going to look just like a flat line.
Wait. I'm gonna
hold on. I got another. I got a GeoGebra diagram too.
No, I'm gonna let me do it in order.
Okay, so look at that. So look at that. That would be the ISS above the surface of the Earth. See how high it is? It's not high at all. Your balloon is 10 times lower.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna use geometric relationship and real world numbers to clarify the misconception. The ISS is only about 6% above Earth's surface relative to Earth's radius, so it visually appears close to the surface in diagrams, but this is still high enough for the curvature to be visible. You want to do math? Okay, so Earth's radius is our. Why?
You're just claiming it. It's bullshit, dude.
I'm not.
Why are you comparing the radius to its height? The diameter is 8,000 miles. Listen, bro. It's the diameter of the Earth is 8,000 miles. The ISS is 250 miles up.
No, it's at.
No. Look.
Don't try to correct me, dude.
No, the claim that ISS at only 150 miles up compared to Earth's 8,000 miles diameter is too close to say Earth's curvature is incorrect. Even at this.
Yeah, it's not a refutation, dude.
Even at this small altitude, the basic geometry just shows that the curve is clearly visible from orbit. Look.
Clearly.
150 miles is about 2% of Earth's radius. It's like 8,000 miles diameter equal 4,000 miles radius, right? So 150.
Dude, the horizon distance from the ISS is 1,400 miles away. What are you talking about?
Well, look.
The distance to the horizon is 1,400 miles.
From the ISS at around 150 miles, about 240 kilometers. Altitude in roughly 1,400 miles in all directions. This figure comes directly from geometric calculation.
Yeah, you're just reading ChatGPT, dude. I told you not to do it. I told you not to do it, dude. I told you not to do it. Rabbit.
Hey, Indio, if I make an edit on Wikipedia, if I make an edit on Wikipedia and post it to Reddit, will he all of a sudden read it?
Maybe.
Oh man.
I also looked at the
typing our answers into ChatGPT and then parroting back what ChatGPT says. Dude, that's freaking retarded.
I got a question. In projective geometry, how can you tell the difference between a straight line and a curved line?
They have no idea what projective geometry is. Projective geometry is how we see and how we make computer video games. So the 3D world is projected onto a 2D plane. That's how we see. He's sitting there saying you would see curve. No, you wouldn't. The horizon is equidistant in every direction. You have to be sufficiently far enough away from the ball to see the ball in its totality. At best, you would see a circle, but you wouldn't see a ball.
Can I ask a quick question? Like, someone gave me like an air pressure thing is the reason why we have like what we know as gravity. Like, gravity doesn't exist according to y'all, but air pressure does. But the thing is, air pressure doesn't actually affect weight all that much. You'd actually have to be at a really high air pressure for it to actually keep stuff down. And if we're at that high in air pressure, our eardrums were bursted by now. And
I have no idea what you're talking about or even referring to.
An exercise on Gauss's law of gravitation, the flat Earth PDF.
What about it? It has nothing to do with air pressure in that. What are you talking about? You said gravity couldn't work on the flat Earth and it would collapse into a ball. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that demonstrates it's not. That depends on this. It depends on the size, the density, shape, the orientation, and the mass distribution.
The vacuum primitive. So the vacuum will be like also air pressure as well.
It has nothing to do with air pressure. This is about gravity.
Actually, I have a
Yeah, dude, you're mixing up two things. You're mixing up what you read in the paper and what you heard somebody say. That has nothing to do with the
Can
paper.
I ask a question?
Get this math whatsoever.
They're integrals, dude.
Yeah, I know, but I just don't
Can I-
get how this works.
Okay.
I'm not ChatGPTing,
Because
but can I ask a question?
hold on. He doesn't understand how it works. Can I explain it to him, Sinner? Okay, it's going to take 1 second. Now, Gauss's law of gravitation is mathematically equivalent to the inverse square law. So what he does is take a Gaussian sphere and he calculates the gravity vector, because you get the integral, right, which is a little teeny freaking area, and then you get the normal to that integral, which is perpendicular to that area, and you get the direction that gravity is going. Okay, what he's demonstrating in it is that the disk of the size he says is that all the gravity directions would be parallel, and it would be indistinguishable from being on a ball. But if you do the Vsauce, they said, because gravity points to the center, all of these lines are, the further you get to the edge, the more it's going to be tilted, and that gravity will cause some sort of gravitational collapse. Now, that's just bullshit. He never did the calculation. But all this is whistling past the graveyard in the first place. Do you know why? Because we don't have any observations of gravity forming anything into a ball ever. Not once, not ever. So what have we been talking about?
So
Fantasyland.
I can actually give you a little bit of a thing towards that. So we know that space and light travel at a certain amount of distance.
Yeah, we do we?
Over time. Yeah. So, like, let's say a planet a million light years away collapses into a ball.
We don't know that, dude.
Yeah, I know,
Okay.
but listen to hypothetical.
No, I don't want to hear your hypothetical because it's based upon the cosmic distance, lad. You don't understand.
Dude, this is going to be an appeal to the future, appeal ex ante, logical fallacy. It's going to happen in the future. The light will eventually get to us, and we'll be able to observe it in the future. Holy crap, bro. Try harder.
Look, the claim
I do find the light thing interesting, though, because we can technically see ancient Egyptians building the pyramids as well. From
were you here listening to the freaking... Did you hear the audio I played?
Play it again.
No shit, dude. We're like straight in imagination. Man. He thinks he's going to look through a wormhole and see the ancient Egyptians building the pyramids.
What's the wizard's name?
You need
The wizard did it.
Exotic matter. You'd need exotic matter to open up a wormhole, which...
Yeah, unobtainium. Yeah, it's called unobtainium.
Right. To see the Egyptians, hold on, friend. I'll stop. See the Egyptians, right? You'd have to be going past the speed of light, get out to the distance equal to the travel. You would then need an optic able to resolve the light that is spread out according to the inverse square law. You would need a lens the size of half the universe. Holy crap. You didn't think that one through, did you?
Might be possible. You never know. Some point in time. Also.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Your arguments require on the logical fallacy appeal to the future. That's your position?
I do believe the future holds our answers. Eventually, with time, comes answers.
Right.
Right,
and so eventually time will reveal to you the Earth is flat, so I can appeal to the future too.
Wait, this is a good question. Tourist, how can you predict the eclipse using a flat Earth?
You can't, bro. They're just guessing every time. They get it wrong all the time.
Are you a flat earther or not?
Of course I'm a flat earther, bro. I got CTE.
I can't tell if this nigga's trolling or not. No bullshit aside. Like, can you predict the eclipse on a flat Earth?
We've been doing it for thousands of years before everyone suggested the idea the Earth's the ball.
How?
Yeah. What
How
this
can
guy
you-
said.
I think they use neutrino cycles.
Yeah, what that guy just said. That's what Plato was using.
They use what?
I don't know what he said.
I'm not a flat earther, nigga. Yeah, keep defending women like a good guy.
I'll defend women and I'll defend the flat earth, bro. You don't scare me.
Why are you calling
Don't-
someone a nation?
Don't call me homophobic, because the last thing I am is scared of you guys.
You know, I have one thing common with gay men, is that we both hate women. Oh my
Chud,
god.
bro. How does it feel to look in the mirror every day and see a chud?
Nigga, I'm a Chad. Chads hate women. Chuds love women.
Yeah, anyone who uses the term Chad unironically is a chud. I don't make the rules.
No, nigga. I'm a Chad, like actual Chad. I'm telling you.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Anyway, if we were able to see the Earth's curve,
Can't tell.
Exactly. If I can't see it, how come
well,
it's real?
if we used a rectilinear lens and saw the curve, would you concede?
No, because the surface doesn't measure curved. So you can see something as something, but it doesn't measure that way, and it's not that, is
Of
it?
course I would concede, because you wouldn't see a curve if you're using a linear lens.
So if you literally saw using a rectilinear lens was specifically is to avoid a fisheye lens effect.
Well, wouldn't you want to measure the surface to verify what
bro.
you're
Yeah,
observing?
if the Earth was round, it'd be round. Yeah, you're not gonna get that evidence though.
Well, that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the measurements. We're not just going to be out there looking at stuff, taking pictures of stuff.
Yeah, if I can't see the curve with my own eye, how is it real? Genuinely.
Well, even if you did see curve and you go down there and look for it, measure it, it's not there.
Yeah, but I don't see curve because there isn't one.
Okay, even if you saw it flat, you can still verify that it is flat
Yeah, with my eyes, bro.
through measurements.
Yeah, what measurements?
Deviation from horizontal.
Okay. So like if you saw it with a rectilinear lens and you saw a curve?
Yeah, then I would go down and verify on the surface to see if it's actually curving. Like if I went up really high and I saw it as flat, then I can go down and verify through measurements if it's actually flat.
And if you went up really high, wait, and what measurements? Like
I
you
just
would
said
take
deviation from horizontal, drop over distance, rate of change of slope.
so you would take a really long, mile-long ruler to see if there's an 8-inch drop?
Like a laser.
Oh, lasers are affected by refraction, so they can bend with it.
So you're saying that a laser is bending at the rate of Earth curve?
An ad hoc notion to try and invalidate using measurement by
I wasn't sure. I didn't know that lasers were
You could use a
flat.
neutrino laser, which won't bend to refraction, but those actually prove the Earth curve, unfortunately.
Sure.
That's why you guys don't use
Do you
them,
have
right?
that measurement of drop over distance and verifying that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Do you have the neutrino laser measurements?
No.
Okay, well, a neutrino laser passes through everything, right? So it's not affected by refraction. So
supposedly, yeah.
just go ahead and give me the neutrino laser test.
I
Well,
looked
sure.
it up.
I mean,
Neutrino laser.
Refraction is not going to curve the laser.
Hold on, bro. I'm looking this up right now. It says a neutrino laser is a theoretical thing. It's not a real thing.
well, Debate Daddy wants to say that lasers are flaccid. I didn't know that lasers were flaccid. If you could show me that, please, that lasers
They
are
can-
bending at the rate of Earth curve, that'd be great.
I didn't say they bend it at the rate of Earth curve.
Lasers do refract.
I said they can bend due to refraction.
Oh, cool. So you could just take the refractive effects of the day, account for it, and
Has
still
no
see
bearing on trying to
measured
validate the
drop over
measurement.
distance, right?
Yeah, easy, bro.
Yeah, easy.
Factoid doesn't invalidate the measurements. It's just an ad hoc retort to get around the fact that the surface is not deviating from the laser. It's parallel with the laser.
That's what I want him to show me.
No.
Okay, well, yeah, you
So
don't
if
have to
you-
do it if you don't want to. If you want to stay believing in
You
a
just
ball, that's
deny
okay.
it explicitly out loud if you want
No.
to.
So if you shined a laser a mile, it would be like it expands still, right? Like it's not expanding as much as a flashlight, but it would be 5 feet wide, and you'd only expect 8 inches to drop. So good luck figuring out whether there's a drop
What
over
do you mean you don't
distance.
expect? That's what is
We've seen
expected.
the laser measurements
Good luck.
be done. The surface is horizontal and parallel with the laser. Just blurting back, nope, it's not a refutation.
Sure, but you forgot to factor in refraction, right? Like you forgot to do the one thing that you were tasked with doing.
Oh, it wasn't forgotten.
Oh, you forgot. Okay, you didn't even know.
No, it's
Okay,
not
so
that they
you're
were
even
oblivious to
stupider
it
than I
either.
thought, actually.
No, they're not wrong just because you call them stupid.
Oh, it's just ad hoc. It's just globe math. It's just
No,
how
they're not
light.
wrong just because you are blurting
It's
out
just
names
physics.
fallacies.
Yeah, so
I'll call
go
that
ahead.
No, they're
physics,
not
right?
wrong just because you're blurting out names of categories like physics.
Yeah, Mr. Debate, if you want to say that a laser that is running parallel with the surface is actually curving, then you need to prove that the laser is bending at the rate of Earth curve. Go ahead.
Just go ahead and do the laser test. Factor in refraction while you do it. It'll be valid.
Blurting out
So you're just
refraction doesn't
making-
refute the measurements.
Yeah, so you're just making
We
shit up.
see the
then.
surface, we see the laser, it's
I'm not.
parallel.
I'm not making shit up.
Okay, so show us the citation or somebody that has measured a laser bending at the rate of Earth curve. Go ahead.
I never said they bend at the rate of Earth curve. I don't know why you're. It could.
Because if
Depends
the
on
laser
the.
and the surface
Depends
is
on the
parallel,
conditions.
but the surface is curving, then you're making a claim that the laser is bending at the rate of Earth curve.
I'm not making that claim.
Okay, so is a laser parallel with the surface?
It could. It could not. It depends on the conditions. But I have something better, right? I have an uncut amateur rocket footage with a rectilinear lens, which
Does it
clearly
depict
shows
the water to be curving?
I'm going to post it in side chat, and if you just take a look,
I will
it's
acknowledge.
entirely uncut.
Yeah, I will acknowledge that the footage shows curving water.
And
So
you
when we
can
go on the
actually
surface and
see
check,
the
when we
curve
go in
around
the
the globe.
surface and check, it's not curving.
X,
So
Y,
what's
or Z
real?
axis.
What is real? Reality
X,
outside
Y,
of
or
your
Z
house?
axis.
Or
This is
a picture
devastating,
video?
by the way.
X,
It's
Y, or
devastating.
Z axis.
I await the cope.
It doesn't have Z axis convexity, you don't have a case.
Oh, what the fuck do you mean by that? Z-axis. Why would you want to?
If it's just a
So
left
you're
right, it's not exclusively indicative of your ball.
so it's not like a depth. It's not depth. You're not seeing depth in a fucking rocket that went out.
So if there is
very
no
close to
Z
outer
axis
space.
convexity like is entailed by a ball, then it's
But
obviously
notice how
not.
you don't need
a-
that. Notice
You
how
do need that.
you could have
The
x-axis
necessary
and it can
entailment
still.
of ascending up from a ball, that you'll notice the
Notice
Z
how you would.
axis curvature.
Yeah, notice how you can actually see the ball. Like, notice.
Okay, well,
Just
we went
look at
through
it.
this already. We're not just going to be
If
looking
there's
and
no Z
confirming through
axis
optics.
curvature evident, then you don't have a case.
Why do you want to run away from the surface so bad?
Just to be clear, I posted a full uncut video.
Okay, I
rectilinear
understand.
lens.
I am confirming with you. Yes, I see curvature in the footage.
Excellent.
When we go
All right.
outside, the
Welcome to the
curvature
globe.
is not there.
Welcome to the globe.
When we go outside, in reality,
No, when you
the
go
curvature is
outside and
not
you don't
there.
factor in covariates like refraction, and then you say, "Well, I don't see the curve."
Okay,
You're
so
not
show me
doing
a
anything
refractive
impressive.
effect
You're
that is
just
capable of bending a laser at the rate of Earth curve. Go ahead.
depends on the conditions. Did you measure them?
Okay, give me the conditions that would bend a laser at the rate of Earth curve. Go ahead.
Just plug it into whatever calculator you have.
I'm not
But
talking
you
about
would
a
need to
calculator
actually do the
outside.
measurements.
We need a demonstration where we can actually
So you
go
go
outside
outside,
and bend a
if you
laser
go
at the
outside
rate of
like a
Earth curve.
retard and shine a fucking flashlight, and you see it like doing something, and you don't
We're not
factor in
shining
any
a
of the
flashlight.
conditions,
I just said laser.
it's not valid. It's not
Why is it not
valid
valid?
because you're not
Because he
factoring in
said so.
covariates.
Because
Just
he
because
said
you say
so.
so? Yes, for all of the
I'm
uses
showing you
of
literally
lasers in history
Earth
for
curve to
construction,
your
for military
eyes.
uses, they're using a laser as straight.
No, you're
You're
not.
denying your own
You
eyes.
see,
That's how
no,
dumb
you're
you
not
are.
showing. You're not showing the curvature that is entailed by your proposition. You don't see z-axis curvature in the footage. I just looked at it.
Yeah, you can see x-axis curvature, which is literally
Not
the
exclusively
edge of
indicative
the
of your
globe. You
ball,
can literally
and
see the
not
ball.
exclusively indicative of your
You're
ball.
looking at a ball in the image,
Yeah, so then
in
it's
the footage,
what
when you
state are
freeze
they
frame
in?
it, and you can see the curve.
What state are they in?
What does it
State
matter?
are they in?
What does it
Yeah,
matter? I don't know.
it's
Like I
the
could look
same
it up.
thing. Yeah, it's the same thing with the Baumgartner jump, the Red Bull jump. So if you want to appeal to that too, like what you're trying to do here, then what do we live on planet New Mexico?
What's the problem with launching it at any arbitrary positioning?
You're not going to like
Looking at this.
internalize the rhetorical question that exposes the ridiculous entailment of
What
that
was the
type
problem
of
with?
argumentation.
Well, did they use a rectilinear
Yeah, what
lens?
state are they in?
I don't see why that would be relevant.
Because if you only see, right, if you only see as far as just the state that they're in, what is 20%, 15%, 30% of the planet, that one state? Obviously not. It's an asinine entailment. Think your arguments before you say them.
I literally do not understand what you're saying.
Right, because you haven't thought this through.
Now,
Right?
if
the lamb that they see in the footage is no further or nothing more than the city or the state that they're in, that entails that 15 or more % of the earth is that state, and there's no territory, no state or city that freaking big. It's an asinine entailment. So you're not actually
Gregory,
so high that you're seeing the curvature of
let me
the earth.
explain something to you.
It entails
So
that
if
you're
that
seeing
were,
a big fraction of
think
an
I
entire
understand what you're
continent at
saying.
that height.
I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying, well, you want to see z-axis curve because the x-axis curve, that could just be the edge of the disk, right? And it could be like shaped like a circle at the edge.
It's not even necessarily the edge
And
of
it's
the
not
disk.
actually a
It's the
globe.
extent
You're
of
actually
what
looking
is
at
visible.
the edge of the frisbee. Now,
Not even
what's
necessarily the
interesting
edge of the
is
disk. It's
what's
not even
interesting.
necessarily the edge of the disk. It's not necessarily an entailment either.
Well,
just the extent of what
what's
is visible, given all the conditions in that situation.
Well, what's interesting is that's not the edge. So you're just coping.
I didn't
That's ad
say.
hoc.
I didn't say. I
That
didn't say.
is
Notice
literally
how you're
what's
just
ad hoc.
ignoring my replies. I didn't say that it is the edge. I never said that. You contrived that notion and then attacked it, acting as though it's refuting what I've actually said. So you're attacking a straw man. I just told you that's not a necessary entailment of what I've conveyed and what I actually said. It's just the limits of what
What
we
would be
see in that
blocking your
condition.
view? Go ahead. What would be blocking your view of seeing to the edge of the pizza
Several
crust?
factors go into visibility, external and internal. You don't
I'm
see
not gonna lie,
forever.
bro.
You don't just
I
see
just watched
everything.
the video you sent.
So
This video
it's just
with
going to be
amateur rocket launch.
vague external factors. Vague. You can't explain what they might be, but just something
Dude, it happens in
that's
every situation. There's
unexplained.
several factors all the time. It's not
There's
just
just
one thing.
several factors, guys. Do you got that? Several factors.
Okay, you can reply with mockery all you want to.
We don't know what they are. He doesn't know what they are.
I can send you a list of all of them.
Well, this here you see him looking at Earth curve and denying it with his own eyes.
That's not
denying what his
Earth
eyes
curve.
see.
That's not your ball.
That is a
I'm
cult.
looking at wait. I'm
You are
looking
literally
at 5
delusional.
minutes and 43 seconds when they're on the ground, and it looks curved.
It's a rectilinear lens, so.
Well, why does it look
checks out for
curved
fish eye lenses.
while it's on the ground?
We know whatever there is absolutely curve. Period.
Okay, so the same curve that it's showing on the ground seems to be the same curve that it's showing in space. That's intriguing. I wonder why. How does
So you're denying what your eyes see as well?
Well, you're denying that while it's on the ground, you see a curve, which you cannot see while you're on the ground. You cannot see the Earth curvature if you're on the ground. It's impossible.
Post this
Let's ask
screen
him
grab
this too.
from that.
And yet this film is showing it at 5 minutes and 43 seconds.
Exactly. Let's ask him this. At what height is Earth curve visible in your worldview? Now you're either going to say with the.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So you have no idea. So that obliterates your whole argument. You have to establish that.
By the way, at 5 minutes, it's showing like a mountain.
In order for you to actually.
Post the screen grab.
Right. Yeah. In order for you to actually have a coherent argument that has specific standards, right? You have to know at what height, according to the scientist clerics that you subscribe to, say. What they say is 35 to 50,000 feet is where Earth curve becomes visible. But other guy who's using.
Oh, by the way, you literally can't see Earth curve at 5 minutes 43 seconds.
Yaga
you literally cannot.
Yaga Bruno, he's in the VC. He showed you footage where at 22 miles, which is 121,000 feet, there is no XY curvature in the footage. So you have a discrepancy. Why allegedly, according to your footage,
the full unedited clip.
do you then see XY curvature according to you at what it seems to be according to the description in your video, 2,900 something feet, but we don't see it at 121,000 feet. That's inconsistent. It tells that your argumentation is wrong.
Post the full video. Post the full unedited
with or without the full video, the evidence is right here.
Because what I've literally seen you guys actually edit and Photoshop things to make it look flat. So I don't believe this gift is nothing.
You're absolutely full of shit. Don't care about conspiracy theories. See, it's valid for you to assert a conspiracy theory to undermine the obvious unedited footage, but it's not okay for us. Again, the hypocritical ad hoc argumentation people do.
I posted a full, uncut, unedited clip. You know exactly the lens they're using, and you can see curve. You deny
and yet, there's evidence that at 121,000 feet, there is no such curvature evident. So that's obviously a black swan, as it were, your speech, or your argument. If it's visible, according to your scientist clerics, at 35,000 to 50,000 feet, then it should certainly be visible at 121,000 feet, which is not.
By the way, this GPS altitude, 293,000 feet. So, GG's, mine's higher.
Yet that all the more exposes the discrepancy. So at 35 to 50,000 feet, it's allegedly visible. Then we have evidence that at 121,000 feet, it's not visible. But then for some reason, it becomes visible more than 2 times that. That's obviously
at whatever 5 minute mark he said you cannot see curve. By the way.
Okay, you're just deflecting from something I just said 5 seconds ago. Right? Your pattern of argumentation, according to your scientist clerics, it should be visible. It would be visible at 35,000 feet to 50,000 feet. check any source. That's what your scientist clerics say. Then we have evidence that it's not evident at all at 121,000 feet. Then, according to you, to add the last layer of this ridiculous cake of argumentation, it's all of a sudden visible again at 2 times that height, more than 2 times that height. That's obviously incoherent. That's not how physics work.
You have a false premise, though.
I don't.
Yeah, you made up that you could see curve at like what 50,000 feet or whatever.
I didn't make
which
it up.
can't,
You can
so-
look it up. That's what your scientist clerics say. Every source is going to show you that.
So you're
you just
saying,
reply
well,
back at me with you made it up because it's obviously a fact, and your doctrine that you inherited from these people that's not convenient for your worldview.
oh, so you're ruling out my footage, which is higher and better than yours and uses a better lens. Because
So again, you're just
you read
ignoring the
something on
argument that obviously
Wikipedia, you
exposes
read
the
a random
inconsistency of
sentence
your
on Wiki.
argument. Right? We don't need to listen to you ignore. Right? We don't need to hear you audibly ignore the argument. According to your clerics, you can see it. You can begin seeing the curvature at 35,000 to 50,000 feet. Then we have evidence that it's not visible at all at 121,000 feet, more than 2 times 50,000 feet. Then for some reason, in your line of argumentation, it becomes visible again at more than 2 times than 121,000 feet at 22,900 something feet. That's incoherent. That's not how sight and physics work. You don't ascend and ascend, descend, and then Earth curvature becomes visible, and then you ascend even more 2 times that height, and then it becomes invisible, and then you ascend 2 more times that height, and then it becomes visible again. That's not a freaking thing.
Oh, by the way, Yaga, Bruno, or like all these people posting. Oh, it's a flat earther posting it. Yeah, they know it's a fisheye lens. Yeah. So in any case, at 121,000 feet, I would like to see the full footage of that, by the way. If you want to drop it in my DMs, I'll take a look at it. But even just like supposing that they used the same lens, the one that I'm showing you is still just, it's twice as high. You could get twice the view, the vantage point. I don't think you understand
121,000 feet is more than 2 times
significant
50,000
an extra
feet.
150,000 feet.
121,000 feet is more than 2 times 50,000 feet, which is where your scientists clerics say it would become visible. The Earth curve would become visible at 50,000 feet, according to your scientists clerics. But then it's not evident at all at 121,000 feet, more than 2 times that height. That's obviously a black swan that refutes your notion.
That height, you have a much
you're just ignoring that the evidence that Yaga Bruno just sent is a black swan that refutes your notion. You're just ignoring that.
There's no black swan. Go to 300,000 feet. Go to 300,000 feet and show
that
me.
It would become visible at all heights above 35,000 to 50,000 feet.
You guys are flat earthers. You have a whole collective.
Your notion entails that it would be consistently visible at all heights above 50,000 feet, not at some heights, excluding 121,000 feet. That's ridiculous. Everyone knows that's a stupid entailment.
Go ahead and show me. Show me the 300,000 feet footage. Go ahead and do it. Can't.
What the hell are you talking about? I didn't say anything about 300,000 foot
You're
footage.
just saying, well, we have this inferior test that had inconclusive results on
you just don't know how to think soundly, right?
I posted literally one of the best
your notion entails
launches
that
on the
Earth curvature
planet.
should be visible at every height, not some heights above 50,000 feet. But we have evidence that not every height, that it's not visible at every height.
If you look at my
own
footage,
worldview, so this is a ridiculous entailment for your position.
If you look at my footage, right? If you look at a freeze frame, and you try to imagine you're only 1/3 of the height like yours is, it would be far harder to detect the curve. It is so clear with how much higher it is, 2.5 times as high as yours. That
so you're just going to continue ignoring the fact that in your doctrine from your scientist clerics, that it would be visible at
Who
50,000
cares
feet.
about what some random feet about what 50,000 feet? About what some random fucking guy
Yeah,
said?
exactly.
Who
You have to
fucking
ignore
cares?
that fact because it's obviously
Look with
entailing
your
that your position is
eyes.
wrong.
Literally, look with your fucking
Yeah, you're
eyes.
just continuing to
You're
talk
denying your
back at
eyes.
me and ignore the rebuttal.
Fuck the scientist. He was wrong. Okay, we're not defending him.
Yeah,
We're
now you just
sending him to the
arbitrarily
gulag.
dismiss what your scientist clerics say.
Yeah, we're sending him
Neil
to the
deGrasse
gulag. He was
Tyson,
wrong.
Michio Kaku, Bill
Yep.
Nye,
Execute.
all these people that you look up to, all these
They're wrong. They're lying.
doctoral
They're
people
deceiving.
that you look up to, they're all going to tell you that it would be visible at 50,000 feet. Now, because it's not convenient for your little argument here, pretending that you know better than us, that you just want to hand wave what they say. So you ridicule us for not adhering to what they say when they obviously know better than you and us,
Yeah, so
according
we're
to
not
your
defending them. We're
worldview.
not defending
And
their
then when
wrong
they say
claim.
facts, or then when they say propositions in your worldview that you've gotten from them that are
I'm not here to
inconvenient for your
defend every
current
claim that
argument
they're
now,
making.
then you hand wave them.
I'm not here. Look, if you're going to keep shoehorning me into defending every proposition they've ever uttered in their life, right? They're not infallible. So
No,
if
it's
they
a team that you people do all the
they could have
time.
said something wrong.
Because you
I'm
come
not
in
here
here
to
espousing
defend that.
their doctrine.
Focus.
You come in here espousing their worldview, especially
Focus on
concerning the
your
earth.
eyeballs.
And then when we
Focus
show
on
you
what
what
you're
they
seeing.
teach, doing an internal criticism, then you just hand wave what they say, and you just become all of a sudden the arbiter of all the empirical facts concerning the shape of the earth and all the
Well,
rest.
I literally am showing you Earth curve, and you're
Yeah,
denying
and
it
according
to
to
your face.
your clerics, right? Because you have clerics just like the Christian and the Muslim and the Jew and the
This is how
Hindu,
delusional
et
you are.
cetera.
This is how bad
According
it
to the
is.
people who know better than you in your worldview, the doctoral people, the doctors, the professors,
Oh, you're going
these
back
university graduates,
to
they
Bill
know
Nye
better
again.
than you, and they're telling
Bill
you
Nye,
that it would become visible at 50,000 feet. Then we
I'm not
have
defending
evidence
that
that's not
proposition.
visible at more than two
I'm
times that
conceding
height.
that
Then
proposition.
you just ignore that with your conspiracy theory,
I'm
saying that
not
you
here
just
to defend that.
that we just doctored it, that someone just doctored the evidence that Yaga Bruno put in the open chat, and then you just hand wave the fact that anyone can research with Google or any other search engine that every source of scholars is going to tell you, yeah, it would become visible at 50,000 feet.
Look, like, I'm just going to tell you this, because if I went and pulled any random flat earther's random false claim, like, there was some guy the other day that said, there's some, like, invisible third sun in the middle of, then that's what causes eclipses, is some invisible object casting a shadow.
that bullshit.
So you don't claim it.
No, debate
You
that.
don't claim that
missed it.
bullshit.
No,
Fine.
you missed it.
That's
You
fine.
missed
But
that.
if I were
That was
like,
hey,
whoa,
listen.
your doctrine says this, and your
Okay, this is bullshit, dude. You are unable to listen to anything presented to you. I was there for that. Okay, the main focus there was that you guys would come into flat earth spaces and say, how do you explain eclipses? Flat earthers would say, I don't. I don't make claims to sky magic. That's your guys' model. That's for you to defend. So then you say, sure, I can explain an eclipse because you have sun, earth, moon in a complete line, a straight line. And the moon has a shadow of the earth cast upon it because it's backlit by the sun. Certainly, Toby, how do you explain the impossible eclipse, the Selenilian, using that explanation? Then you're like, the Selenilian eclipse doesn't exist. That's fake. That's CGI. The only way an eclipse can work is if you have sun, earth, moon in that exact order. Then you guys look into it. You're like, oh, not a problem at all. This is an impossible eclipse. No problem. Not an issue. That's refraction. Easily explained with refraction. Okay, certainly, Toby. How do you explain the shadow is upside down? That's fake. The shadow isn't upside down. You flat earthers are liars. You're grifters. You're full of shit. Then they look into it. Damn. That shadow'll be upside down. Now what? Fuck. Then your new playbook, the new goalpost is the impossible eclipse is not only possible, it happens every time. Every time there's an eclipse, you guys just don't see it because it magically happens over oceans where people don't witness it. It's all predicted. The impossible upside down eclipse was a necessary part of the observation. And like, holy shit, really? And then you say, but if there's any explanation on a flat earth for how this could happen, I'll take it as equal weight. So some guy says, well, if there's another body up there that is acting on, there's sun, earth, moon, and another thing. Is that possible? And you're like, well, sure, there could be something up there. They called Russell's teapot and whatnot. And then just a couple days later, you come in here and say, flat earthers claim there's an extra invisible thing up in the sky. That's batshit crazy. What a bunch of fucking retards. I mean, what's wrong with you, dude, at this point?
And notice he said that as a reply to me doing the internal criticism of his worldview, appealing to what his doctoral clerics of scientism say according to his worldview. He's adhering to their worldview. But of course, when we highlight particular factoids within their lore that's inconvenient for his particular argument, like in this instance, then he just hand waves out. And then he makes an analogy. Yeah. Then he makes an analogy like you just heard, like you just concluded with. He makes an analogy between the doctoral clerics of his worldview that he gets his worldview from to these crackpot so-called flat earthers talking about these other celestial fictions. So that what does it entail? He's throwing his own clerics under the bus as though there's some sort of crackpot fringe stupid people.
Yeah, it's not even just that. He's like saying, hey, can you brainstorm any possible way that this observation be possible? Anything at all. Because if you can't, then the Earth is a globe. If you could think of something, some other possible explanation, that's just as good. And then he'd go on the backswing and be like, I can't believe flat earthers claim there's extra sky magic. No, no one in flat earth cares to talk about your sky magic. That's you. That's your side who keeps pointing up and say, look at the sky as your only purpose or only proof of what the ground is. And then if the flat earther entertains your dumb shit, even for 1 minute, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, look at the flat earth model. It has extra shit in the sky that we can't see.
Yeah, come play my sky magic game. Oh, look, they're playing my sky magic game. What dumbasses. And in a way, they're right.
Speaking of sky magic,
this is why it's like almost impossible to get you guys to talk about anything, the surface of the earth. You'll talk about anything other than the surface of the earth as your proof of the surface of the earth is.
I just posted a video of the surface of the earth, by the way. But
and then when
while
you
we're on
want
the topic
to,
of sky magic, how do you explain, like, how does the moon stay up? Like, why doesn't it just fall down to the earth like everything else?
Why does it do that?
Categorically
explain the sky magic to me.
Yeah, you explain your sky magic.
On this subject.
Yeah, how about this one?
We got
why is this
obliterated on this topic.
If Coriolis is true, why is the storm on Jupiter spin the wrong direction?
What do you mean by wrong? Like, you mean like contrary to the Coriolis effect?
Which way should it spin if Coriolis is true?
It should spin the way that the overriding force is. There might be other forces. I'm not a physicist.
Yeah, you're just a dumbass on the internet. I get it. Which way do storms
You're one of
spin
the
on
laymen.
Earth?
We get it.
Well, hang on. We're all in a Discord call right now. So, I mean, that applies to all of us.
No, the majority of the time where the flat earther usually is usually at least an adept in scientism. But the sycophants of scientism usually are just uneducated laymen that know little to nothing about that worldview.
Okay, let's see if he even knows. What direction do storms spin on Earth according to your globe model?
The Coriolis effect, like the spin of the globe. will tip them in a particular direction. It's possible for them to spin otherwise, but it absolutely has an overriding effect. I don't know on Saturn or whatever, like what other forces
Holy
are at
shit,
play.
you don't even know your own fucking model, and you're gonna come in here and try to do an internal critique of flat Earth. I mean, like, really, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You think step one, learn globe. Okay, I learned the globe. Now, how do I verify this information? You don't do that either. Never checked it out. Never verified it. Just say, I'm going to
go on the flat Earth server. Coriolis to everybody in the room?
Not even explain
Is that what you asked?
Motherfucker, do you know which direction storms should spin? At all?
Like in the northern or southern hemisphere?
Yeah.
I thought it was clockwise in the north and south, counter in the south, but I could be wrong.
It's okay to get it, it's okay to get it wrong. Now the main part is now fact check that. How would you know if that is true or not? What could you do? Could you look up all the storms? See that any storm break that? You could look up that big red storm on Jupiter. They tell us a big red storm. What direction does that motherfucker spin?
It doesn't mean that all storms have to spin that way, by the way. It just means...
Yeah, they did. Because the variable, the cause and effect relation is the rotation of the Earth. That much force.
Yeah, because the equator is spinning like slightly faster than like something like more up north. And so it's going to accelerate those particles a little bit faster. And
now check that.
Then that would be like the start of the Beyblade spinning in that direction versus another one.
Now go check that out.
But we don't know what happened on Uranus. I don't know, like maybe there's some scientific stuff I could look up, but I've never thought of that.
Jupiter.
So I'm not going to Jupiter. I'm not going to speak on it.
See, suddenly now they want to use their sky magic.
Notice though,
then you don't. They use their sky magic. Explain the moon. Do it. Let's hear it.
Oh yeah. Well, we still don't know.
Why does the moon stay in the sky? Why?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
just to really complete Crit's point.
No, hold on, Gregory. Let me flounder. Let like a.
But,
why does the moon stay in the sky?
Oh well, we can say orbit, but you guys can't say that.
Okay, say
so
it.
Go ahead.
Say it. What's an orbit?
I'm saying orbit.
Which is what?
Yeah.
What is that?
Gravity.
Gravity. Just words now. You can't explain shit. So here, I'll put my Globetard hat on. The moon is falling towards the Earth, but the Earth keeps moving out of the way before the moon gets there. So how does a flat earther give a better explanation for why the moon stays in the sky? And you just say, orbit, gravity. Just single cope words that you don't have any idea what they mean. No fucking clue. And you say, oh, but it's weightless. Those motherfuckers who go up to low Earth orbit, 200 miles up, they're weightless. There's no gravity on the ISS. But then you go 250,000 miles away, suddenly gravity's back on. It's off again, it's on again, off again, it's on. It's pulling, gravity's so powerful, it's pulling the moon back to the Earth. But
there is gravity on the ISS.
Yeah, dude, shut the fuck up.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that your claim's wrong. There is gravity on the ISS.
Dude, this is.
I think
no one's ever claimed that there isn't.
Okay.
I'm taking out, but closing, I will
they
say.
do. They do claim that. When you listen to globalists, they'll tell you, how do you explain this microgravity on the ISS? They don't know shit about fuck, dude. It's like they come in here, they have no idea. You ask them, like you, Leo, on your modern day debate, the mod over there. Ask them, how far away is the ISS? 4,000, 5,000, 8,000. He's just guessing thousands of miles away. You're like, certainly. Why do you think it's that far away? Well, the live stream cameras on the ISS. I go, yeah, what about them? They show, because based on his very poor understanding of math, the amount of curvature he's seen on these live streams has to be that far away. It couldn't be just 200 miles up. See, these guys don't know anything. You don't know shit. You're going to come in here and try to critique a model, try to defend a model, and you don't know anything about it at all. It's like, go step one. Why the fuck do you think it's a globe? What did you do to verify it? Did you curvature? What did you do? Nothing. You just got some worldview, some random worldview that needs to be a globe for some reason. Some sort of cosmic nihilism, atheism. You got this Bill Nye, I suck speech that's stuck in your head. Meanwhile, all of NASA, super religious, all the astronauts, super religious. They put Bibles on the moon and shit. It's like, you guys, your worldview is so fucked up. It's so deeply contradictory that the only way you can square it is run around the internet saying not flat every day.
So you actually believe the world is flat?
No, it's not a belief, yeah. Go ahead, Ethergrass.
If you measure your height, would you consider that to be a belief? It's a measurement of your height, a belief. It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, he didn't want to converse with anyone. He just wanted to
Yeah,
in the background.
another thing. I just say what they're gonna do. Oh, you guys think the Earth's flat, and then they do it. They just blurt, squawk, and run.
Just to complete Chris' point earlier, in case anyone wasn't tracking, not just the people in the VC, but the people watching on YouTube, whoever is watching, listening. The first point that he said to, I'm gonna call him DD. I'm not gonna call this dude Daddy, nor debate because he doesn't know how to do that either.
It's Reductio. He's on the sock account.
Reductio.
Yeah.
The sock account. Okay. So Reductio, DD, debate Daddy. Right, like Crit was just talking about. Play the Sky Magic game, Flat Earther. Right, give me your explanation of this celestial phenomena, whatever the hell it is. For instance, the sun, which I wasn't here earlier for. And then Flat Earther Alpha does that, and then follows up with ridicule of Flat Earther Alpha for doing that. So before playing the game, ridiculing the Flat Earther for not having an explanation, or for not playing the Sky Magic explanation game, then when they oblige, then they ridicule them and mock them for playing the Sky Magic game. So it's obviously hypocritical, first and foremost. And then secondly, that's not how you scrutinize the issue, by just contriving explanation. Right? And nor do you have to, thirdly, you don't have to contrive some sort of substitute explanation, some sort of substitute body of lore in order to refute the initial body of lore that they do espouse. That's three things. Three errors on their part. Now, I tried to be patient and let that dude talk, but of course, we all heard it. We all heard him ruin the conversation, ruin the debate when he started just talking through my replies, trying to prevent me from replying, and saying replies that are obviously just ignoring the obvious critique that I'm saying to him. So I'm just going to keep repeating the relevant refutation that has direct bearing on the last thing he said to try and prove his case, to try and refute flat earthers. Look over here. Look in the open chat. We can see Earth curve, which is devoid again of a z-axis convexity, which he tried to dismiss and hand wave arbitrarily. Right? He just said it's not necessary. It is necessary. Because the XYZ axis is not exclusively indicative of the alleged SE, spheroidal Earth. Look at the XY axis curvature in this footage at 290 something thousand feet. Let's say 290,000 feet, 290K feet. Yeah, okay. Your clerics, internal criticism, your clerics say that it would be visible at 35,000 to 50,000 feet. And we have evidence that's not visible at more than 2 times that height at 121,000 feet. So how the hell does this work? Do you really want to espouse the entailment that you ascend in height, you see it at 50,000 feet, for instance, then you ascend 2 times that, and then it looks flat all of a sudden, and then you ascend 2 times that, more than 2 times that, and then you see it curve again. What type of shit is that? Because that's the entailment. Well, no. Obviously, that's just fake. No evidence, just a conspiracy theory. And it's okay for them to contrive conspiracy theories to invalidate photographic evidence, but not us. Well, hypocrisy again. That's 2 things. And then try to hand wave what is easily known to be a factoid in the lore that is scientism. This 50,000 feet Earth curve visible thing notion is in the worldview his clerics espouse. And of course, that's not convenient for his argument. So he just arbitrarily hand waves that. And then makes an analogy that basically conveys that his own clerics that say this, that's not convenient for his argument, are a bunch of crackpot people analogous to flat earthers contriving all sorts of celestial fictions, third sun and all this other stuff. And then we ended with that. Behold the wisdom of the scientist adherent, the adherent to scientism. Just like everyone else in every other category, every other category of worldview, there are those who are the adepts. There's the official clerics. Under them are the adepts, are not the official ordained clerics, as it were. And then there's just the laymen. And there's always zealots sprinkled in there. Usually the zealots are on the bottom category. The last category I mentioned, the laymen. The higher up you go to the clerics, the doctoral clerics of theirs, they don't have the same erratic and the same erratic, sycophantic attitude and behavior. They really just sit there and talk to like normal folks, mostly.
You done?
Well, are you asking because you want to continue on with the same subject or go on to another subject?
You talk.
Yeah, he's clearly talking
That's
to people.
just too bad.
See,
No
you'll
one
see
cares
this
about
too.
what you don't want to hear.
You see this idea.
Yeah, go ahead,
they
Chris.
come in here and you get these anti-flat earthers. Like, why are they like this? Why are they so against flat Earth? It's because they need to invent a group of people who's more disgusting than they are. And you see this, like, this guy that came in here, Modern Day Debate, just started squawking his ass off. About a year and a half ago, we said, hey, we're going to break ties with you guys. They had a mod over there. They got busted in a Chris Hansen style sting.
Wow.
Anti-flat earther. It's like all these anti-flat earthers, they realize that they're at the bottom of society. They're the worst of the worst. But they fancy themselves as some kind of like great philosophical thinker that like science this and science that.
Right.
But they have to
people.
But they have to punch down. And they have to invent a group of people. Like, look how awful these flat earthers are.
Exactly.
And then they're like, sure, okay, we'll leave you alone, you leave us alone. And they couldn't even, their word as a man. They won't even abide by it. And they keep sending their trolls over to our channel. It should be a pinned comment somewhere in your server. Leave the flat earthers alone.
Leave the dumbass flat earthers alone. Stop trolling them. You're making us look bad. Nope. They act just like the Scientologists. The Scientologists do the same thing. They go out of their way to harass whoever they perceive to be enemies against them or enemies against humanity. Because, of course, they convince themselves that they're doing as it were, a crusade or a holy war against the flat earthers, who are such a malignant virus in human civilization.
Yeah, McToon said that. We just did an event on Anti-Truth League. And they just said, hey, how about be honest? Like one person said, you've been yelling and just, shit-talking flat earthers for like 3 hours. Like, how do you justify behaving this way? Just because someone you think is wrong or doesn't have an answer to your question. Like, they're giving you, like, the broken logic. Like, McToon's like, I got a question for you flat earthers, and you can't answer it. And then you answer, and he tells you your answer isn't an answer, it's a wrong answer. And you're like, okay, so I'm wrong, and I didn't answer at the same time. He's like, yeah. Okay, so why be so weird and toxic about it? He straight up said, Because you're subhuman. You're garbage. You need to be treated like
Go
garbage.
right back to an antebellum Southern Christian.
Yeah, just straight up said
antebellum
it.
South Christian.
No scruples about it at all. Had no problem saying like, yeah, that's what we call you, Flurman. Flat Earth vermin.
Now, mind you, I said that because McToon professes to be a Christian. So he's a Christian, and then he, like we just heard, McToon is calling a particular category, a particular group of humans, subhuman, really non-human or inferior humans. The same thing that antebellum Southern Christian slave owners and others who sympathize with them did. The antebellum South of the United States, same thing.
Yeah, same thing. World War II Germany.
Professional cherry picker.
The World War II Germany, all about dehumanization of the other. And that's why you see some of these guys, they are neo-Nazis. That's why they get pissed off about Flat Earth and the Apollo program. Because they saw Operation Paperclip as a justification of their worldview. So when they hear Flat Earthers saying, yeah, America never went to the moon, that shit's fake. It's all Nixon doing criminal stuff, flexing of weapons. That's all it was. They flipped the fuck out, signed into the internet, and just dehumanized the other again. There's nothing new under the sun. And thank God they'll never have any power. Imagine what those people would do with even 1 ounce of power.
These people who have nothing in their worldview, nothing that they've internalized into themselves that'll actually motivate them to discipline themselves to act consistently and justly. There's nothing in their worldview. It's not as though in their worldview there truly is a God whose wrath they cannot escape, whose law is universally applicable upon everyone. Right? They don't have that. Even the so-called Christians like McToon, they don't have that. They'll just do whatever they please, so long as they can push the envelope, so long as they can keep doing what they want to do without suffering any detriments.
Yeah, like, oh, it's entertainment purposes. It's free speech. I'm like, okay, well, can you apply that to the other side of the topic? No, can't do that. My anti-Flat Earth speech is free speech for entertainment purposes. Your Flat Earth speech, that is misinformation, harmful disinformation, and a crime against humanity. Therefore, now you're no longer human. You've lost your rights as a human being. And you're like, wow. So you want me to believe in this globetard? Why not offer something worth believing in? You're going to tell me the logical conclusion of your globe is even more ugly, sad, and small world than I'm already looking at as in a flat earth. You're going to level it up. You're going to take, hey, I see your flat earth is destructful, tribalistic, endless perpetual warfare, dehumanization, othering, constant conflicts. And they're like, yeah, you know what? I got something for you. Check out this globe.
Yeah,
it's even more destructive. Yeah. It's even worse than your flat earth.
Mind you, these are the very people who love, in so many words, either explicitly or implicitly, and demonstratively, present themselves and talk as though they're so morally superior above everyone else. No one is equal. No one is equally as valid as them. They're superior.
Yeah, think about that too. They'll claim the moral high ground and then say it's all subjective anyway. Like the endless contradictions. So our
and not just
right
sparsely.
Is it right
not just
or wrong?
like sparingly, like just an onslaught. If they're in the mood.
Yeah, you see that too. That they think they can lie to advance the truth. Like Reductio, he purposely misrepresented what was being told to him a couple days ago. Straight up, purposely, just lied. Just straight lied. Said, hey, I talked to a flat earther who was talking about invisible bodies in the sky. Just completely misrepresented it. To say, well, you guys don't believe that, do you? The person he was talking to didn't believe it either. He was just telling you an answer because you said there wasn't one. There's no possible explanation for any of it. Just pulling a rabbit out of his hat to get you to shut the fuck up and go back to the ground. Like, sure, I'll entertain your meth-filled symposium about the sky for a couple minutes. Now can we talk about the ground again? The surface of the earth. This is why you gotta be careful. I mean, they're always listening. They're always clipping things. And that's why we stopped doing Speculation Sunday. Because sure as shit, we'd be talking about some sort of speculation, and the next fucking day, they come in here. Well, I heard a flat earther talking about, whatever it was. You're like, okay, did you go talk to that person? Who was that person? No, I didn't talk to him. Well, why not? Because you want to come in here, completely strawman it, lie about it, act like it wasn't a speculation, like he had some claim and some proof he was, bringing up. It's like they're insensible. They're just like, do you really think that you can advance truth by just lying all the time? The Barbra Streisand effect. This is why Flat Earth exploded. People looked up Flat Earth and be like, wow, that's ridiculous. Just one straw man after another. And they say they come to talk to a real Flat Earther, like, yeah, no Flat Earther thinks that dumb shit. Like upward moving disk in space. If Flat Earth was that ridiculous, that silly, that completely easy to debunk, why straw man it at all? Answer that, globalists. Why would you do that? If our ideas are that bad, that silly, that ridiculous, why misrepresent what we're saying?
And notice also, again, like I just mentioned, no internalization of anything that motivates them to discipline themselves at all, let alone be charitable. Approaching the dreadful flat earthers as though they might have something going for them. They might be right. You approach them with the strict operating presumption that they're wrong and they cannot be right. Right? So now you think you have justification to just treat them however you please and just abandon any charitability at all. No charitable interpretation of what we say. No charitable interaction when trying even to debate, at worst, debate. Right? None of that. Right? And like you just mentioned, in the first place, this whole contemporary movement of basically a paradigm shift, not just of the shape of the earth, but their entire worldview, which can now be called, as it were, the great apostasy from scientism, right? It began with so many who were questioning the doctrines of scientism, and they were just asking questions and researching in more depth the things that they were taught, right? The distinctives of scientism. And then when they just asked their questions or even said their confusion and or their critiques, they were berated. So, as it were, whoever shot first, the ones who shot first is the scientism adherents, the globe people, the globers. They didn't have to approach us this way. They don't have to have the attitude that flat earthers are this malignant virus that you can treat without ever much animosity and antipathy and malice as you please. They don't have to approach us this way, but they decide to.
Yoder, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, barely.
All right, yeah, because I got to bounce here. I didn't want to just leave it unmodded.
When I was coming into the VC, for instance, these people, Somalians, appear the most stupid, crass names, like this dude, Dick Driver.
Yeah. Hey, will you, Gregory? Like, if something happens, and just ping me, okay? I should be able to hear it.
Okay.
So why was I muted? I was just pointing out that there's something objectively wrong in the chat. There's like an actual you guys always go on about you guys are going on about straw mans, but I think if you were steel manning, you'd be able to point out when something that another flat earther says is just blatantly wrong. And here we can actually see this. Jager Bruno said there's a 776 really big number times pressure difference between the Earth's atmosphere and space, which just completely ignores that the atmosphere is gradual, even in both globe models and in just like general observation.
I'm pretty sure he's
Is he
referring to
ignoring
what
the
they call the
gradient, or are you just
vacuum is-
superimposing that notion?
I mean, in this graph here, just like straight up ignores that there's a gradient because it says there's a straight pressure difference between the vacuum of space and Earth's atmosphere. So yes, this is ignoring the gradient.
Maybe it's a pressure difference between this given point and that given point. Maybe, just maybe.
No, that's not even said in the image. So no.
No, or maybe just misinterpreted.
No way
Yeah.
to miss this.
Yeah.
It says that this goes straight from the Earth's atmosphere 1013 MBR and 0.00, just negligible MBR.
Yeah, you just misinterpreted. You see,
well-
now of course, because they have this antipathy, right? This strong hostility, right? He just did the very thing I just described. This refusal to be charitable. If the people who are not
You
in the
can just
VC, they can't
admit
see
that-
this
that
image.
there
I
was
don't
a
think
mistake.
they can. If they can, Jager Bruno posted what I call info memes, because they're memes, but they're designed to inform rather than just merely entertain. And it's an arrow, purple arrow, one point pointing at the Earth, another pointing into the black void, right, as it were. And he wants to interpret, this dick driver guy wants to interpret the image as though it's conveying that there's just a strict difference between this pressure over here and this very big number of pressure difference over here, as though the image is conveying that there is no gradient, when the arrow is spanning a vast distance in principle from the surface of the Earth to this vague point in the black void, which clearly represents and conveys the distance where the gradient would be. But no, we got to take the time to tediously explain this that is easily comprehensible by any adult that's trying to be sensible to people like him.
Well, the image is implying that there's just going to be a straight force of like that atmospheric difference that would be pushing the atmosphere out, but because it is a gradient, then there's not going to be that force.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't get the point of the image at all.
Well, that's what it's implying.
No, you don't understand the image at all. You didn't accurately say what the image is conveying at all.
What's the image saying? What's the image saying?
The image is clearly conveying that this is the mathematical entailments of your cosmogonic or your cosmological paradigm. That there's this pressure difference over here, and this orders of magnitude pressure difference as you go up through the gradient or away through the gradient to the further away from the Earth into the black void.
Also, this isn't even like a real like measurement of force. You're just like multiplying the minuscule amount of the minuscule amount here.
It's not a real measurement.
You're dividing the minuscule number here.
You don't live in this we don't live in this. It's not the structure of the thing we live in. You don't live on a ball in a cosmic void.
According to this, if space was a true vacuum, there would be an infinite pressure difference, which would be seemingly trying to imply that there would be an infinite force, which would be ridiculous.
That's obviously not the case. You're just bad at interpreting things.
Well, then why is that number there?
This is dumb.
Why is there this big number here that's supposed to imply there's something?
That's the difference. It's literally labeled. That's the pressure difference relatively in your own paradigm, just in principle, given your lore. Now watch, he still is going to just not comprehend. And have some other pop back retort just not comprehending the info meme.
What's it actually trying to tell me then? You keep saying I'm not comprehending it. I'm trying to.
I just told you. You just did the thing I just predicted 7 seconds ago. Like there comes a point with you people where we try to talk to you. We're saying exactly the answer to your question, and you just don't get it. But while still convincing yourself that we're just so stupid, and that's why you don't understand. Never taking the humble route. Never taking the humble route in the conversation, and internalizing the possibility that maybe you're incompetent at comprehending what we actually conveyed.
Okay, but tell me, what are the consequences of this meant to be? Sure, there is this number pressure difference between the surface of the Earth's atmosphere and the very vacuum of space.
It's called a gradient.
That alone doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be a force that's that significant. Because again, there's going to be a gradient. And also because that number isn't significant, just because like 0 m bar doesn't mean there's going to be a really big force if there's even like a small amount.
Why not? How do you have such a tremendous force without the sufficient means to exert the given force? Why not?
To put this into perspective, you see the number on the left, the 0.000000133 m bar. If that was 0.00133 m bar and then 0 m bar right next to it, so that number's a really small number, right? But if you had 0 m bar right next to it, that would be like infinity. That would be implying that it would be like a really, really big force that's so big it would be infinity. But like
that's just not infinity.
Okay, but it's seemingly implying that there's a really big like.
Okay, that's not objective. It's just like your impression.
Intense. But it's
just because you have that impression from the figures doesn't until there's anything wrong.
Well, it
with
doesn't
what's being
say
conveyed
anything
here.
else, though, does it? It's not saying okay, the pressure difference.
It doesn't say your impression that it doesn't say. It doesn't say your impression. So don't keep trying to go in circles with me about that.
Meaningless. Why was the image
you're just talking about it seemingly.
What
objective is just your impression about the figure.
It doesn't say anything.
Well, obviously, it's not conveying that an infinite pressure must be exerted for this finite pressure. That's obviously not the point. So just throw that comment away of yours.
You can't even tell me what this is meant to be saying outside of that interpretation. Like,
I can tell you,
like stating a non-relevant fact.
It's not infinite; it's finite. You need something to exert force, and no thing. If force is not exerted without something, exerting it, that's ridiculous. But you're sitting up here talking about there wouldn't need to be a force that exerts that force for there to be this much force exerted. Ridiculous.
What do you mean? There would be a force exerted for
that's what I meant.
Pressure differentials, but it's not going to be this magnitude.
What you said earlier is wrong. Then
isn't the correct equation for getting.
Okay, so then what you just said earlier is wrong. Then
the figure here is not even this figure here.
Okay, so if you're conceding what I just said to you, then what you just said earlier is wrong. Then
it's not a figure of force, though. So why is it being posted?
You just conceded to what I just said earlier. So then what you said earlier, you just conceded to what I just said. So if you conceded to what I just said, then what you just said earlier is wrong. Because you're conceding to the refutation of what you said earlier.
There's
you see how we can't have a conversation with these people? He just said that I'm right. He just said yeah. After I said the comment, he said yeah. And I said, if you say yeah to what I just said, then you're conceding that I'm right. If you concede that I'm right, that if what I'm saying is right, it's a refutation to what you just said earlier. So then you're acknowledging that what you just said earlier is wrong. Why can't you just explicitly admit that? Why do you just keep talking and just ignoring that? Why do you just keep talking like right now, just being noisy and ignoring that, not having a coherent conversation?
Well, there is no coherent conversation to be said.
Because you're ruining it. We're trying to be patient with you, but we hear you striving to just ignore what I'm saying to you, to go on saying something
am I
else,
farting on
to
your
not
shit?
get to the conclusion and make the issue clear. We hear you doing this. You're on record. Anyone who wants to go out of the way to get the clip can get the clip of my conversation with you and can hear you just contriving some other reply, not trying to concentrate on the subject that I'm concentrating on that you mentioned in the first place.
Okay, what's the subject then?
So you said that no, there wouldn't necessarily be a force to exert this force, which is obviously stupid. And then I said exactly what is the refutation, that ridiculous notion that you can't have an instance of force
Let me
being exerted
clarify
without
for you. This figure
something
is not
exerting that
representative
force.
of force.
And then you said, yeah, that's right. So if you say, yeah, that's right, then that concedes that
What are you guys talking about?
my refutation is right,
have no
what you said
fucking
earlier
clue
is
what you're
wrong.
talking about. Anyone?
Exactly. That's what
hold
they
up to
do.
this.
So he's not
I mean,
going to
I've been
clarify.
listening
I'll
for about 10
clarify.
minutes trying to figure it out. I still don't know what it is you're talking
Yes.
about.
Because of this one image.
No, be quiet. You're not going to explain. I'm going to explain. So, Yaga Bruno posted an image. Right. I'll forward it so that you can see it because it's kind of far up in the here in the chat.
Gotcha. No worries.
If I can.
appreciate it.
Yeah. I can't do that way. I'm just going to download it so I can send it down there.
I mean, I can go up. Okay, I can see it. I think I can.
It's also at the bottom too.
Exosphere, thermosphere, that one?
Yeah. You see where I just posted that image? At the very bottom.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So we're talking about this. The dude over here, Dick Driver, is trying to critique it as though there's something wrong here. Right.
Yes,
and
well,
what he said is he just has this subjective impression that's not at all objective, and now he has to swoop in because he's not going to let me actually expose his error.
I'm going to explain my point.
Now he wants to swoop in and be noisy when he heard me speaking before him, and everyone knows he's not going to make the issue clear. Okay, so he tried to critique
just
this
talk to the new guy because talk to the new guy because that dude's bricked.
Yeah. So to make the issue clear, he's going to insist that I'm not getting his position right when I've quoted him several times on the very thing that he was harping on. Okay. So this image, he's trying to critique it, saying, well, this kind of entails that there would be an infinite force to exert this. No, it doesn't. That's not an entailment at all. You don't need an infinite force to exert a finite degree of force or quantity of force. It's obviously not an entailment. That's just a stupid notion just trying to shove onto the image. Right. And then he's like, well, there wouldn't necessarily need to be something to exert the force. Excuse me? You don't need a cause for the effect? You don't need something to exert the force in order for the exertion of force to happen? That's obviously stupid. And then he said, yeah, of course. I mean, that's true. I wasn't saying that. Well, if you say that's true, then you're saying my refutation, what you just said earlier, is true. But rather than just saying that, right, just admitting that he's wrong and that I correctly refuted him, you're just going to keep saying some other reply, yapping about some other details.
Okay, and the force that we're talking about is the force like holding the atmosphere together, right?
In his world,
discussing,
sure.
or are we discussing the vacuum of space?
No. The subject was about his misinterpretation of what is being conveyed by all the graphics and text here in the image.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, of course, what you just mentioned is shoulder to shoulder related to this.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at the picture, and that's kind of what I'm.
Well, he said that there wasn't a gradient, and that was his concern.
Yeah, I forgot that, but thank you very much for mentioning that. He said that, well, the image seems to suggest that it ignores that there's a gradient. No, it doesn't ignore that. That's what the purple arrow is conveying.
Right.
The purple arrow is spanning the distance between the surface of the Earth and this vague point in the black void where the gradient would be in principle.
Gotcha. I don't know. Isn't it, yeah, like I said, isn't it Earth's gravity basically keeping all?
Yeah, that's their metaphysical doctrine.
Here.
Yeah, that's their metaphysical doctrine, so-called gravity.
Gotcha.
Now, what the so-called gravity really is, and they're bad. I can say this after years of experience of letting them say so many words in detail, like ad nauseum, so many words. They don't know how to coherently articulate the doctrine at all, however they conceive it. And they certainly don't know how to reiterate what their clerics, the doctoral scholars of theirs, actually say about the issue. They've never actually read the sources that succinctly say what gravity is. But I have, and I have many saved messages that contain the quotation and citation and the deductive syllogisms that refute their doctrine. And then when I show it to them, they're so baffled because they can't believe how stupid the doctrine actually is when you say in a sentence, one single sentence, what it is. So in the first place, they have their Newtonian or kind of pseudo-Newtonian gravity, which is really kind of Cavendish, not really Newton, but let's just go with the common lore in their common version of this. The Newton gravity, I've conveniently made the initialism MAM, or you could say the acronym MAM, mass attracting mass. And what does that mean? To say it in one single sentence, matter pulls other matter by being matter. Or you can say that if-then proposition.
Yeah,
If matter is matter,
it's the
or if
effect
matter
of mass
exists.
on space time, right? So like
No, that's a different one. That's a
Okay.
different one.
But
That's
I
not
thought
Newton.
that's what the attraction is.
That's
So like
different.
when matter
I'll
is
get to that.
attracting
I'll get to
matter.
that. I'll get to that one.
Object with more mass.
Right. I'll get to that one. So that's closely related, and they try to smush those two together. So there's two different versions. The one I'm talking about now is the one that you just mentioned that abrogates the one I just mentioned. Now, some of them don't understand that in their worldview. According to their clerics, which is a TGR, theory of general relativity, that what you just mentioned, that abrogates MAM, mass attracting mass, Newton's gravity. Some of them want to say that it's a version of the former, the one you mentioned. Some of them want to say that they're the same. Some want to say that they're connected. But their clerics say that no, Newton was wrong, right? It doesn't account for these other things in the far reaches of the black void away from the earth, yada, yada, yada. But Newton's gravity does. It's better. You can hear Michio Kaku's clearly saying, in no uncertain terms, unequivocally, gravity does not pull, gravity bends space. Gravity does
Right.
not pull, gravity bends space. So that's what their clerics have now settled on. That's one of their latest canons, one of the latest decrees, just like Christians, just like Muslims. That's what they've settled on. That's the quote unquote consensus. Okay.
What about like
But
that
before that-
image from the 30s that Einstein took of like the sun during an eclipse, and you can see its effect on light. You can like see stars behind it because of its effect on space.
before that,
because
before
its
that.
mass is so immense, it can literally pull light around.
Right. That's a part of their lore. But before that,
Gotcha. Well, I mean,
just
you
so
can
that we
see the images. I can try and find it.
Yeah, I know. Let me complete this before we hop on to something else. So MAM, mass attracting mass, to say it in one single sentence, if matter exists or if matter is matter, then matter pulls all other matter together. That's what MAM is. That's what Newtonian gravity is. So the alleged cause for matter, for all material particles pulling on each other, is them being matter or them existing. That's what they say. I can show you the quote in just a moment. That's obviously ridiculous because just existing or just being a material thing is not a cause of motion. But that's what the doctrine is. That's what they say. Explicitly say in so many words to specify what gravity is. They say,
yeah, they kind of
if matter
explain
exists or if matter is matter,
space-time as
then
like
matter
a
pulls to other
field,
matter.
right?
Right. If matter exists, then matter pulls to other matter. Matter existing is not a cause. Things existing is not a cause of motion. The things could exist and there be no motion. It's ridiculous. That's not a cause. It falls flat on its face right there. But let's grant that as though it were true. You couldn't even verify that either, because the independent variable that you have to manipulate in order to verify this causation hypothesis, right? This is applying the scientific method, so-called. The independent variable to manipulate is the existence of matter, because that's the alleged cause. That's the if part in the if-then proposition. right? The hypothesis, the if-then proposition. Well, of course, you can't do that. You're not God. They're not God, and of course, in their world, there is no God that would even be able to do that.
Right, and I agree. I mean, their model of physics breaks down the closer you look at it, right? Like there's spooky physics they talk about and shit. Like
And then they
the
presume that
double
it
slit
has been empirically
experiment.
verified. Yeah, then they presume they have empirically verified it with the so-called Cavendish experiment, which is really just a measurement done with the presupposition that this MAM, this mass attracting mass, even exists. He wasn't trying to verify that it exists. He presupposed that it exists, that it's a real law, a real function law of material things, real physical law. He was trying to measure the density of the Earth. So
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Cavendish. Like I've heard the name.
Yeah, little to no one is. Yeah. So the operation that they try to appeal to is not even trying to verify the proposition in contention, MAM itself. Wasn't trying to discern whether it's real or not. He presupposed that it's real when trying to measure the density of the Earth. That's obviously fallacious. Presupposing the very proposition that you're trying to verify, taking it for granted, not scrutinizing it, but taking it for granted, is not scrutinizing it. And of course, using a method that was not even trying to scrutinize it is also not scrutinizing the proposition. So there's that with MAM. Now, like you mentioned with TGR, for our convenience, these initialisms, right? Theory of general relativity, or in fact, GR, general relativity. It's even more convenient. As it concerns GR, if you were to say it in an if-then proposition, right? What is gravity? If matter exists, it's the same cause, but different effect. If matter exists, then space-time, quote unquote, curves. If matter exists, then space-time, quote unquote, curves. So it's the same error. It has the same error, espousing a non-cause to be a cause of motion, right? Matter existing is not a cause of motion, right? And then you have this ridiculous metaphysical doctrine of so-called space-time, right? And when you actually analyze this notion, it's nothing more than taking the word space and taking the word time, smushing them together, putting a dash between the two, or a hyphen between the two. And then you have two versions of this. It's either a concrete substratum that occupies all volume.
Yeah, the general relativity
or it's just a mathematical paradigm.
an incomplete. It's a theory,
Right.
first of all.
It's two different versions.
And it doesn't,
depending on who you talk to.
like it conflicts with what is it? Quantum mechanics and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone
while it's espoused to be the metaphysical ground for quantum mechanics and all that garbage, quantumism I call it. So that's TG,
Right.
that's GR, right? If matter exists, then space-time curves. There's the destructive dilemma that refutes the notion of space-time. Either space-time is asserted to be concrete or not, right? Or you could phrase it as a question: is space-time asserted to be a concrete entity or not? If they go with yes, then they are asserting something that is not meaningfully different from the ether, which they deny, which implicitly is self-contradictory. Because if they say the space-time is this concrete substratum that occupies all volume, that's no different than the ether, which they deny. So if they want to deny the ether and assert the concrete, as it were, version of space-time, now they're contradicting themselves. So they say, no, forget that. No, I don't want to go that route. It's just a mathematical paradigm. Well, if you go that route, then now you're reifying an abstract entity, because you're saying that matter existing is now warping, curving space-time, which is a mathematical paradigm. And math is a category of a priori abstract principles and concepts. That's stupid. So now there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, nothing makes sense.
So when you actually do an analysis and internal criticism of their worldview, it falls apart like paper mache in the rain, like a sandcastle in a tsunami. And they've never thought in these terms. I Lord knows only how many times I've said these these analytical criticisms and refutations, and they're just dumbfounded. They don't know what to say. These things are so foreign to them. These terms and categories that I'm saying to them are so foreign to them. Even the very own quotations that succinctly say what their doctrine actually is, that they actually are not educated on, they're so foreign to them, they didn't know what to say. I had to teach them so many times, repetitively, in many different instances of me debating them. And the debate evolves from a debate to just a lesson for them. Usually.
Yeah, no, I'm learning some stuff, man. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
I'm just here to fucking ask questions, basically.
So yeah,
I've hung out here
want to try to feel
before. You guys can kind of be hostile sometimes, but right now you're pretty chill.
Oh yeah. So with all that being said, gravity is the great metaphysical doctrine to trying to hold all the things in the world together. Because what's the worldview? The worldview is that there's a bunch of matter flailing around in a black void, and there's these forces somehow, inexplicably operating and moving around and making things do what they do in various ways. And the great force of them all is gravity, right? And it pulls, as in MAM, mass attracting mass, or as in GR, the materials together so that we have any.
Yeah, they don't even understand gravity at all. Like they don't know if it's a force. Like
So that's their worldview, right?
It's just kind of there.
And that's also what accounts for in their worldview what keeps the air near the ball we allegedly live on, so that we don't.
And then they talk about like gravitational waves and stuff, and
all that other stuff. So now that we've already gone through the refutation, now it's evident again that they have a glaring gap in their worldview. Right? They can't account for the reality of the air staying near us so that we don't suffocate us. So that we don't suffocate and so that we can't even have the freaking debate. So the reality of air pressure and us breathing is rendered absurd in their worldview, given the refutation to their most fundamental worldview. But that's not the worst part. If you want to be thoroughly analytical, without gravity, you don't have the primeval atom expansion. This is a part of their lore, to be consistent with all the notions that make up their worldview. Part of their lore is that gravity is what holds things together since the very beginning, since the so-called Big Bang, the primeval atom expansion. Well, without that, you have this expansion or explosion, however way you want to say it, whoever you're talking to, and there's nothing to bring the material things together. So then that entails what? That all material bodies that we have that exist before us would all be completely disintegrated to the most fundamental particles. That's obviously not the case. So this proposition entails a false proposition. That which implies falsehood is false. So that's called a deductive refutation. Again, it's a reductio ad absurdum argumentum, reduction to absurdity argument. Their doctrine, given the refutation of gravity, entails that all bulk matter will be disintegrated down to the most smallest, irreducible, indivisible particles. We don't live in that world, so that's obviously a false doctrine. We wouldn't have the air, we wouldn't have us humans, we wouldn't have the earth, we would have nothing. It would just be a black void full of disconnected, indivisible particles. That's obviously not the case. And their own clerics say this too. They know this. So it's not just some unbelievers doing some sort of external criticism. That's an internal critique that I did. And their clerics know that this is an entailment of the absence of gravity.
Hey, quick interrogatory, Mr. Gregory.
Hey,
you doing all right?
I'm all right.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna look into that Cavendish guy that you were talking about.
Oh yeah. Henry Cavendish thrived throughout
Word. Well, you guys take
thrived
care.
in the 18th century. You too. Peace.
Oh, sorry. I thought you all were. Sorry, I come in and I missed that he was still continuing. Sorry, I thought he had finished. Sorry. But quick question for you, Greg.
Okay.
The fellow who was trying to claim the Earth curvature from a fisheye lens or reticulated lens or whatever the hell he was talking about, where did he end up? Did he just spiral out of control, the debate daddy fellow?
Oh, he just kept being noisy, and then Crit spoke up, and he, gave another scathing critique about other related issues about this type of behavior that they routinely exude. And then because he got censured, because the mods were not going to tolerate his antics that they heard him doing with me when I was trying to debate him for the past 10 minutes or so. And then, of course, he left. I think that's how that ended.
If you go in an airplane and you go to an altitude of 35 to 40,000 feet, fuck if I know what that is in meters offhand. I do know that a kilometer is 0.6 of a mile. In fact, like as a rule of thumb, you can use kilometers to miles as a phi ratio of 0.618 to 1. Just as a rule of thumb, yeah, the phi ratio works for kilometers to miles. But if you go to 35,000 feet, that is a domestic flight. That's not a transcontinental flight per se, but that is a fairly long distance flight from one place to another. That the tangent, the curvature of the Earth, should be visible at about 250 miles away. Maybe 220, maybe 270 or 80 miles away. Maybe some variance, because why? I don't know. Earth is a potato. But that's kind of the comfortable average of where it should be. Now, when we go up in an airplane and we look sideways out the airplane with infrared, we can see the point 250 miles away, and we can see the Earth at 400 miles away, at 600 miles away, 800 miles away, in some cases more than 1,000 miles away. Not only can we see that point on Earth, that may be 4 times the distance that it should be if it's a globe, but it's flat. There's no curvature present either. We've got many, many examples of this. Thank you to J. Tolan Media. And people say, well, what about refraction? Okay, what about refraction? Isn't refraction making the Earth look flat from that height? And I would say, okay, if that's the case, what about all the people that claim to see curvature from that height? Seems like every day we have some numbnuts that comes in here and says, oh yeah, I've seen curvature from an airplane. I was at 15,000 feet flying from Baltimore to South Carolina somewhere. We say, oh great, okay. If Earth is a globe, even if Earth is round like a globe, then you shouldn't see curvature from that height. But okay, so how much curvature should you see from 15,000 feet? I don't know, maybe 180 miles? Folks, I mean, from 35,000 feet to 40,000 feet, we can see over 1,000 miles. Absolutely. Incontrovertible evidence. And we're willing to present it and walk through it with you. We've also measured the Earth over short distances using much greater accuracy and precision. Why? Because when you're in an airplane looking out over the horizon, who cares if you're off by 10 miles, 20 miles, or 100 miles? You can afford to be off by quite a bit in absolute terms, but not in relative terms. We have people that do shorter distance observations along the beach at the water's edge, where water is curving with the earth. 6 miles, 7 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. Shining lasers, reflecting sunlight, zooming in with infrared, and nobody can find where the curvature ought to be. If you are a casual observer, let's say you are just under 2 meters high, 1.8 meters. Yeah, look at that. I'm using meters now. Do you know how far away the globe curvature should be when you're looking out? It should be about 1.8 to 2 kilometers. That's it. Yes. That means if you are 1.8 meters high, you should not see the ground at about 1.8 kilometers. You should not see the surface of the water at 1.8 kilometers. Why? Why is that? Because of the curvature of the earth and the law of reflection. The light that reflects off the backside of a hill does not make it to your eye. And we are talking about a gigantic hill. A hill that is just about 2 kilometers long. And after 2 kilometers, well, you should not see the backside of that hill that extends further than 2 kilometers, because the light on the backside of the hill is shooting up over your head. It's shooting up over your head because of the hill that blocks the reflection. The angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. And because your eyes do not have a logical optical path to the backside of the hill, you should not see it. No more than if I hold up a ball in front of your face, should you not see the backside of the ball. So if Earth is a globe beyond a hill of water at 1.8 to 2 kilometers, you should not see the surface of the water beyond that. Now here's the funny thing. I'll tell you why it's funny. Because from less than 1 meter off the ground, we can see 8 to 10 to 12 kilometers of a flat surface of water. Not only are we much shorter than 1.8 meters, we can see multiple times beyond what the curvature of the Earth is. We can show you that. We can show you that with images of the beach looking out to oil rigs in the distance at 6 to 9 miles. You can see the flat surface of the water to the base of the oil rigs, and from the base of the oil rigs at 6 miles and at 9 miles and beyond to the horizon, however far that extends. Now, some people claim, well, what about refraction? Is that a mirage? Is that possible we're seeing too far? Well, I mean, not only is this a losing conversation for the globe, but it's quite convoluted for the globe. What this means is that all the points of light from every point of the surface that you're seeing is bending to hit your eye such that a curved surface appears flat. So that means a point at the surface that is 500 meters away from you versus a point of the surface that's 1 kilometer away versus 2 and 4 and 8 kilometers away. That all of those rays of light from those points of distance are bending at different rates such that when they hit your eye that the surface appears flat. Why would the light be bending at different rates? Well, the claim from the Glober side is that the atmosphere, the random wind and temperature changes and everything going on in the chaotic atmosphere happens to be conspiring in such a way to make all of those points along the surface from near to far bend at different rates in order to make a curving surface look perfectly flat and stable. I find that freaking hard to believe, folks. You want to talk conspiracy theories? Flat earthers aren't the conspiracy nuts. It's globers thinking that somehow the laws of physics conspire to produce a flat image, and their best argument for the globe is how flat everything looks. Why would people make such dumb excuses like that? Well, there's a very deep psychological force at play. The force of social conformity, the Asch conformity test. Have you guys heard of the Asch conformity test? You've probably been a victim of this, but it's been done in classrooms and in laboratory tests. The idea is you get one patsy in a lineup of about 20 people who are in on it. And there's going to be a proctor in front of the lineup of people, and the proctor will say, does 1 + 1 = 3? Raise your hand if you agree. And everybody in the lineup raises their hand. Yes, 1 + 1 = 3, proctor. Except for the unwitting patsy who doesn't know. The unwitting patsy looks to his left and looks to his right. He sees everybody raising their hand. He's like, that's freaking stupid. Why would they agree that 1 + 1 = 3? Well, I'm going to look stupid if I keep my hand down, so I'm going to raise my hand too. And guess what? The patsy raises his hand. Just like you when you heard that the earth is a globe. You heard the earth is a globe because your friends believe earth is a globe. Your teacher believes earth is a globe. The people on TV believe earth is a globe, and NASA believes earth is a globe, and the government believes earth is a globe. Your textbooks say earth is a globe. A plumbing company drove by, and on the plumbing company's logo is a globe. You went to the store to buy some food, and you saw a picture of a globe on your food as a logo. You see the globe freaking everywhere. How come Earth could be flat, you say? And the funny thing is, when we go out and measure it, it is absolutely 100% flat. But people still think it's a globe. The people that measure the Earth for a living, surveyors, geodetic surveyors, think that Earth is a globe, and they're measuring it flat. And yeah, it is that stupid. It's 2026, and here we are. How could this be happening? How? Well, I would say don't underestimate the power of belief. People are willing to believe everything, especially when the social pressure is high, and the cost to you of not conforming is also high. What is the social cost to you if you deny the globe and accept the flat earth that you see before you? What is the cost? Are you going to get laughed at? Are you going to get ostracized from your friends? Does belief in the globe require you to work and earn an income and feed your family? There's a social cost. And it's going to keep going. It's going to keep going because people believe it. It's like a gigantic freaking urban myth that got legs and ran away, and nobody can stop it. It's an urban myth that's a train fire whose brakes have burnt out, and it's just heading off a cliff, and there's no stopping it. That's the globe. And we're here telling you that you're better off jumping off that train fire. Go ahead and break your legs, break your arms and wrists and ribs. Jump off the train. I don't care if it's moving at 60 miles an hour, because you have a better chance of survival if you do than going over the cliff. I got to take off here. I have a meeting. I'll jump in later to listen. Thank you.
When it comes to ECEF, they are using the coordinates X, Y, Z, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not claiming a share.
All right. So you just found out about ECEF a minute ago. Now you're going to teach us about ECEF?
Okay.
It sounds like that's what's happening. Would you like to learn more about it?
Oh, okay, please tell me.
It's actually 2 coordinate reference systems in one. You've got the first, which is based off of a conceptual globe for global asset tracking. But receivers, all GPS receivers that I know of, use ECEF coordinates that have been translated to east-north up and east-north down on a flat tangent plane. Every receiver has what's called a local tangent plane coordinate system, where the receiver is the origin of its own coordinates.
But when you're thinking the Earth is flat, how should it work that there is a y coordinate?
Yeah, like the vertical coordinate. Every receiver has a flat plane coordinate reference system called east-north up and east-north down, and that's part of ECEF. It gets even crazier because accuracy has been found to improve using planar coordinates in the local frame as opposed to using curved geodesic coordinates that you'd expect on a globe. It's not just me saying this. This is in surveying manuals. This is in military manuals. I can post some examples for you if you're interested.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
All right, let me go find a good old standby.
Good morning, gents.
Hi. Give me just a minute. What's up, Jedi?
What's up, gang?
All right. It's one of those things where I thought I had it, but I may have moved it. All right, well, I'll continue talking as I look for it. So there's a technique called differential GPS. Differential GPS enriches your coordinate system, which actually helps produce your vertical height. You're asking about the y-axis. DGPS uses local towers in conjunction with the GPS satellite constellation to refine your position and is more dependent on the localized towers than it is for the satellites. It can even work without the satellites. It's been demonstrated to work without the satellites. They found that for military targeting purposes, in this one paper I'm trying to find right now, that for unmanned aerial vehicles, they can improve the accuracy of their targeting simply by switching out from the globe to local tangent plane flat coordinates. Isn't that interesting?
Yep. I want to go back for the thing with the lake or the sea and the ship. So is it okay? Flat Earth Judge? I think I was talking to you at this point. Wasn't I?
Listen, I'm making food right now, but you have the best guy in here talking to you about GPS. This is your chance. Get yourself educated on that.
I want to talk about this because I was looking at a video right now. Is this okay? Is it okay or not?
You get the order now because I'm making food, but I'll be back a little bit later. We can talk lasers, but you have a chance for GPS now, and the listeners are also interested. So,
but I want to discuss this right now.
Okay, so do you want to concede that you probably don't know if GPS?
I don't know the system of GPS. I was just knowing that it is a point where the flat earth thinker having an argument with the globe.
Why bring up something you don't know anything about and use that as a point?
I was just asking. I wasn't bringing it.
If you don't know anything about it, why bring it up in the first place? And then when these guys are trying to sell you, you don't listen.
Your opinion about it.
It's not an opinion. There's no opinions when it comes to facts.
Anyway, so maybe he has learned his lesson now. It's not a good point to bring up for the globe argument. It's actually better for flat earthers. GPS is our argument. So I wouldn't bring it up again. But listen, I'm making food right now. So if somebody else can go over a laser test, that would be fantastic. I was just going to post something in the chat to you anyway.
Yeah. So GPS really has one job to do, and that's to put you somewhere on a spherical coordinate reference system. That doesn't mean that that's what Earth is in reality. Measurements are calculated using GPS, not actually measured per se. And anytime that they want to improve accuracy, they dispense with the globalized portion of GPS and then use a local flat tangent plane. This is a fact. A question I can leave you with is how many flat tangent planes can you have on a globe?
Infinite.
ECEF acts as kind of like a connective tissue between the flat tangent planes. And the rotation from one plane to another. Let's say you have two people, both using GPS. Their GPSs, receivers, each have their own local tangent plane for each user. And these two people are separated by, I don't know, 220 miles, maybe 350 kilometers. If they can, let's say they can see each other with high-end optics, all right, just for the sake of the argument, they can see each other. And they're going to say they can't because Earth is a globe, fine, whatever. What GPS does is it calculates each of the two positions independently at the receiver. And if you want to have a third system that tracks both of those people, they use ECEF to chain the two tangent planes together and then calculate a 3-degree or so, because they're about 250 miles away, 3-degree angular deviation from the vertical. So their y-axes, their vertical axes, are actually pointing away from each other at about 3 degrees. That's being calculated. That's not measured. It's being calculated so that the third-party tracker that's doing asset tracking can put those two people on a coordinate reference system that's shaped like a ball. That's all it's doing. So people come in here and act like we have a problem with this. I mean, yeah, it's kind of confusing because reality doesn't function that way. You know, but when you understand what the coordinate system is and what it's doing, and that it works for all intents and purposes, I've really no issue with it because it gets me to where I need to go, and I understand what it's doing. I'm not afraid of it, and I'm not afraid of talking about it. I'm having a mental fart right now. I can't find my my U.S. Navy paper. I know I've posted it so many times. If somebody else has it, I could use the assist here. I'm on my phone just clicking around.
Have you sent it to me? If so, I'll see if I can scroll for it. If you tell me what the title is.
Oh, gosh. It's got local tangent plane in the title.
Okay, buddy.
Oh, let's see. Is that it? I did find it here. Okay. Let me download a local copy from my cloud. All right. I'm going to post it up here in just a minute. Feel free to snag this because it could be very helpful in future discussions that you may have.
Yura?
Yeah.
Can you accept my my requests on Discord so I can send you a link to a video, YouTube video? Nothing special. I can I can post links here, I guess. Yeah, I can.
All right. Yep. I just posted a document from the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School on improving accuracy with unmanned aerial vehicles using differential GPS positioning requiring a flat Earth.
Because
All right, so you're showing me a miraging boat on a horizon.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So where's the curvature of the Earth?
Because when you're looking at it, it is not disappearing or just getting smaller. It is disappearing from bottom to
No, it's miraging into the horizon, dude. There's a superior and inferior mirage happening at the same time. You got multiple temperature inversions between the observer and the distant boat. And it's receding into the thickness of the haze. Yeah, miraging absolutely causes objects to disappear in funky ways, depending on the temperature conditions, humidity conditions as well. I mean, it's not surprising you might be at a beach in a tropical climate, looking through multiple layers of humidity. Do you want to see where the miraging is? Like, check this out. I'm going to post a screenshot. Does that look like a boat?
It is a boat.
Yeah, well, why is the top part upside down?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you advance the frames, I'm going to zoom in on this for you. What's happening there?
Wait.
Why is the boat changing shape? Why does it go from looking like two cubes to two pyramids?
Graphic. Because it's logarithmic.
It's logarithmic?
It is low graphic.
Low graph? No, why is it changing shape from two cubes stacked on top of each other to what looks like two pyramids inverted on each other?
You can literally see the haze above the horizon where the miraging and mirroring is taking place.
Yeah, in fact, I bet you wouldn't be able to. I bet you don't know where the horizon is, but I'll show you where it is here. Check this out. I'll show you where it is. Yeah, for the audience listening, this might be fun. I'm drawing a red line right through where the actual horizon is.
Yeah, right.
And this is going to teach people how to understand how they see.
Yep.
Now, that's not the full story, because you can see a transition between the dark blue and a lighter band of blue, where there's also a mirage. And then between the lighter band of blue and what looks like the sky is another mirage. And then above the red line, just above it, is another mirage. I mean, this is obviously not Earth curvature evidence.
I can post a picture of Earth curve if you want to see it.
Oh, yeah, if you could, that'd be great.
There you
go.
Cheers, Dave.
That's funny.
Got my hopes up, man.
Sorry.
It's all right, mate. It's my own fault. I should know better by now, shouldn't I?
Yeah, literally, I like the title. Mirage of a passenger boat disappearing behind the horizon. Yeah, because the horizon's in front. Being miraged. It's disappearing into it. Behind it. So the paper I posted, if you care, the title is Incorporation of a Differential Global Positioning System and the Control of an Unmanned Aerial Vehicle for the Precise Navigation in a Local Tangent Plane. I'm not going to read the whole thing, obviously, but the abstract is interesting enough. The purpose of this thesis is to incorporate GPS and a navigation system for the guidance of an unmanned vehicle, aerial vehicle, seeking precise navigation in a local tangent plane. By applying the differential positioning technique, GPS position data becomes more accurate This position can then be referenced to a known location on the ground in order to give the aircraft's position in the local tangent plane. The objective of this thesis are the system must be able to accept current location from the GPS and convert it to a local tangent plane. Display the local tangent plane coordinates numerically and graphically, and be able to easily change the origin of the coordinates. Why is it more accurate this way?
He's gone away, Yoda.
No, of course.
Apparently, I'm the reason men are committing suicide because I said focus on the information, not your feelings. It's just proof right there. The information, you can give all the facts, everything. It doesn't matter. People's emotions and feelings are in the way of just simple stuff. Okay, how is telling someone to focus on the information going to make them top themselves? What? How does that even make sense?
I'm just here to learn the truth, guys. I want you all just to tell me the truth. Now that you've told me most of the truth, I'd better get out of here because I can't handle the truth.
If you got multiple mirages on the horizon, do you have multiple horizons? If you have multiple horizons, do you even have truly a horizon? If you can't see it, can you say you have one? I mean, if it's an optical effect, relying on optical information.
Hey, what do you call a wake-up call at the brothel?
What?
Multiple horizons.
God.
I thought you were going to say breakfast in bed.
Do you guys agree that there's no reason to talk to somebody about a topic they can't possibly understand and they don't know the globe side version of it anyway?
He brought up GPS and he had no understanding of GPS.
Right, so if you had this eloquent, action-packed, fact-packed conclusion at the end, like that guy has no clue that what you're saying is correct or incorrect, or even how to compare it to the globe version. So if he says, hey, I'd like to talk about, something I actually can see, like, boats disappearing or not disappearing, like maybe that'd be more in his wheelhouse of being able to understand. So you have to do a cost-benefit analysis, whether finishing the GPS topic is more important or going down that track. And of course, you got to weigh that against the audience versus the guest. Most guests are just foils for our purposes to do exposition on the topics that we want to do. But that doesn't mean we can't meet them where they're at, or we should, and let the conversation naturally progress sometimes, because a lot of the listeners are just like that guy. They're not technically adept enough to understand GPS on a higher level, but they are adept enough to understand water's flat. They are adept enough to understand there's either a hump in between you and the object or not. I like my hump personally. It's a very nice hump.
Well, I think unfortunately we live in a time where men have been extremely feminized and they let their emotions get in the way like a woman and they can't look at information. It's quite a scary time.
That's wrong in so many ways. It's actually crazy.
How's that wrong? How's that wrong?
You're just generalizing like half of human population. You're just saying their movements, like they're humans.
Women are more
and
interested in that sort of stuff.
More there, I bet there are so many more men who are way more hysteric than any other woman. Of course, you can meet a hysteric woman, but you can also meet a hysteric man. That's just like
it didn't used to be like
generalizing and talking shit.
It's not talking shit. It's quite common knowledge.
Dude, what he's talking about is that what you just described is not a natural state for men and women to be in. It's a forced biological condition that's been bred out of men over the past decades. For example, men have been given certain roles. They've been given certain food. Their testosterone has gone down, et cetera, et cetera. They've been forced to be educated in schoolrooms with girls, which is actually detrimental to boys' mental health and educational aspects. These are all facts, brother.
They've done many experiments. They put baby boys and baby girls in a room, and they put cogs and gears on the floor, and there was many women, many grown-ups in the room. All the baby girls, not all of them, but like a good percentage of them, was more interested in what was on the adults' faces, and all the boys was interested in the cogs and the gears on the floor. There's a big difference in how we behave. It's not derogatory to women. Men had, a long time ago, men had to act a lot tougher to protect women and children. That's why we're here today.
Let's see. Is Jesus your actual name, or is that just a homage?
Jesus is one of my actual names.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, because I was going to ask, is your worldview that Jesus is Lord? Is that your worldview?
No.
Okay. Well, is your worldview that responsibility should be commensurate with ability? So, for example, you have a job that requires certain responsibilities. You want someone who's able to meet those responsibilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, absolutely. So if you take men as a class and women as a class, right, at the aggregate of all womankind and the aggregate of all mankind, and then divvy up the responsibilities, you're going to be forced to divvy them up by ability. And there's going to be a clear demarcation line between which tasks you give to the one group and which tasks you give to the other. Denying this fact is literally denial of reality. Now, notice how I didn't say anything bad about either group. I just said you're going to be forced by ability to demarcate tasks to one side versus the other because that side is better at those tasks than the other. So, in other words, by proper division, you actually accentuate what makes women better at being women and what makes men better at being men, rather than trying to create this milieu of they're all equal and they can all do the same task just as good as each other, because that's just not true. And that's a problem today. It's like people think that everything's equal, everything's the same, everything has to be the same. So, for example, Globers think that flat level water is curved. They think it's the same, it's equal, it's got equal rights. Who are you to say that flat level water can't identify as curved?
Once you start thinking like that, it's a slippery slope.
That's right. I'm the master of the epiphonetic conclusatory segue. You're dang right, dude. So if curved water is actually flat and level water, then that's a contradiction. So how are you going to square that circle, Mr. Glover? Over my, let's just call it a career in flat Earth, I've had many Globers tell me that their worldview requires logical fallacies, and they're okay with it.
That's the only honest take, really.
Did you watch the? There was a debate with Rachel Wilson and is it Craig Fight the Flat Earth? Sums up exactly what we were just talking about.
No way, Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife?
Yes, dude, you didn't know that?
And then at the end, the guy, she's like explaining about how men shouldn't be so emotional, and then at the end, someone calls Craig gay, and he starts crying, and she's like, "Point proven."
Yep. And then, and listen, in the outtakes, which they didn't actually air, she even helped him like learn how to, get a proper bra fitting. She's like, "Let me help you with that. I've got experience." Oh, by the way, where's our leg?
What's
You guys don't know? You guys don't know about the leg? Craig went on a campaign for a long time saying he was going to have maybe, and sometimes I'm sure he said it was happening. That he was going to have his leg amputated, and he collected a bunch of money for the surgery. And QNF made a video called "You Owe Us a Leg." But look, I mean, listen, I don't want somebody to amputate their leg just because they collected a bunch of money for the surgery if their leg is fine now. But they should, if they're a good, moral, upstanding person, forward that money to some, child or whoever who may need a surgery.
See that guy's left now. You just challenge somebody's perspective, and they just dip out. What is going on in reality? My goodness.
And when real men walk through a corridor, lesser men step aside.
Well, if anyone's interested in that debate, I popped it in the side chat.
Yeah, but the Globers got a real problem on their hands. They think that curved water is flat level water. That's what they think. They think that if you take a level and you draw a level line on the wall to hang your TV, they think that that line is lower in the middle than it is on the ends. So in other words, you put a dot in the center of your line, that line is at a lower altitude than the ends of the lines where your end of your TV is going to go. Like, what the heck are these people thinking, bro? It's like incoherent to live this way, which is why they don't live that way. They only talk about it. In reality, they know that that's a level line. They know that it's parallel with horizontal. They know that horizontal is parallel with sea level, which is where all the benchmark standards of elevation profiles across the whole surface of the Earth are taken, which means the entire surface of the Earth is arranged horizontally between two parallel planes with a surface variance of 13 miles over 190 million square miles. That makes it flat, very flat. In fact, flatter than some other surfaces, which you already would say are very flat. So the Earth is one of the flattest things that you know. Isn't that crazy? It's flatter than the floor of a Walmart, bro. Dang. Now, maybe when the Walmart floor is freshly polished and it doesn't have nicks and divots yet, maybe then the Walmart floor is flatter than the Earth. But it's a close call there. It's hard to tell which one's flatter.
Haven't you heard that those 3 mile big Walmarts, they have to take the Earth curvature into account when they put them down? Checkmate, Flurf.
I call BS.
I've decided that that's how they just explain away if they have a minor construction difference, that one wall is just a hair off or something, or whatever. They just say, oh, yeah, that's just because of the curvature of the Earth. It makes a low cognitive approach to not having to explain lots of engineering principles. For instance, of course, bridge piers are always going to be pointed outward just a hair.
Well, all I know is every time I've asked for someone to actually bring the blueprints that says that that's the case, that has never happened. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I have not personally ever seen that. And I know how to read a blueprint.
No, of course you won't, because it's not, they don't do that stuff for that purpose. And I would go so far to say, I'm speculating because I've not looked at bridge blueprints, but if you were to actually look at the angle on the bridge piers in the blueprints and then calculate to what that would translate to, is that it would translate to a very little bitty ball that we would live on, that it would, to go across a normal river, even a half mile or a mile river, to have any noticeable difference, it would have to be a very tiny ball we live on.
Yeah, tiny Earth theory. Basically, what they try to do with Lake Pontchartrain.
Oh yeah, and that's why one of my favorite things is to say to them about that Lake Pontchartrain, that the Earth is locally flat, and so you've got these bendy zones, and Lake Pontchartrain is on one of the bendy zones.
Yeah, that must be it.
Well, let's take one bridge, famous one used for this example, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York City. So it's under 3 miles long, and the towers are kind of like, so there's 3 sections of bridge and 2 big towers. So you got the ground, and then you got the bridge starts, and then the tower, then another portion of bridge, then that. So that divides it into thirds. So only 1/3 of the length is the separation. Approximately 1/3 of the length is the separation between the towers. So less than a mile, obviously. So their claim in this famous excerpt from the TV show Modern Marvels, which was on the History Channel or something, was the Verrazano Narrows Bridge towers are 1 5/8 inches wider at the top, separated from each other, than they are at the bottom. And then the narrator of the TV show said, to account for the curvature of the Earth. That was the claim. A lot of Globers latched onto that. That one became like a cult classic in the Glober community. Be like, look, here's proof. Some narrator on a TV show said so. And there are other sources that made the same claim, but there's nobody that ever provided proof that, one, the towers were even 1 5/8 inches out. No proof was provided. Or two, that the engineers of the bridge intentionally engineered 1 5/8 inches differential for any purpose having to do with the alleged curvature of the Earth. So it's nothing but a claim with no foundational evidence. Go ahead.
When was this bridge built?
Oh man.
I mean, are the people still alive? I guess. Did you say a name? Do we actually have a name? Is there someone we can call and fact check this with? I don't mind calling around.
8 built. Let's see. 1964.
Yeah, so everyone is already dead, so there is no way for us to even fact check it. So could be a story.
Well, who cares? Even if we did fact check it, right?
I don't think I guess my point is that even if we get hold of the engineer, I don't think he would say that they took Earth curvature into account. I think it's just bullshit, all of it. And of course, there's
right. And even if he did say he did, he would have to show us in his documentation that he did, like the blueprints. And then he would have to prove that what he did actually mattered, because you can intentionally build some nonsense into your structure that you believe you should, but it actually serves no practical purpose because it's irrelevant. And you can essentially make a mistake and claim that I did this to account for the curve of the Earth, but really you're just being retarded.
Right, which is, if he would have claimed it, that would have been retarded. So I'm just doubting that he would ever have said anything like that, because people usually, when you are an engineer, you know how to measure things and how to do construction and things like that. It's far-fetched.
Right, there's a second problem, which is practicality. So an engineer could draw a drawing, and at that scale of a side-on view of the whole bridge, he wouldn't even be able to draw 1 5/8 out. He would just draw a perfectly straight line on his drafting table back then, because that's what they had. And then he would write on the paper 1 5/8 out. And then he would give it to the builder, and the builder would say, dude, did you accidentally fall in your vat of cocaine last night? Because I'm working with steel and concrete and all these various building methods in which it's impossible for me to build this tower canted at 1 5/8, you retard. I can't do it. I can't.
It's well within fault tolerance as well, most likely. I'm just guessing now, but I mean, one doesn't sound like much, right? So can they actually do things so precise? I don't think they can.
So me and T-Dub, we actually researched it for the building materials that were used and the expansion rates and the framing rates, because you have to build frames to put concrete in and all these types of different things. And we actually, I can't remember how many spans were in the bridge, because the bridge is it's well over 100 feet tall, and in each span is the error rate of the building construction is greater than what the alleged accounting for the curve would be. That means it's practically impossible to engineer and implement and build a bridge 1 5/8 out at the top on purpose. It's impossible.
Right. So if someone actually measured it and there happened to be that's Occam's razor kind of dictates that that's just fault.
You know what's hilarious, bro, is you can't even measure it because the top of the towers are constantly moving. No joke, bro. So the people who attempted to measure it, and I don't even know if they even actually put the machine on the bridge, but they said that because the bridge is constantly fluctuating, there actually are measurement devices on the bridge that measure the let's just call it oscillations of the bridge within a tolerance, because once they get to a certain degree, then it becomes a safety issue. So let's say the bridge sways 3 inches every month. So as long as it's swaying within 3 inches every month, they're like, okay, the bridge is fine. Now, if it starts to sway 5 inches, they're like, there must be a stress fracture somewhere. We gotta inspect this bridge. But because both towers are constantly moving, there's absolutely no freaking way to tell which position they are that's supposed to be the position that they are at any given time. You just have to do some kind of math equation and get an average and say, oh, look, it's an average of 2 inches separated. That must mean that the engineer accounted for the curve of the Earth, because I'm retarded.
Yep.
So in other words, not only is it impossible to build a structure with 1 5/8 out on purpose, it's impossible to maintain 1 5/8 over the lifespan of the bridge.
And it's impossible to validate after the fact. So, and even the people who built the bridge wouldn't have been able to keep it within tolerance of 1 5/8 out, let alone the single tower, but both towers. It's like, it's so absurd that anybody would believe it means they're just completely taking their brain, setting it aside, and just listening to the guy on the TV say, did you know the Verrazano Narrows Bridge had to be engineered and built with 1 5/8 cant at the top of the towers in order to account for the curve of the Earth? Because if they didn't account for the curve of the Earth, your grandmother would die when she tried to drive over the bridge. Like, who are they fooling, bro? You know what? And now the audience might think I'm being tongue-in-cheek about dead grandmas, but we have had globe proponents argue with us that the reason why these structures have to be engineered to account for the curve of the Earth is so that people don't die. And then they argued everybody safe and didn't die, therefore they must have accounted for the curve of the Earth, and therefore the Earth must be curved. Like, this is the level of intellect we're being faced with here, brothers.
It's a little bit of a gaslight too, because people actually did die because people thought that Earth was a ball, like in the 1944s, in the Battle of the Beams over there in England and Germany. They actually killed lots of people because those idiots couldn't realize in time that, oh, Earth is not a ball. So the opposite happens, but we get gaslit for it.
Yeah, fair enough. And to be fair to the Globers, there are flat earthers who make the same stupid utilitarian logical fallacy. For example, with airplanes, they say, oh, airplanes, if they tried to account for the curve by nosing down, the plane would stall and it'd fall out of the sky and everybody would die. And so, because nobody dies on airplanes, therefore the Earth must be flat. Yeah, yes, there are retarded flat earthers too. So, fair is fair.
Good point.
Oh, by the way, for any of you listening right now who don't understand what I just said, a plane allegedly accounting for the curve of the Earth, if it was flying in a curvilinear gas pressure gradient, would be rotating a fraction of a degree per second, much less amplitude than hitting a pocket of turbulence. And when planes hit a pocket of turbulence, they don't just immediately fall out of the sky and crash into the ground and kill everyone. So any flat earther who's listened to any prominent flat earther say that this would be the condition of an airplane if the Earth was a globe, you need to reevaluate how you criticize claims that you hear from your own side, so you don't fall victim to the same kind of sheep mentality that the Globers have, where somebody of prestige goes blah 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 blah, and you just believe it.
I've said things before that were mistakes, and then heard flat earthers the next day use the same mistakes that I made in their conversations.
Yep. It happens. I mean, look, it happens. We all know it happens. We're human. The moral of the story is, try to criticize everything with a grain of critical thinking. Be like, okay, this guy, I really respect this guy. He's saying something, but something doesn't sit right with me. So A, I just accept it, or B, I think about it, or maybe I ask about it or inquire about it, and then we work together to the solution until I'm satisfied that it's actually a good idea, or we expose it's a bad idea, and then we both abandon it. Yeah, there's no flat earth stamp of approval on personas where this group of people gets to say whatever they want without scrutiny. Like that doesn't exist, and it shouldn't exist. Right?
Right. We should invite scrutiny from our own side so that we don't make bigger boneheads of ourselves for the other side.
Yeah, we're under no obligation to have a dogmatic stance that everyone has to adhere to. or to make up stories about things that we can't possibly know just to satisfy people's itching ears. Like we don't have to do any of that. And if you feel compelled to do any of that, then you call yourself a flat earther or a truther, then you have to sit back, drink a nice iced tea or whatever drink you like, kick your feet up and be like, why in the world do I feel that way? What is pressuring me to have this sense of urgency to accept claims that can't possibly be proven, or to accept stories from people I don't possibly know whether they're telling the truth or not? What's wrong with me that I'm doing this? And then think, well, maybe it's programming that I've had from before. Maybe it's just a human condition, where people like to have in-group tribal preference, all this. But you need to think about it, because you've told yourself, hey, I'm awake now. I've seen through the lies and the deceptions out there. Okay, fair enough. Now you have to turn that lens inward and say, can I see through the lies and deceptions in my own thinking?
This discussion actually reminds me, there was a couple of days ago, there was a discussion in here with someone claimed satellites are traveling 17,500 miles per hour up there. And the Flat Earth side was arguing really hard for that's not the case, that's impossible, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, dude, I don't even know what medium is up there. I don't actually know how fast they can travel or what technology we have developed as humans at this point. Can I actually sit here and say that that's absolutely false? I don't think I can. What do you guys think?
I agree.
And that thing went on for some time, right? So you kind of don't want to call someone out when they're in the middle of talking to a globe or two, because it just feels bad to kind of do it at that point. But maybe a DM afterwards would have been appropriate now that I'm thinking about it. But I don't know if you were here or remember the convo, but it went on for a little while. It is hard to break into someone when they're in the middle of their argument.
Right. You don't necessarily want to undermine them in front of everybody.
Right.
But at the same time, it requires correction. So, yeah, it kind of catches you between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, on that, conceptually, I agree with you, even though I'm completely skeptical about the claim of these assets traveling at those velocities and altitudes. But I don't know. I don't know for sure. I'm open to it. Doesn't mean Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Since I can't prove it wrong, I better not claim it, even if I doubt it personally. People say satellites are fake, blah blah blah, and I'm like, well, are they? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, what did SecDef Charlie Wilson say regarding Sputnik? It was a neat scientific trick. I don't know what the trick is or what he was thinking of, but there's enough room for skepticism without having to outright deny without any knowledge of.
Yeah, for sure.
And I know satellites are real. I've been inside one before. You probably have too, man.
I just call them airplanes.
Boats.
No, I mean, like, you never been to a mini bank that wasn't your main bank?
Yeah. Satellite office.
Satellite.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, yeah, we got a satellite office here for our main server.
Yeah, you're in one right now. So, but I wonder which came first, the idea of a satellite being an orbiting body in space, or the idea of a satellite being something that's just not the main thing, like another thing over there that you go to.
Yeah, good question. I don't know.
I remember the original idea of the orbiting object that's used for some kind of, communicative purpose back to the Earth. That's like that. The origin of that idea is in science fiction. But I wonder if the term satellite existed prior.
I think the term satellite has been used for a long time for, like you say, the concept of going to a satellite branch or satellite campus. And I think Arthur C. Clarke just copied or borrowed that term. I mean, or co-opted. That's the word I'm using. Sorry, or looking for co-opted.
But look, there's nothing impossible about high altitude craft of various types of propulsion or passive abilities. For example, balloons, they just passively float. They don't need any extra energy or engines put into them or anything.
I think what muddies the water is all the fakery that has been going on since the 60s with them releasing things from airplanes on parachutes and things like that, and the eyewitness testimony from other pilots seeing these shit go on and things like that. So of course people are going to be skeptical, but it doesn't mean that we don't have the tech nowadays. Maybe we didn't have it back then, and maybe everything was fake there, but maybe they do have something that can go up there now and float around by itself. I don't actually know. I cannot make a claim against it or for it.
The kinds of things that they claim to be able to do amongst themselves, that's still public domain, are things that most people in here don't even know to talk about. So, for example, they claim to have the ability to inflate a balloon at extremely high altitude, rocket deployed, and the balloon be made out of a material that turns into a very hard shell when it encounters ultraviolet light, and the ability to pump out the gas inside, creating a complete vacuum. Complete vacuum, I should say a relatively sparse vacuum, right? And they've had this technology for a while, they claim. I mean, how awesome is that?
Yeah, the big problem is that the claim comes from the same people who claims that they can know what space smells like, and they're going to put bases on the moon, and they have had people land there, and it's just, how can you can't trust these people. That's
right. But what are they lying about is what I keep coming back to. T-Dub and I have had this discussion many times regarding the Apollo astronauts. Like, the Apollo astronauts don't necessarily know the Earth is flat. For the audience out there, think about it. Why would they have any knowledge about a flat Earth? If they didn't really go to the moon, it doesn't mean it's because they figured out the Earth is flat. It just means that they were trying to fake a moon landing.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
And yeah, NASA could still think Earth is a globe, and they're still trying to orbit it with a satellite to this day, and they can't figure out why they can't. For all we know, that's a possibility. In which case, what they are doing is they're projecting achievements that don't really exist for propaganda purposes, which, by the way, seems to be what their founding modus operandi is, based off of their foundational documents in the late 50s. So the idea that like Earth is flat because we can prove NASA is lying is a complete logical leap, and I think it's very lazy. And it also makes us look like we're more focused on conspiracy theories than objective reality.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I don't really like the why would they lie question, because I'm not 100% sure that anybody is lying intentionally at this point.
Right. And then to say, well, it's for the money. Well, what if all that money really does go towards the America is Great propaganda program? What if all that money really does go to these efforts, but these efforts are aimed at propagandizing achievements in space that don't exist and has nothing to do with concealing the nature of Earth?
Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. I think that I think it serves as a veneer for the technology development and licensing and patents and other things that NASA trades in primarily. So it serves as that touch point of what is NASA? Oh, they send us to space, and so I think that's exactly what NASA always was. That technology development, maybe a little intelligence gathering sprinkled in with that technology development, and then the space stuff is about America's great. And maybe it's kind of like when I was like 6 or 7, the neighborhood my mom lived in, I got this great idea that I could practice taking the big wheel to the next state south of us, which obviously is an hour car drive. Little kid's not going to drive to the next state south of us, but I had this great idea that if I drove around the block a couple times, that I'd get some experience and be able to drive into the town, ride into town, and then get on the highway and head south. And that was a whole lot of years ago, and I never made it out of the neighborhood. So maybe that's all it is they think it's a goal that they can do, and we know better, but a lot of people don't know better.
Exactly, and every few years, 3 or 4 years, they just change the director again, and that the new guy thinks he can do what nobody else did, right? So he has this dream, oh, we're gonna have a base on the moon now, and he tries it for 4 more years or whatever, and then somebody else takes over, and that guy is, we're gonna have bases on the moon, and then it never happens because they can't do it.
When NASA was created, commingled with its founding documents, is America's ICBM technology. And without these documents in the public domain actually saying it, it really gives the appearance that NASA, one of its missions is to openly test and develop technology that can be weaponized. There's something called the dual use program. Dual use programs are done by all kinds of countries where a country would endeavor publicly to undertake something like, call it, nuclear energy development. And the dual use application is also, nuclear weapons development on the side. Technologies that have a military application, perhaps primarily, but can also be spun, can also be manipulated in the public eye to serve some kind of community or societal benefit. I think the internet developed this way. What was ARPANET? ARPANET was designed to be a nuclear apocalypse proof network where you had multiple redundant paths of information going out everywhere, and if you bombed one node, then the information would automatically route itself around that bombed out node to find its destination. Well, I mean, it also served to great public use as well. But don't forget fundamentally that we're all talking to each other right now over a military network that was designed to continue to operate in the midst of nuclear Armageddon. And to also be a surveillance system. So I think at the very highest levels at NASA, at the very least, what they're doing is that they're serving some kind of purpose to provide a plausible civilian societal face to technologies that they develop that have absolute military purpose in the background. There's a great website I posted called the National Security Archive by George Washington University. 51 documents describing NASA's secret relationship with United States defense and intelligence agencies. This is an article that was posted April 10, 2015. Key sections are, first is the intro, NASA's secret relationships, NASA as a consumer of intelligence, NASA's assistance to analyzing intelligence on foreign aeronautical and space programs, NASA's participation in cover stories, NASA's acquisition and use of classified technologies in the lunar program or lunar exploration program, restrictions on NASA's remote sensing programs, that means satellites, NASA's application satellites and national security requirements, NASA, the national security agencies, and the space shuttle, and so on. This year, in 2015, is exactly why maybe Trump had to repurpose them outwardly as an intelligence organization.
All right. Someone just said outer space can't work on a flat Earth.
What?
That was me.
Really? You think you can bear that claim?
Well, the idea that we can go into the vacuum of space.
Right.
Right. There's a barrier up there, right?
Okay. So think about it for a second. Why does there need to be a barrier?
Can't have gas pressure without a container.
Okay. So why? But why does there need to be a barrier? You're thinking too hard. It's a very simple answer.
Why does it need to be sorry, I was drinking my drink. Why does there need to be a barrier? Because gas particles need something to bounce off of.
And no, they don't. The property of a gas particle existing doesn't require a necessity of having another object exist. So again, you're thinking too hard.
No, I'm saying for it to return, like if gases bounce off of each other and gases bounce off the Earth, eventually they would bounce off of those objects and then go in the opposite direction forever and infinity.
Right, but you're going down the track of talking about gas behavior, but your claim was that there has to be a barrier, and I'm asking about the barrier, not about gas. So why does there need to be a barrier?
Because there's gas pressure.
Yeah, you're just going into tautology. You're just doing circular reasoning. Again, why does there need to be a barrier? The answer to this question is actually in the question. Like, let me change it. Why are barriers needed at all in any circumstance?
To prevent things from escaping?
Or coming in, but yes, prevent things from escaping. Now, in order to escape a fixed area it has a barrier around it, there must be somewhere to escape to, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So the presence of a barrier means it's a partition between two locations or two available spaces, right?
Right, but I'm not ascribing to a vacuum. I personally ascribe to the waters above.
Okay, that's fine and dandy, right? So then, if somebody said, why does the vacuum of space not work on flat Earth? Your answer would be because outside of the barrier is filled with water, right?
Sure, I guess eventually it would go in that direction.
Okay, so that has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all. So to make the conclusion a vacuum of space can't work on a flat Earth is unfounded.
And depending on what material that barrier that we claim exists is, we can possibly go through it if it was water.
Right. So let me take this. Yeah, exactly. Let me take this train of thought further. So to say the vacuum of space is exclusive to a flat Earth, none of the reasons you provide carry that exclusion. So, for example, the very idea of having a contained environment with gas pressure begs the question of the inside and the outside, because if you have a container, it's separating things. So there must be an inside and an outside, and the outside condition could be a vacuum. And any claims about gas pressure within the container wouldn't negate the possibilities of things outside the container. So to say gas pressure requires a container, therefore the vacuum of space is incongruent with a flat Earth, how would that be possible? Because you could just have a flat Earth in a container inside a giant vacuum. So that doesn't logically follow. So I would suggest you remove it from your rhetoric. Because if I was an adept glober, I would slap you around with that claim. I suggest all flat earthers remove it from their rhetoric if they want to be accurate.
Sounds good, man.
I know it's a long-held rhetoric that many flat earthers have used. I've never used it for the obvious reason that back in the day when we started talking about it, we'd already postulated that the logic form doesn't carry, and for the reasons I just laid out. But there have been famous, let's just call them famous or infamous flat earthers who have made popular that type of rhetoric, and it's become a brain worm where people just say it without even thinking too hard about it. And part of the problem with the globe earth is that people hear prominent people say things and then they just say it again to somebody else and they never thought about it. They assume that the other person had done their due diligence, they'd done their thoughts, they'd done their quote unquote science, whatever they've done. Right? So as a flat earther who's rejected that paradigm, we have a higher burden, don't we? Because we've told ourselves, oh, we're truthers now, we're awake now. Right? So don't be stuck. No, none of us should be stuck in rhetoric. We should always be open to critique on these types of claims. Now, I've critiqued other people in this manner before, and they basically accused me of being a shill or doing it because I hate other flat earthers that I want to tear down and make myself look better. And I'm just like, no, dude, it's just pure logic. And so they told me, well, here's one way they rebutted me. They said, oh, well, if there's a container, then you couldn't go into the vacuum of space because there'd be a container blocking you. And then I told them this. Hey, you ever heard of a door? You could be in a container, and then you could open a door or a portal or an airlock, and then you could be outside the container.
No, I get it, because a vacuum needs a barrier also. So if there's a barrier between air pressure and a barrier between vacuum, you still got a vacuum.
Yeah, the very idea of a contained limited volume that is holding gas pressure in begs the question of where would the gas pressure go if there was no container, which automatically means there's an outside, which automatically means you have an inside and an outside, so you have an inner space and an outer space. So to appeal to a container necessarily means there's outer space, period. End of story. There's no logical way around it. Now, you could argue what that outer space is, what it's filled with, how big it is, but if you have a container that's separating two volumes, you have one volume, which is the inside, and another volume, which is the outside. Can't be otherwise. So this rhetoric, not a lot of, to be fair, many flat earthers have oversighted this rhetoric for years and didn't notice the problem for various reasons. Well, let's not get into those reasons. But yeah, it's that simple. An inside begs the question of an outside. It's that simple.
You know me, AI. I'm never above reproach. I always take everything into consideration and analyze it, and it's good for the audience.
Well, tongue in cheek, Professor Phil, in the answer to this question, when he was told the gas pressure has to be within a container, he just said, well, the container is the whole universe. There you go. Now I have gas pressure in a container. That met your idea. Now there may be certain other rebuttals, but as flat earthers, our claim is not about the nature of the cosmos per se, right? And so whenever flat earthers are making arguments, and some people have done this, in fact, recently within the past couple of months on a debate, some flat earther said to a reply from the debate host, how do you know the earth is flat? Their reply was, you can't have gas pressure without a container. 10 years into this endeavor, when asked how was the earth flat, he said you can't have gas pressure without a container. That was his answer to whether the earth had a particular surface property, which is completely non sequitur. Doesn't logically follow that gas pressure requires a container, therefore the earth is flat. But that's the problem with rhetoric, right? Rhetoric becomes habits, becomes mind worms, makes people not think. They just think they can say this catchphrase and they'll solve the argument. And it may, gas pressure requires a container may be the start of an argument that ultimately leads to you making a conclusion that the earth is flat, but that in itself doesn't carry that conclusion. It can't. If I was a glober and somebody told me gas pressure requires a container, therefore the earth is flat, or anything, I'd just be like, hey, the globe is in a giant container. There you go. Now disprove me. What would the flat earther say then? Well, they'd have to say, oh, well, you defeated my gas pressure requires a container argument, so now I have to actually talk about the surface properties and curvature or lack of curvature, which is what you should have been talking about in the first place, because that's the actual argument, right? To open your gambit with gas pressure requires a container could be good. Rhetorically, it is good rhetoric because it's part of the conversation to poke holes in somebody's armor to make them rethink their paradigm, because that's part of it, right? You could say to them, hey, you have this paradigm that you've been told and all these pieces that work together. But if I can show you how one piece doesn't work, that might make you rethink things. And that's fair. And that's the reason why you should talk about things like gas pressure requires a container, et cetera, et cetera. They should never be the conclusion in itself. Because the conclusion of whether the earth is flat or not is the direct measurements of the surface. Nothing else can tell you that answer.
What's your reply when someone says space is fake?
Well, I personally, I always parse it out is space in the manner in which you've been told isn't true or something like that. Just space is fake in general could be salacious, like it'll get people's blood rushing, maybe get a reaction, and that could be useful. But then you'd have to parse it out. You'd have to explain what you mean by that.
Because we hear it all the time, right? From flat earthers. Space is fake and gay. Space is fake. There is no space. I mean, do we actually know what's outside of our container?
Then they usually strawman us when people say that, because then they'll say, oh, so space doesn't exist at all? What about what's above me? We're like, dude, no, upper space exists. We're saying the story that they give, and we have to explain it every time we do that.
Yeah.
Right. So sometimes it's worth saying the idea of space as this, and then you lay out what they've been told or what the mainstream is. That story is a story. And a lot of the claims within that story are false. And it's all based on the evidence of observations from the ground. So we're on the ground, maybe some high altitude platforms, and we see out above us when we look up stuff. And people have made stories about that stuff for millennia. But the modern story that it's an ever expanding, infinite cosmic vacuum in which you're a ball flying through is clearly false. Because why? Why is it clearly false? So the story that you're a ball flying through an ever expanding, infinite cosmic vacuum is clearly false. Because why? Because the Earth isn't curved. There, that was the answer. In case you guys were wondering.
Yeah, that's how I've been using it. Like all the pictures they show us from so-called space of a curved Earth, I can't corroborate that story. So I'm going to have to disregard it.
And a common rebuttal to this gas pressure requiring a container thing is that, oh, there's a gas pressure gradient, to which the flat earther will reply, well, you have to have gas pressure before a gradient. But then the globe earther will reply, well, if we have a striated density gradient of gas pressure, you have one pressure which is lower than another pressure, but it's not violently rushing to fill that differential in pressure, and it's waning off as you go in altitude. So why can't it just wane off asymptotically indefinitely for thousands upon thousands of miles? And if you were a flat earther, you would have absolutely no answer to that question at all. None. Zip. Zilch. Nothing you could present would defeat his question. Because he's right. Because by your own admission, that's the observation that you both at least can agree on, that gas pressure wanes off with altitude.
Only to a certain
and yet you could
degree, right? I mean, at some point we can't even measure it anymore. And at that point is where NASA starts claiming that this gas particle that we found 100 million miles away with our probe, that's from Earth.
Right, but the same reason why the gas doesn't violently rush upwards at tier A can be applied to tier B, tier C, tier D, and indefinitely, right? At least from the Glober's concept of how they're arguing with the flat earther. And it's not an unreasonable thing, and there really is no good answer from the flat earther side. And so you guys could argue till you're blue in the face and never make headway with each other. Because the ultimate answer from the Glober's perspective, if they're trying to argue that the Earth is a globe, is just to concede that gas pressure requires a container and that the Earth is a globe inside a pressurized container. And then you both have to go back to whether the Earth is curved or not.
Yep. I agree with you.
And that's why we spend 7 hours of live stream time arguing about why there's a gas pressure gradient and why there's a different pressure at the top of Everest versus the ground.
Yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. If I ever did, I apologize. I'm trying to bring it back to the flat measurements. But yeah.
Listen, if you argue in a circle with globers, eventually there's going to be so many circular arguments that a globe is going to spontaneously appear out of all those circles. Right? Because a globe is just a bunch of circles, right?
Yeah.
Now, my pet peeve about flat earthers is that there's claims out there that these flat earthers who make them can't possibly bear the burden to prove. It's not logically leading to the conclusion they're claiming it does. And they're saying them, and they're not being challenged by the glober. And their erroneous logic is also going unchecked by flat earthers in their midst. Now, this doesn't mean we have to be bullies to each other and be like, oh, you said something retarded. Now, sometimes you have to do that, but most of the time you should do it with the sense of, okay, let's all take a moment and educate everybody about why this line of thinking is wrong. And maybe we need to update our rhetoric and conversational style about that topic. Now, that doesn't mean don't ever talk about it, right? It just means recognize what it is, why it is, and where it's going. And you be in control of the conversation rather than the spasmodic glober bleeding about gas pressure for 7 hours and you trying to bash your head against a brick, convincing them that gas pressure requires a container. It's like sometimes you just have to abandon lines of thinking because they're not going anywhere and bring it back. Like you could even play a chess game and just tell the glober once it gets into too much of a train wreck, be like, listen, glober, I recognize that you understand that gas pressure inside a container can have an object within it that's an infinite permutation of shapes, but you claim the Earth is a globe shape. So why don't we focus on that together and see if we can solve that? Because you're clearly not conceding that gas pressure requires a container or doesn't, but we could both agree that the Earth is the Earth and it's the shape that it is, whatever it is, and you think it's a globe, but you got a problem because the water's clearly flat. So how do you reconcile that problem? Because defeating gas pressure requires a container as an argument for or against globe Earth is easy for the glober to do. They can accomplish it in less than 10 seconds. But it is interesting why, even though they can defeat it within 10 seconds, they'll allow the argument to go on themselves for hours and hours and hours because for some reason they feel compelled to maintain that gas just is held to the Earth with gravity, and that's what separates it from the cosmic vacuum, right?
I was just going to say, it's even though they can defeat it pretty quickly, they often do not, and that is weird. I have been thinking about that.
Right. So even what I just said, there's a flaw because even if they prove that gravity holds gas to the ground, all that they've done is proven that gravity holds gas down to the flat Earth. Right. So right. They still lose.
It's also the fact that they can never admit that the flat earther could have been right about anything, so they're just going to have to argue against that container, even if it would make perfect sense to use.
Yeah, that is a weird phenomenon. It's like the flat earther is a nail sticking out on the side of the wall, and they have a fuzzy sweater, and they're trying to go past the nail before it catches their sweater. They do everything they can to avoid the nail, doing the back limbo, doing the flips, doing the dips. They put that in a song. It goes like this: if you want to destroy my sweater, just hold the string as I walk away. Listen, every claim that every flat earther makes who is quote unquote awake and no longer an esoteric gobbledygook mess of jumbled nonsense, every claim that you make, you should ask yourself, can I bear the burden for this claim? Do I have the evidence for this claim? Does this claim logically follow? And if it doesn't, just change your rhetoric from this is a fact to this is a possibility or something. And then you can still talk about it without shooting yourself in the foot from making erroneous claims, right? It's like affirming the consequent fallacy, right? If the earth was a globe, the sun would disappear. The sun disappears, therefore the earth is a globe. That's the fallacy. But if they said, if the earth was a globe, the sun would disappear, the sun disappears, that's congruent with the earth being a globe. That's not a fallacy. Not the affirming the consequent, right? That's just saying that this if statement, that's a possibility, carries this possibility, and it's possible, not certain.
I caught myself almost making claims. You will hear me when I do this, when I argue to people. Like today, I said to someone, the sun circles above us. And then I corrected myself because I thought, I don't even know if it circles. I don't know what path it takes. So I kind of changed it to the sun moves in a path above us. Because how can I make a claim that it's actually a circle? I don't know that.
Yeah, exactly. Having these realizations for yourself is important. That's why you should think about your claims and be like, hey, yeah, do I really know it moves in a circle?
Right, and it's the easiest way for the glober to win because he's just say, prove it. And I'm like, oh shit, I cannot prove that. I don't know what path it takes.
I think we can overcome that just by saying this is what the sun appears to do, because that's what we all observe, right?
Yeah. I know it kind of goes in a circle in the north when it does the 24-hour thing in the summer, but so for me, it kind of feels safe to assume that it's actually circling, but I don't know 100% what happens when it goes outside of that part of Earth.
Well, we have the path of totality from eclipses that we can also use that also kind of back that up. But obviously, since we can't see the entire path, we can't know that for certain. But it does seem to lean that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the path of totality, even that is just the arrival of the light on the surface, right? That's not telling you about the nature of the path from the source to the surface that it's striking. So there's always assumptions baked into all of that. So
can you state that a different way?
Yeah, like there's a shadow right now on the ground. There's a shadow on my floor. It goes to the door, and it's a vertical door which has two vertical panes, so it's two lines on the floor. And I could put a ruler down on these shadows and point in the direction of the shadow, like line up my ruler directly on the straight edge of the shadow. And then I could say, if I traveled in a straight line from this, I would arrive at the sun, right? But I don't know that. I don't know the path that the light is taking from the sun to the shadow. I just don't know it.
Plus, we also have the analemma. I mean, that's not exactly a circle, is it?
So yeah, like for example, there's a red laser dot on your wall that the cat is chasing, right? Where's the source of that light coming from? If you can't see the laser, you could say, oh, well, it's coming from through that door in the hallway. But what if it's being bounced off a mirror? How? There you go. How would you possibly know where it is then? You wouldn't. Now you can say, well, it appears to me, based on these reasons, that the laser is generally in that direction, or at least you could even parse it out further and say, the source of the light is coming from that direction, but where the actual origination of the light is coming from, I don't know. Now you do have some tools to work with. For example, you got the law of reflection. So the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So you can apply that. You got other types of principles of light that you can apply and get a more reasoned guess. But still, you haven't validated where it is, and like you did say, you're parsing it out with it appears to me that this is what's happening, or it looks like this. I mean, that could be sufficient in many applications to remove yourself from making an absolute claim of knowledge that you can't possibly know.
Hello, guys.
Got a little hot micing down there. Sapupa, how you doing?
I am good. I'm from Brazil.
Cool. Well, do you have any questions about the Earth?
Yes.
Feel free to ask.
I love Nick Fuentes. He's Latin. Mexican.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm actually eating right now, so if somebody else wants this guy. But look, Sapupa, I'm going to give you one warning. You got to talk about Earth in here. Otherwise, we're going to have to move you to another room.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, who needs aliens? You got that living underneath the ocean.
You ever want to see an alien? Look up turtle penis.
Right.
That's crazy, bro. Crazy. But it also answers a question. There's some flat earther who used to make fun of dinosaurs, and you would say, how do dinosaurs do it? He's like, oh, they can't get from the front, and they can't get from the back.
Like you said in the movie, life will find a way.
That's one of those things with assumptions, right? It's like, who says that dinosaurs have to do that? Have to copulate at all? They could just inseminate the eggs, like fish do. Like some fish, all they do is just the girl lays the eggs, and then the male fish just swims over the top of them and goes squirt, squirt, squirt.
What?
They don't actually, yeah.
Yeah, the seahorse male even hangs around and looks after them.
Hey, that's better than some humans that come from a certain continent.
What's the topic of discussion?
How flat the Earth is.
Yeah, that's a valid induction. Yeah. I have a question, like genuinely speaking, right? Because I never really cared about the topic of whether the Earth was like flat, round, square. I didn't really care. One, why do you guys put so much blood, sweat, tears into it? And two, could you convince me the Earth is round? I'm sorry, flat. My bad. I'm geeked.
Yeah, that is a genuine question. Why, that is a good question. Why do they care so much? Dead set.
Bro, if the Earth was flat, nothing would change. No, I mean it really. I don't if you could prove it's flat, I would just be like, oh, it's flat. I just don't care. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Oh yeah, it's easy to prove.
Yeah, but I'm more asking. We're happy to get to that. I kind of just want to know why you guys put so much into it.
It's irrelevant. We don't care if the Earth is flat or round. We'll concede if there's.
If you could prove it's flat, I would believe it's flat, but I wouldn't be screaming about it.
But irrespective of that, we don't even want to engage that until we have an explanation. What does it matter? Is there some greater unethical thing happening from the theory of the globe Earth? What is it? Because the reason we grant condemnation of things like Epstein's Island or these satanic things that we'd all concede happen because it's clear from evidence. It's because they're unethical. They did things that are extremely unethical. So what is unethical? What is the major factor that's causing you guys to care so much about this belief? Is it
if the Earth was flat, I would just believe it. I'd be like, oh, okay, the Earth is flat.
Is it government? Is it government control?
No, it's setting a stage for the great metaphysical questions from which people's entire identities are formed. Who I am, where I come from, where I'm. Yeah, you didn't know the great metaphysical questions? Who I am, where I came from, where I'm going.
Metaphysical questions, but I'm more how does the shape of the Earth kind of reflect that?
Well, if you have a Big Bang expanding cosmogony and cosmology, that puts you on a little rock in an essentially near infinite universe. Very inconsequential, flying through the cosmos towards heat death or the sun incinerating you. Right? Sets a whole different framework.
But
no, I mean I get it. No, I understand we're in a floating rock and it can kind of go two ways. You can go hope or despair. But I'm more questioning how is the shape of the Earth relevant to that?
Well, if you don't have any of that, I'll put it like this: if you have a flat Earth, then the entire assumption about the cosmos are wrong as well, and all the assumption about the creation event of the Earth is wrong.
Okay, so you just think
the whole cosmological paradigm is destroyed.
So you think the entirety of modern science is disproven, and especially in reference to physics and stuff. from
no.
the Earth being flat. Or
No. Listen, no real science or physics are in danger from the Earth being flat.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
It's like
yeah, no, yeah, just,
we don't wholly agree with science anyway. Like, I don't like just sit there and go, "Well, the study says it," so it's like obviously that's stupid. So you think it's just like an advancement thing? It's just like, listen, once we get over the hurdle that the Earth is flat, we can move into like better science, true science.
Maybe.
Okay, that makes
sense.
But
I don't think that's like the goal.
Then what's the goal?
The goal's the truth, bro.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So it's just it's just all things are.
But like, I know, because I feel like certain truths you wouldn't care about as much. Like if I told you, if I had Cocoa Puffs this morning, and I actually had Fruit Loops, and you knew that, but I told everyone that I had Cocoa Puffs, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't sit there and try and like disprove it like for years, right?
Well, for example, you said, Epstein. People care about Epstein, and Epstein.
Yeah, because that's significant. That's significant on a social level. Like there's reasons behind why people. No, it very much.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Let me explain to you. Who's Nancy Schaefer? Do you know Nancy Schaefer?
Not by memory, no.
Right, but everybody knows Epstein.
Yeah, the problem is the Epstein's Island and the release of the Epstein files by the DOJ is not the fact. It's not the fact that there was this island where this like billionaire from New York had a bunch of sex with kids with a bunch of famous people. It's the fact of it from the Epstein files, specifically the emails. It's releasing the fact that there's been a giant global conspiracy to where like every world leader has been like enslaved by a state within the Middle East, through the blackmail that came from this island, and the fact that the state has more control than we ever realized it did, etc., etc. So people are recognizing the fact that the state doesn't have the interest of their nations in okay. So that's why they're upset about it in their best interest. So they're upset about
Right. So who Nancy Schaefer is a senator.
Okay.
Dead now from Georgia, who investigated the family court system and the child protective services and all this stuff in the United States. And she found systemic corruption and children unaccounted for, and proof that many of these children were trafficked in the hundreds of thousands. And that there was a conspiracy to divorce parents from their children through, what's it called? Administrative courts rather than real courts. And so she was going to put forth a law that no child can be removed from their parents without a jury trial. Yeah. No more of these rulings and stuff. It has to be a jury. And shortly thereafter, she was killed. Her husband of 50 years, who everyone said were the perfect couple, decided to murder-suicide her out of nowhere. You know what I mean? The classic take care of her kind of maneuver.
Do you have a link on that? I'm not source checking. I believe you.
That is interesting. One, but two, yeah. I think majority of people. One, I don't think it has as much coverage as the Epstein files because it's not as mainstream. The Epstein files were released on a major federal website, and it was a big thing because how.
Yeah, sure, but what Nancy was getting into, and she got into more stuff than that. That was one of the main things.
Well, I think if the public was more aware, they would have interest in it.
Well, part of the problem while a lot of people aren't interested in it was because it shattered the kids should be with their mother paradigm from the tender years doctrine, which was upturned from used to be 5, and they switched it to 13. And so then children were automatically in divorces and stuff given to the mother. And it's well known statistically that single mother households are the greatest statistical delinquency demarcator.
And that doesn't, and also that stuff doesn't really have as much concrete evidence as the Epstein files. That's another thing, because you're just linking the fact that this individual mysteriously, quote unquote, died of suicide after they were going to go to court about this very, very, very significant situation that would appeal a possible sex trafficking scandal. And that is bad, and that is something that is very, very fishy. I'm not negating that, but That is not as concrete as the Epstein
file. Just before you continue, did you say her name was it Nancy Pelosi or is it a different politician?
Oh heck no, Nancy Schaefer. Nancy Pelosi is Nancy Pelosi's a perpetrator, not a hero.
Yeah.
Okay, and you said shaver. Is that shaver like an electric shaver or like shaver like Schaefer?
No, Schaefer like SCAEFR or whatever, or SCHAEFER.
Okay, okay, it was a German name. Yeah, I would have put shaver in. Okay, cool, thank you.
Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so like the Epstein files have more concrete evidence behind it because like we just have the emails. There's no coping about it.
Right. So the point is that an entire society's legal system, when it comes to children, which are the most important thing, right? And parental rights, and I don't mean parental rights as in legal parental rights, but like progenitor rights. Like you literally create your children, they're yours, not the government's, et cetera, et cetera. And there's this whole system to convince people legally that they don't have the rights that they actually have and to take advantage of them. And that also goes into the monetary system too. So there's a lot of things that are linked together. For example, do you know the Cestui Que Vie Act?
No, but again, the example applied, the argument still is put forth. That's exclusive to one nation, and that's only to one part of society. The Epstein files release the truth about about the world as a whole within a specific group of people that have control of specific nations for a very long time. That impacts the entirety of society on a major scale. But again,
the whole Western world has that same problem.
But again, all of this, but the example you granted was only an individual within the United States. But again, all of this is irrelevant to the fact that major things that get pushed back have some level of emotional connotation behind it in reference to not even just emotional connotation, some level of like ethical truth behind why they're considering it a major deal. So I'm asking specifically, what about the Earth being flat causes a major upheaval?
Oh, you mean globe?
Sorry, the other thing is no, because you're trying to prove the Earth is flat. What does it matter if the world?
Oh, you mean like what would it change?
Yeah, like what would it impact on a social level? That's my question. Or even on an epistemic level, like from a view of epistemology, what would it impact? It's one of the two. It has to be something major.
It would send ripples through every institution.
Oh, so it would be like to uncover
except maybe chemistry. Chemistry would be left untouched.
Okay, I got you. So it's basically just if such a major thing like the shape of the Earth is revealed to be false, then a lot of things within modern science and a lot of institutions within modern science would be revealed as liars because we build a lot of science off the idea of the Earth being round and existing within this galaxy, etc., etc.
Yeah, all of which a lot of that is so meaningless. Like the idea that there's a planet 1 trillion miles to the left that rains diamonds is like so inconsequentially stupid to anybody's life that the fact that you know it or don't know it is just as irrelevant.
I mean, fair enough. I can see that.
But yet they preach that stuff day in and day out. There's all kinds of news feeds and YouTubers.
They spend billions of dollars
on pundits. Yeah, just pure propaganda all the time. It's like, oh, did you hear the latest space news? Whoa, it's so cool and useless and meaningless and never going to amount to anything in anybody's life.
Yeah, so who cares? Like if you were,
dude.
Like, if now's a good time to say, I always thought astronomy was such a fucking shit science.
That's such a real take.
Well, because it's actually not a science problem.
There is no official Hollywood Walk of Fame. I can't read. Star for Jesus, a star often seen in viral videos, is not a part of the official design Hollywood Walk of Fame. Okay. So like, do any of you guys know like what epistemology is? Or do you guys like exclusively argue on the basis of evidentialism? I'm just trying to make conversation. What am I doing?
No, I'm actually curious on the flat Earth thing now. Well, why do you guys think like the Earth is flat? Like, what tipped you? Like, what made you? Because obviously, not many people.
Oh, what tipped me off, dude? Now, obviously, something came across me that put me on the track. But what really tipped me off to the fact that the Earth is obviously flat is that it's covered in water, and water is clearly flat. In fact, water is the gold standard for level and has been so throughout all of recorded human history. And since water is how we benchmark all elevation on the entire surface of the Earth, according to sea level, and that sea level covers 70% of the Earth, and that means all the land is benchmarked off that and between two horizontal parallel planes. And we know this because the way that water works is, according to hydrostatic equilibrium, Pascal's principle, and just our common experience, water is flat and level on the surface. So if we know water is level, it is the definition, then you can simply measure a portion of the water to demonstrate it's not curving, apply that physics across the entire 70%, and now you have the whole surface of the Earth between two horizontal parallel planes, which means it's flat.
Okay, so I'm going to give like the globalist science response. I want to see what you say to it. So they would basically say that the more weight the object has, the more gravity it has, and because of the weight of the Earth, it forces the water to kind of bound to the ball shape.
Well, that would be true if the ball was actually curved, but the problem is that their claim doesn't withstand the scrutiny of measurement. So when you measure the water, it's flat, and therefore their claim that it's being pulled into a giant ball is false.
Okay, do you deny gravity as a concept, or?
No, I just deny that gravity is causing the Earth to be a ball because things fall down. They fall down to the Earth. They fall down and splash in the water. And when you measure the water is flat. And therefore, if gravity proves anything, it proves the Earth is flat.
Well, wouldn't they say that like over a surface area? So like if you look, for example, if you put an ant on a hill, it'll look flat to the ant.
No.
Well, we understand there's a curve.
I don't care about that. I never said anything about looks. I said measure.
Measurements comes from empirical
Well, no,
data.
I mean, you can measure something, but like they would say if you measure, like I don't know, if you get like a hill, for example, and you measure it, you could find like a measurement on a particular part of that hill which is flat. But there would also
true story, true story, fair enough. But you know what a hill is not? A hill is not a fluid, is it?
Right. But they would say that the gravity would bind it to be such. It would bind the.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But see, if let's say I take a cookie tin out of my stove and I fill it with water, what shape is the surface of the water? Flat, right?
The surface would be flat, yeah.
Right. So then if I take a bigger pan and I fill it with water, what will the surface be? Flat. If I then take the water and dump it in my tub until my tub's filled, what will that surface be? Flat. If I take the water from the tub and I dump it into my pool in the backyard, what surface will that be? Flat. And then if I take my pool and I get a big old truck and I chuck it down to the lake and I pour it into the lake, what surface will that be? Flat. And you could just keep going up and up and up, and it's flat every time.
Right. Wouldn't they say this because water takes like the shape of what it's being filled to. So if I put like water inside of like I don't know, like a mold, it's going to take the shape of that mold. Like if you see those like gummy bear molds, right? The water would take the shape of a bear.
Right.
Obviously, the
except on the surface.
Yeah.
If it's filled, I actually think it does take like a curved shape. So if you fill like a gummy bear,
listen, if you have it enclosed, if you have it enclosed, completely enclosed container without an open surface, then yes, you can force the water to take the shape. And if you froze it into an ice cube, you'd have an ice cubed gummy bear. But if you put a water into any open surface container,
beyond the water's surface tension ability. So obviously, like a 2-inch container water could have a surface tension over it, but once you get big enough, the weight of the water breaks the surface tension. And so what you end up with is, no matter what container you put the water in, no matter what you put in the water, like a fish tank, you can put, Davy Jones in a little sunken ship in a fish tank. It doesn't make sunken ship shapes come out of the top of the water. The water's on the top is flat.
Okay. I'd ask then, obviously we couldn't mimic this experiment because we don't have this much control over gravity and things like that. But say, for example, we got like a steel bowl, like a little steel bowl, and we put it inside this like chamber where we can kind of like manipulate gravity. And then we put water in there. You'd agree the water would be bound to the bowl, right?
Oh, listen, if you had a small sized ball and you had a scenario where gravity worked in a way that it attracted it to the ball, then you could have water sticking to that ball and you could measure that ball to be curved. But then when you go out into the real world and you measure the earth and you measure the water on the surface of the actual earth, that water is flat. So in your scenario, yes, the water would be curved. But in the real world, on the actual earth, the water's flat.
Okay. So when we say flat, like you don't think there's any curvature in the water at all? Like outside of like waves and stuff like that, obviously there's a curvature there.
Yeah. There's waves. Yeah.
Okay.
No. See, the problem is, dude, if water is curved, if water has a hump in it, it flows. Correct.
If water has what in it? Sorry.
If water is elevated on one side versus the other, it flows down. Correct.
Yeah. It goes down. Yeah.
Right. So the only way to have curved water is to have a radial equipotential. And what that means is you have a center point where the equilibrium forces are going out like bicycle spokes, and you could say pulling the water into a curved shape. That's the only way you can get curved water. But the problem is that the Earth isn't arranged in a curved shape because the water on the surface of the Earth isn't curving around a curved shape. It's actually just laying flat and horizontal, just like we observe it and like all humanity has observed it since the dawn of time.
Okay. So when you say like it's all flat, have you seen those videos of like those like they go on mountains and stuff, right? And like just they climb these like tall fucking mountains, like huge mountains, right? And there's like a GoPro or something, and they hold it up, and you can kind of see a curvature. Do you think that's like just a camera effect, like a lens distortion?
Oh, absolutely. You said it. Dude, you started your sentence with they put up a GoPro, so you answered your own question. Of course, it's curvature distortion of the lens.
Okay, so do you think when they go up there, they actually see that it's flat, but the GoPro shows it as a curve, and then they lie and just say, "Oh, it's a curve"?
I think no. I think that they, based on see the way you see in a projective geometry, and the light is coming at angles, and it's actually flipping over your focal plane, and then spreading out on the back of your retina, right? So you have a curved sensor, right, in your eye. And your brain does some things too, right? So what you experience through your eyes is not necessarily the same as what's going to be on a camera. And you actually see in like a 360 degree arc if your eyes were 360 degrees, but you only see a portion at a time. And that could give you the illusion that you're looking at a curvature, but it's still just an imagery because there's no way for you to know whether that's the curve of the Earth or the curve of your vision. But I can tell you this, in order for that curve to be the curve of the Earth, it would have to be a circle around you, which is like you could imagine a hoop on a giant ball and you just drop it down and then you have like this circle. But that circle, from your point of view, is the same distance no matter which way you look. So if you look straight ahead, it would be, let's just say 5 miles out. If you look to your left, it'd be 5 miles out. If you look to your right, it'd be 5 miles out. So it's the same.
Because it's also
radius,
right?
a circle.
Yes, absolutely. Now, not only is it the same distance out, but it's also the same drop. So if you're on top of Everest, what's that, like 5 miles tall? So the ground is 5 miles below you. So you have an angle, like a triangle, going down towards the ground, and that angle would be the same. So 5 miles this way, 5 miles that way, 5 miles this way. Let's just say 2-degree drop everywhere you look. So if it's the same drop and the same distance, how would it look curved on one side versus the other? That doesn't even make sense.
Okay. Okay, so you think that the measurements basically just don't match up to the way we perceive it. The way we perceive it might show a curve, but it would just be like some sort of illusion based on the way our eyes function.
Right, yeah, absolutely, and especially since they told us the size that the Earth is supposed to be, a radius 3,959 miles, and that makes the horizon a particular distance away from you. And the problem is that horizon that they claim is the edge of the Earth just never seems to show up. It's like it's nowhere. So, for example, they say a horizon cuts off a boat. A boat goes away; it goes over the horizon. Well, for an observer standing on the beach, they can see boats 30 miles away. That boat should be 400 feet below the alleged horizon drop. So that means unless that boat is 401 feet tall, you should not be seeing it. And just for a quick factotum, there are no boats that tall.
Right, okay. All right, so my next question would be, do you believe, like, the moon and other planets that we observe are also flat, or do you think they are circular?
They're clearly circles. That's a fact. I mean, you can clearly look at something and say, "Oh, that looks like a circle." Now, whether or not they're spheres, that may be up for debate. But I don't see anything wrong with the planets or the stars being spheres. But the Earth clearly isn't a sphere because it's measured flat.
Okay, so you think the Earth is like different?
Oh, absolutely. Even in the standard heliocentric paradigm, the Earth is unique among the entire
Are you a
cosmos.
geocentrist, by the way?
No. Well, it depends on what you say. So, like, the average geocentrist would consider themselves a globe proponent, but just that the Earth is the apple of the eye of God in the center of the universe, or whatever way they want to describe it. But no, so I'm not a geocentrist in that sense. But the Earth is definitely the center, the star of the show, the spice of the whole shebang. Because
Right.
there's nothing else like the Earth. There's not, yeah, but you'd agree with me. There's nothing else like the Earth, right?
Oh, I'm a Christian. I think the Earth is God's like greatest planetary creation.
Yeah, it's the whole point, right?
Yeah, everything else is irrelevant except the Earth. The moon was made for the Earth, the sun for the Earth, everything for the Earth.
Right. Even the entire cosmos is described as being for times and seasons, days and years. So it's just basically an information system for mankind.
Yeah, no, I agree. I do think the Earth is at least the center of the universe in its metaphorical sense.
Now, interestingly enough, when they did the cosmic microwave background radiation scans, which is supposed to be the after images of the Big Bang, they actually found that there's an axis of symmetry that runs straight through the Earth. Interestingly enough, they called this axis of symmetry the axis of evil. Now, it's weird. Why would they call it the axis of evil? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it's well known in the evolution of the heliocentric cosmology that the men involved made decisions about what they were going to say about reality based on philosophical reasons, because these men hated the idea of the Earth being the center. They hated the idea of the Earth being special. And the reason why they hated it is because that means it points to God. And so these men who are responsible for our modern thoughts on a lot of these things, they had philosophical biases and religious, anti-God, even anti-Christian biases. And a lot of the heliocentric model is dripping
with that animosity of God haters.
Right. Okay. Listen, you probably get this question a lot, so you probably think it's like a really stupid question. How do we stop a boat from sailing off of the planet?
Well, you see that the problem there would be you would assume that you can just get in some water and then eventually you'd reach a spot where the water just falls off the side. But if you just remove that assumption, then you don't even need to worry about it. So, for example, you know that everywhere you go, when you see water, there's a shoreline. So all you just have to assume is that there's a shoreline, and then that problem erases itself.
Do you think the Earth just keeps going?
Well, for all intents and purposes, the Earth could keep going, could just be generating, right? Complete unknown. More than likely, it's finite. That would be my guess. That would be my best guess based on certain things that are in the scripture. But logically, the possibilities of the boundary conditions of the Earth are almost endless, much like the alleged boundary conditions of the so-called expanding heliocentric universe. Right? So, for example, if the universe is expanding, what's it expanding into? Right? These questions have no real answers.
Right. Okay. So so then there's just another shore. So there'd be other countries, you think, with other people?
Unknown. It could be a vast, barren, frozen wilderness.
Okay, because I've heard some people kind of hold to the ice wall theory. But I was thinking, like, if the Earth is flat, surely we could see the ice wall.
Well, the idea of an ice wall is actually in encyclopedias, and it was first coined by Captain Cook, who was an explorer, and then it was reiterated by the U.S. government military expeditions. So the idea of an ice wall is just referring to the Antarctic ice shelf, basically. But if you imagine that the sun is the main source of heat, and it has a particular circuit that it does, which it doesn't go beyond, then you could imagine that past the sun's heat, eventually it just keeps getting colder and colder and colder, and everything's frozen. It's not an unreasonable assumption. Now, interestingly enough, friend, I don't know what stock you have in. I think it's the Book of Enoch. You know, many people think it's apocryphal or whatever, but it's just interesting that in that book it said that he just started walking, and he just kept walking through the land of more ice and more snow, and just kept going and going through more ice and more snow, more ice and more snow. Like he's just walking forever and everywhere, and he just keeps getting ice and snow. Nothing else. Just a little interesting factotum right there.
Okay, and so you think Captain Cook? We're talking about the Captain Cook that like discovered Australia, right?
Yeah, the main squeeze.
Okay. So do you think he believed in ice walls?
No. He wrote it. He said there's a great ice barrier that I was trying to find an inlet to, and he wrote about that.
Do you have a reference for that actually? Like does he? Because he must have written it. It would have been in a book somewhere.
Pretty sure it's in his ship log or whatever. But yeah, so like it was. I mean, he wasn't the only one that talked about it. I mean, look, obviously, if you imagine Antarctica, right, and you look up Antarctic ice shelf, it's going to look like walls of ice. And if you're a sailor reaching that, and you see 100-foot ice cliff in front of you, you could call it an ice wall. I mean, it's certainly a wall, and it's certainly ice.
Okay, so you don't know if he believed in like the kind of Earth being encapsulated by the ice wall thing, but he may have come across the
right. But what he did do was skirt the perimeter to try to find an inlet, because from his perspective, he thought, okay, there's going to be a break, and I'm going to be able to get around, or I'm going to be able to go in.
Right, he couldn't find anything. Just kept going.
And he certainly didn't. Yeah, he certainly didn't have a modern icebreaker ship.
Yeah, well, he definitely didn't find Australia in the Arctic. It's like the last country to find the Arctic.
Well, he had multiple journeys.
But I mean, I think he found Hawaii as well.
He found little that hadn't already been discovered by others. He was just like the first Brit to like go roaming and exploring and finding things.
Oh, you know, Australia was like known by other countries, but it wasn't, known to the large people. It was known to like these other island people. Though there is, I think the evidence is like really, really weak, to be honest with you. But there is evidence that the Arabians knew about Australia because they found like a dinar. I'd say this is probably just like cross-country exchange. I don't think the Arabians actually sailed here, found it, and did nothing with it. Like that would be really, really stupid. But I do think like some other like island countries, like maybe the Tongans, obviously the New Zealanders probably knew about it as well.
Bro,
dude, for all you know,
eucalyptus.
For all you know, brother. For all you know, there's an Arabian ship in the middle of the outback with a bunch of dead people.
Right. Actually, there's stories about Egyptians being here, and funnily enough, eucalyptus was found as one of the substances in some of the tombs of mummies, along with
isn't eucalyptus
along with substances from other continents that they allegedly had no contact with, like cocaine. Right, cocaine was present in the actual on the bodies of the mummies themselves. So they'd either like had it on them, and later analysis showed that it was actually in their system. Now this is a claim, right?
Was it good shit?
I'm not. Yeah. Right. So how did cocaine, which is exclusive to the South American, like the American continent, right, end up in Egypt inside the bodies of dead humans?
I mean, if I had to like, the only thing is because when you look at these countries which document things very well, if they had direct contact, they may have just said, "Oh, we found." Obviously, they wouldn't call it Australia or like Terra Nullius, but they would say, "Bro, we found this like big fat fuck hot island with like all these like uncivilized people, and they've given us this like leaf that like smells kind of nice or whatever, right?" But what I'd put it down to is probably just international trade, because I think there's some evidence to suppose that the Aboriginals had contact with the Malaysians. Which if they did, right, they could have definitely had that from the Malaysians, because obviously they were conquered by Muslims. But just things being shipped cross country. I don't know how long eucalyptus can survive, but I'd imagine it could make it to Egypt in some hypothetical.
And if it did make it to Egypt, it probably was by ship across vast swaths of flat water.
Right, flat water, not curved water.
Yeah, flat water.
I have a question for a flat earther. Is anyone here a flat earther?
I think everyone here is a flat earther.
That's someone that can respond.
AI might be able to respond when he gets back. He's like the most knowledgeable flat earther I've spoken to.
I see. Wait, Light, are you a flat earther now?
No, I mean, okay, I'll be very honest with you. I came in here to fuck around, and then I was like, you know what, bro? I should hear him out. Like, they actually may have some points. Because, like, the government lies to us about a bunch of other shit. And, like, a bunch of people think, like, my positions are stupid, but I know my positions make sense. I can rationally justify them, right? So I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna be like an asshole. I'll, like, be, like, really genuine. And I don't know if I'd call myself a flat earther. I haven't heard any globe responses to this yet. But, like, the arguments make sense. Like, they follow.
Yeah.
So, what was your question?
So It's like a genuine question. Like, what do you think of the moon? Because the moon is circular. How would the Earth not be circular as well?
The moon could be any shape. I mean, like the geometry of the Earth's surface is absolutely independent of anything you see in the sky, and it can be judged so, right? It can be examined so, right? You can examine the surface of the Earth and determine its geometry, right, without looking up at the sky. So that makes it independent of anything that's in the sky. So there could be pyramids in the sky, there could be cylinders in the sky, there could be absolutely any shape you want in the sky, and it's going to have no real bearing on determining the surface geometry of the thing that we live on.
I mean, you could also say that other planets like don't have life, so life is like an illusion or something. Or you could say like Saturn has rings, therefore we should have rings.
True story. Or one of my favorites is, I'm eating soup on a flat table. What shape are my light bulbs in my ceiling?
Your light bulbs are probably globes.
What about the edge of the Earth? Is there an edge to the Earth? Do you think there is, or it's just like controlled by the government?
Well, apparently Captain Cook wrote about an ice wall, which I'd be very interested, because I'd take him as a source. I don't think he was like government compromised. So if I can see like Captain Cook talking about an ice wall, that would, I don't know if it'd like fully tip the scale, but like it'd be something.
What if, dude, what if like we go like behind that ice wall and then fall into the void?
No, bro, if we go behind the ice wall, I'm going to Agartha.
Oh yeah, we are. Dude, we are.
So sa Corsonadas Airsoft Pistol, Rifle, or Air Gun, pag may siyang masalpa strike games at happy PC, and then wala may COD.
What if that's where all the fallen angels live?
I think the fallen angels are in hell, but
well, if they're in hell, then how are they on the earth, influencing people?
I believe angels can bilocate. If you read Saint Padre Pio, he speaks about this as well.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So it's, you know how like in Genesis at the visitation of Abraham, it says the Lord on earth rained down a hellfire on Sodom and Gomorrah to the Lord from the Lord from heaven. We say like this is an instance of bilocation, which angels and some saints can do. Like Saint Padre Pio bilocated, so I think like an angel or a demon could.
Well, yeah, but that also could just be an example of a Trinitarian expression.
Yeah. No, I definitely think it could. Obviously, I'm a Trinitarian, but yeah, you could say it's Trinitarian. But the problem is with that is if you read all the three angels which are God are accounted for, right? Because you have the one talking to Abraham and two talking in Sodom and Gomorrah. And so one is talking to Abraham as the hellfire is happening, and the other two are in Sodom and Gomorrah. And so,
no, that's not true. That's not true. Nope. The one that stayed with Abraham, left Abraham to go to Sodom and Gomorrah, and he was the one that rained the hellfire.
I mean, even if that was true, that would mean there's 3 in Sodom and Gomorrah and none in heaven. If you were to refuse bilocation.
No. You could just have that the two angels that were with the one who was worshipped by Abraham were not deity; they were just angels.
No, I'd suppose. Well, I mean, if you hold the Trinitarian view, then like, no. If you say it's a Trinitarian expression, then no, that they had to be God.
No. Just the one Yahweh on the ground and the one Yahweh in heaven. But I get what you're saying.
And how would Genesis 18 be a Trinitarian expression?
Well, in that instance, it would only be talking about 2, but that would still be within the Trinitarian paradigm because they're only mentioning 2.
Okay, no, I thought you meant when you said a Trinitarian expression, I thought you meant all 3 on ground.
Yeah, some people do hold that view, but I think it fails for the reasons I just gave you.
No, I think it's all three on ground. It's just by location. Like I think I think all three were in heaven at the same time. And I think Saint Justin Martyr may speak about it as well, because I know he spoke about like these pre-incarnate examples, and he says like these are Christ. Of course, there's like probably exceptions to this, like in Ezekiel, where it's like very clearly the Father.
Right. So we would agree, at least, that God being a non-spatial entity, space is subordinate dimension to him, not the other way around. That he can be in two places at one time because he's actually in all places simultaneously. But what we can also agree on is that a globe is essentially a ball which has continuous surface curvature. And if that ball is said to be covered in water and you can just measure the water to be flat, then it can't be the ball.
I suppose so.
So while God can be in two places at once, a ball cannot be flat.
Yep, that's true. That'd be a contradiction. Hold on. Wait, is it Donald J. Epstein guy in chat? I feel like this would be a good time to tell him that Santa isn't verifiably false.
Donald J. is basically saying that he's incredulous to the conspiracy that he believes would have to exist if the Earth was flat. Therefore, the Earth can't possibly be flat, even though it's measured to be flat. Yeah, that doesn't sound like good logic there, Donald.
Just say, because what he's doing is he's using inductive reasoning. But I never thought I'd be arguing for the flat Earth, bro. But what he's using is like inductive reasoning, right? Just say that inductive reasoning is like irrelevant if you give like a defeater, like a deductive defeater.
Oh yeah.
So just say the induction is like an invalid form of reasoning. Granted, the argument.
Well, I got a better one. I got a better one, dude. Whether he has deduction or induction is irrelevant because I have direct measurement of the surface of the object in question.
Right, but that's
has a fantasy story about it. No, direct measurements aren't deductive. I mean, unless you're going to make a deduction to say that direct measurements are valid, therefore something.
They would basically say that physical measurements are deductive. Yeah. Like for example, now you can argue that there's. So, oh my days. So the thing with epistemics and like causality and things like that is when you talk about reason, like there's have you heard of Hume's problem of induction? You probably have. It's like really, really common. I think it's a really shitty argument. It's one of the worst things that ever came out of his like mouth. But Hume gives a problem of induction. He basically says it's a non sequitur that just because something's happened repeatedly under the same variable doesn't mean it'll happen again. But the problem is induction's actually necessary. Like it's literally an epistemic necessity. Because if you're familiar with like the Socratic formulation of deduction, he says like premise 1, all men are mortal. Premise 2, Socrates is a man. Conclusion, Socrates is mortal. The problem is that premise 1 is actually contingent upon induction, because we only know all men have died by virtue of induction. Like, oh, how do we know that all men die? Because all men have died, right? How do we even know that that's all men? Induction, right? So even though you could say technically measurements are inductive based on like, oh, we know that these align, or we know like essence data to be true. The
measurements are empirical. That was what I was looking for. They're empirical.
Oh yeah, they are empirical.
All right, go continue.
Yeah, so they might be able to like cope and say, oh, measurements are technically inductive, but that's not true. Not in essence, at least. Maybe primally or primordially.
Okay, let's see what else he had to say. I think he gave up, bro. You put too much schooling on him, bro. You know what's funny, my bro? Because Donald J is in the chat trying to talk about Santa Claus because he doesn't want to talk about the measurements of the surface of the Earth. So he'd rather talk
He doesn't
about a
get that the
fantasy
surface is
character.
flat. He doesn't get the
That's right, bro. Well, some of them do get it, my friend, and they're actually coping because they know if they actually talk about the direct measurements of the surface, they lose every time. So they have to talk about Santa Claus. They have to talk about us, our moms, whether we're losers, and all these other things that have nothing to do with the point. Or, funnily enough, they also want to talk about things that aren't the Earth, like stars, distant planets.
I mean,
et cetera, et
you
cetera.
could just say a star is disanalogous because it's a gas ball. Its atomic like a composition is entirely different.
Right. Part of the problem, friend, is that they have a cosmology in which the Earth is part of. So it's kind of like synergized together, you know. They think that the Earth is part of the explanation of the cosmos, right? Where it doesn't have to be. The Earth could be the Earth, and the heavens or the cosmos could be separate, completely different, their own sets of rules and expectations.
Right. I actually have more of a personal question relating to the flat Earth system. So, you know, depending on like the system of belief you have, you'll be treated like very, very differently in society. So, for example, I'm like very, very, very traditionally Catholic. Like my views are very traditionalist Catholic, and so a lot of people, when they find out about my views, they think I'm like gonna like behead them and like chant in Latin while I do it, which obviously I'm not. But yeah, so they treat you differently. How do you guys generally find that you're treated, just in general, when you tell people that you're a flat earther?
I would say most people find it. They think you're being sarcastic, or they think you're not being serious, and then they'll also, if they do think you're serious, they'll usually look at you funny, like you're a pariah or something.
Did you find that people
It's great. I wear a flat Earth hat and a flat Earth shirt, and people leave me the hell alone. It's great.
But
oh yeah.
So do you find that like people are aggressive or rude, or they just look kind of weirded out?
More like unless they're really jerks, they'll mostly be socially awkward around it because they don't know how to negotiate it. You know what I mean? It's like one of those topics where they're not allowed to talk about it, and so when it's time to talk about it, they don't know how to do it. You know, just like when they were nervous when they first started talking about girls or something. You know, it's like this weird mystery topic that I don't know how to negotiate the social norms with. So you're like, do I make fun of it? Do I ask sincere questions? What do I do?
Okay.
How does your family feel about it?
Well,
How
I
does
gave
your
my brother
family
some
feel?
flat Earth information, and he just said it was interesting. It doesn't really affect him
that much.
I see.
And I'd say as well, because I found with my ideology at least, the biggest people that kind of scream and cry about it are women. No surprise, really. But do you find, like, how do you find the flat Earth goes, when you bring it up on like a date or something?
Oh, all the girls, any girl I tell about flat Earth immediately converts.
Really? I thought they would be like the biggest, like, ew, no, this guy's weird. I'm gonna block him.
No girl would dare oppose my views. Whatever views I say, they agree.
Can you? Oh, you must be like an HTN. You must be like a chat or something.
Yeah, but it's not like I just say it and they agree. It's like I just say it persuasively.
Oh, okay.
Not in a persuasive manner, but persuasively as in argumentatively persuasive.
I see.
But again, that's based on induction because I haven't talked to all women yet. Right?
Yeah, I find all women are like really, generally speaking, are like really argumentative, but they should just shut up.
Well, there's a thing, dude, about women as a class, which is well known in psychological circles, that they tend to have a more socially based identity with their political views and stuff. So like they need a large group to be attached to be validated for their points. So like I know tons of women who are flat earthers, but it's also similar with men though nowadays. Is like everybody's waiting for like this great public recognition of something before they're allowed to agree with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen that as well. More minorly, like on social media. Oh no, you see it. I think like a really good example is 2020 to 2025. It's only a 5-year gap, and usually in 5-year gaps, not much changes society. Like there's not a huge shift. But for example, if you look in like 2020, everything was really, really progressively sensitive. Like you couldn't say any slurs and things like this. And like, bro, if you jump on Instagram Reels now, it's slur after slur after slur, and also people who conventionally shouldn't be saying it. Like you'll get white people throwing around the N-word. People like just saying like retarded, things like this. And it's because people did it in such a large number. Like, oh, no one cares anymore. We can say what we want. So I think, yeah, I think that's true. I think it's more so true for women, though. Women generally, they're like ideologically dependent. Anyway, man, it was nice talking to you. I'm probably going to head out now. I'll actually consider the flat Earth. I used to just think flat Earth was like retarded, but like I'll actually give it some thought now. You made some decent points. Anyway, man, God bless. Take care.
All right, peace.
You humiliated what, that YouTuber, McToon? Holy smokes. I just got here. You're probably talking about that already a ton.
What's up, Reductio? What's up, man?
Yeah, like, cause he and apologies if this is recapping. You already talked about it ad nauseum, but his calculation based on your numbers was a refraction coefficient of 0.3, but you said it would have to be 0.8. And then he just started. It seemed like he rage quit. He started coping and then rage quit.
He didn't rage quit, but he started just screaming at me, calling me calling me names and just and trying to change the conversation, basically. Just not addressing the problem and just spazzing out, basically.
Well, and I'll say this too. I think he wanted that 9 meters observation height to stick because that would lean more towards his 0.3 K factor. And
the
fact that it wasn't, that was wrecking him.
Yeah, and it wouldn't even be possible to have a 0.3 refraction coefficient anyway. And even though their refraction coefficient's just begging the question of a globe in the first place, it still would be impossible due to the meteorological conditions that Indio made sure he went there on a day where the water temperature and the air temperature was the same, so they couldn't use refraction as an excuse because the meteorological conditions weren't present for that to be a possible explanation. And then India also used infrared as well, infrared cameras, even further mitigating the refraction claim. That's why they had to try to focus on the observer height. And it's because they were putting the elevation marker on top of the roof of the pavilion hut thing that India was inside of. So it was telling you the height of the top of the roof of the gazebo thing. But if you use a proper elevation height website like the USGS one, it says exactly what Indio said, 15-foot observer height. So 15-foot observer height, that means the horizon should be about 4.7 miles away. But we could see the entire ship 10.6 miles away. And the ship was tracked at that exact time on tracking radar. And then the buoy, where he got the temperature of the air and the temperature of the water, was in between the camera and the ship, right in between. And the water was actually 45.9 degrees, and then the air was cooler. The air was 45 degrees. So it worked.
I got to ask Indio.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Finish your thought. I didn't know if you're. I was just saying I need to ask Indio if that was like a day or two after a storm. I'm curious about the conditions because I want to see if that lines up with my theory that like the best time to go and look is like 24 to 72 hours after a storm rolls through because everything clears up. Everything's all the particles are all on the ground because it was all either blown away or rain fell and dampened it back down. So I'm just curious. So what's up, Reductio? You a flat earther now?
Well, what was his ending position? I kind of was like groggy this morning, but when it ended, it seemed like he changed his position or something about it. Like where did he end up?
Well, not really. At the start, so he said that there was something in the observation that he thought that I didn't notice, and he said when he pans to the left, you can see a buoy that's beyond the ship, and it looks like it's partially obstructed behind the horizon. And he said that that's not possible on a flat Earth. That debunks the flat Earth because it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. And that's when he kind of shot himself in the foot because that's when I said, well, you know what sinking refraction is? And then it turned out he did know what it was. And he explained, he defined it just fine. And I said, okay, so if you have the meteorological conditions, then can you have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface? And he just kept going silent. It was like 15 seconds of awkward silence, and he just refused to answer the question over and over again. And then finally he admitted. He said, if the conditions are right, then yes, you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. Because for the last 7 years, he's been telling everyone that you can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface.
It's actually really easy to do bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface.
It's the easiest thing to replicate out of all of the atmospheric effects.
Yeah, exactly. Because you need all the temperatures and the weather to be perfect for some of the other stuff. Bottom-up obstruction, you can do it over a short distance, and doesn't matter what the weather is too much.
Yeah, exactly. You just need a little bit warmer air up higher and a little bit cooler air down lower. Sorry, other way around.
Well, even just need a reflective surface. If you're on a reflective surface, bottom-up obstruction happens naturally. That's why I use my railroad tracks to do bottom-up obstruction. Because it's light reflecting off the rails, which is interfering with seeing the bottom of the object.
Rayleigh, you are a breath of fresh air when it comes to perspective and angular resolution.
Sorry to hear
You're
that.
so sound. Huh?
Sorry to hear that.
Why?
Because you're only saying it because it's true.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't, like, why would I blow smoke up your ass? That's
I
like,
know. I'm just joking.
all those years that you spent learning about, you know, graphics and 3D animation and everything like that, it's all paying off.
Yeah, I learned to use the railroads because I watched like 5 hours of physics videos on the Rayleigh criterion and different things, right, of the physics of light. And I just thought to myself for about 10 minutes and said, how can I duplicate this over a short distance? And I said, oh, I can use a railroad track. You know, if I could think of it, I'm curious why no one else has ever thought of this.
Anyway, to answer whoever asked if I'm a flat earther now, no. I mean, MC Toon said it once, but I don't think he hammered hard enough because he could have just said, look, like, you didn't do a vertical gradient, and he could have just hammered that. And he said it once, but I don't know if the coefficient he calculated or what you guys calculated is accurate for that reason.
Oh, I just used the like the one that they always go to. It's Walter Bislin's one. It's the Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, they call it. It's like the bee's knees of the anti-flat Earth. Basically, it's got a refraction coefficient slider, and to have zero obstruction on that ship, you would have to have 0.76 refraction coefficient, which is like crazy extreme refraction. Like standard refractions, 0.13 to 0.17. So when you're getting up to 0.3 is considered crazy, like almost crazy refraction, where you would have really, really obvious miraging effects and things like that. Okay, but going up to like 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, that's where there's like so much refraction that like it's not meteorological. The meteorological conditions would have to be for that to happen.
That's going into the stupid realm of refraction.
Yeah, it's going into the realm that isn't anything that they could validate ever happens in reality, because we have limits to how.
I can prove to you.
Oh, here we go.
Earth is round.
Okay.
Did his mama not teach him any manners better? Like when somebody's talking, to wait until they're done talking?
Is he still here, or did he leave? Yeah, basically you would need so much refraction, that the Earth would just look pretty much flat anyway. So.
Yeah. And I get that same refraction on different days of the year and different weather conditions. How is that possible?
And they would need what they call downward refraction for that to work on a globe. So the light would have to be bending down. For the light to be bending down or deviating downward, you would have to have cooler temperatures down lower, and then warmer temperatures up higher. But because we know that the water temperature was hotter than the air temperature, it's actually not possible for them to have that downward refraction that they would need for that to work on a globe. So yeah, India picked the perfect day. Go and do that.
And warm air over cold bodies of water typically create fog.
So wait, who is the guy who said he could prove the Earth is a globe?
I think he ran away. Yeah, because Ruhif, I had a conversation with Ruhif as well. Ruhif was saying the same thing. On Modern Day Debate, he was debating against I forget who he was debating against, but he said it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. I think he might have said it can be possible, but you have to have a mirage. You have to have an inferior mirage, which requires you to have, which is super obvious. He said it's super obvious when you have an inferior mirage because you have that crazy mirroring effect, which is true. And he said without that, it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. That's why when I saw him pop into the server, that's why I went and had a discussion with him But he was much better to talk to than McToon. He didn't spaz out, and he stayed calm, and then he ran away right when he got cornered. He said interesting, like Jaren, and then said he had to go. But he had no rebuttal, and he admitted that he has to do more research on syncing, and that because I showed him a whole bunch of like practical demonstrations of bottom-up obstruction on flat surfaces without any inferior mirage happening. Well, syncing is an inferior mirage, but it's like a super mild type where you don't have the mirroring effect.
Yeah, I don't think a glober like has to take a position on that necessarily. Like it just seems unnecessary. But where did all this happen? How did you set that up? You said you stayed up till like 5 a.m. or something.
Oh no, yeah. I was just up like randomly because I was listening to the stream on YouTube, and McToon went into a guy named QOps Discord server where he does his shows. It's a flat Earth server, but it's just filled with like the obsessed anti-flat Earthers, basically. All the people that are banned from our channels, basically. Yeah, like the real trolley type ones that just completely butthurt towards flat Earthers. But anyway, McToon goes in there to do his show sometimes, and I was listening, and he was just acting like super cocky, arrogant shit. And he said a few things that I knew were incorrect, and that if I jumped in, that I could show him some stuff that would contradict the things that he was saying. So I decided, screw it, I'll just jump in and see how it goes. I knew that he would be bad faith. I've watched enough of his debates to know that he's not a good faith debater.
He's the guy who actually went to the South Pole, right?
Yeah.
Or to the Antarctic?
Yeah, he went to Antarctica. He's like the one that's responsible for most of the anti-flat Earth content out there. McToon is always like setting up this, setting up that, and people will be consulting with McToon, like Will Duffy. When Will Duffy would debate with someone, he would have McToon just feeding him information during the debates and things like that. Yeah, that's the guy in the side chat that Travis just put in.
Where's the guns, Nathan? What is this? What does that mean?
Yeah,
guns. Oh, because they say there's like armed military at the borders. Someone said that was like a meme from years ago.
Nathan Oakley said like 7 years ago or something like that you can get arrested if you go to Antarctica without a permit. And McToon was there with a permit, saying where's the guns, like saying Nathan Oakley's wrong because he strawman Nathan Oakley and said that Nathan Oakley said you can't go to Antarctica, because Nathan Oakley did say it, but he meant you can't go there just freely. So McToon took that and said, I'm in Antarctica, where's the guns, Nathan? And now there's a whole bunch, like a meme now, there's a whole bunch of songs. People have made a bunch of songs with that that clip.
Yeah, there's been at least 2 people who showed up in Antarctica and got arrested.
Yeah, a Chinese pilot pretty recently. He took a detour.
American Chinese pilot.
Oh, he was American Chinese, was he? Okay.
Ethan Gao. Yeah, Guo.
Oh,
and Jarl Andohoy is the Norwegian guy who got arrested.
Yeah.
One thing I found compelling about McToon, though, he said before he went to Antarctica, he predicted the angle that the shadows would be, and then when he went there, he actually measured it, and it lined up. So I was like, okay, like he has a model, he makes predictions. Model seems to be accurate. That's compelling.
Oh, well, the globe's created from the sky, so it's no surprise that the globe model matches up with the sky and with the angles of the celestials, because the globe was purely constructed from the celestial sphere, which is not an actual sphere in the sky, but it's an imaginary concept that the ancients, even before anyone was a flat earther, right? The ancients came up with what they called a convenient way to map out the sky, because they used the sky all sorts of different things like navigation and for all sorts of when to plant, everything. So they needed a convenient way to map the sky out. So they came up with a convenient way to do that, and they called it the celestial sphere. So you imagine a big giant sphere in the sky, and then you draw that sphere, and then you say, okay, so when we're at this point on the Earth at this time, this particular constellation or this particular star is in this exact position on the imaginary celestial sphere. And that was a huge thing. People used to love the celestial sphere. If you look at the ancient statues from Atlas, okay, which now have a globe on his shoulders where he's carrying the globe. If you actually look, that was changed over time. What he actually had in all of the original sculptures was a celestial sphere. He's actually holding a celestial sphere. And then later on, people like Pythagoras and Plato and these Greek philosophers, okay, they took that idea of the celestial sphere and they applied their philosophical reasoning that because the sky is a perfect sphere and spheres are the most divine shape, they kind of worship spheres. They said, therefore, the earth must also be a sphere. Because why would the creator create the earth imperfect and spheres are perfect? Pythagoras is the first person, allegedly, to suggest that the earth could be a globe. And if you have a look into him, he wasn't like a man of logic or mathematician or anything like that, like he's portrayed at school. He was actually a mystic cult leader that worshipped numbers and thought the sky was like a big musical instrument and blah, blah, blah. Crazy, crazy stuff if you look into the Pythagorean cult. But later, people took the idea of these Pythagoreans and they used that celestial coordinate system and then they inverted it into the Earth itself. So they took the celestial sphere and they inverted it into a terrestrial sphere. And that's how the globe became a thing. And that's still to this day what we're using when you're looking at these maps, the Mercator projection, the AE projection, all of these different projections are all projections of this spherical coordinate system that originated from the celestial sphere. That's why the sky observations match up with the globe, because it was reverse engineered from the sky to the ground, not from the ground to the sky. It's not like people went out and proved that the Earth's a globe empirically. Okay, they assumed it based on inverting a celestial coordinate system into a terrestrial coordinate system. That's why the sky observations, that's why the globers are always pointing at the sky to prove the globe, because that's where the globe came from.
I didn't know any of that, but don't you think that these kinds of predictions would be, well, maybe not even impossible, but just like less likely if the Earth wasn't a globe? Like if you're using all this math involving a globe to do the prediction, and it does actually line up in the real world, you don't consider that evidence in favor, like even if it's a small amount of evidence?
Well, no, it's not really evidence. Okay, you've probably heard the term before,
right?
What's that?
Not even proof, right? Just like a shred of
it's not even evidence. It's actually completely circular reasoning. Okay, because if you look at what the spherical coordinate system is, if you look at the sky observations, that's all a globe is. And you've probably heard the term before, not to mistake the map with the territory. A map is a tool right? And it's used for certain things, but mistaking the map for the territory, that's where you're going to run into problems. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly what you mean by like why would, if you make assumptions about the way the sky works and then apply them to the Earth, I'm not sure exactly how that would validate that the Earth's a globe. Right, like
I'm more
you
so
know the
meant
Eratosthenes. You know the
if we bootstrap
Eratosthenes.
yeah, no, but well, yeah, if we bootstrap some assumption like a radius, like Eratosthenes did, then can we make predictions that come true with it, or do those predictions not come true?
Well, only predict. You could use the. Okay, so if you take the celestial sphere and then you use the celestial sphere to make predictions, then of course that's going to work. But if you like, let's say we take the radius value and then we go and apply that to the real world and say, okay, we're going to test, we're going to make a prediction using that radius value, okay, and see if it actually lines up with reality. That's where it doesn't ever line up with reality.
Well, yeah, like I think what their long distance observations do is it's trying to show that, like, hey, if we did assume that this was the R value, that would be the geometric horizon, and then even factoring in whatever realistic refraction, that it doesn't line up, and that we see further. So, like, you would make a prediction that you can only see such and such far, but you see further, and so that seems like it would be evidence against it, right? So I would think like your view would be something like, okay, yeah, you can make some predictions come true and some don't. Like we see like too far sometimes or whatever. I know that's not like accurate
all
language.
All the time. Yeah, no, all the time we see is too far. But look, this is the thing. I mean, like how would if he's not making a prediction, he's just checking a model. He's using a computer model, and the computer model is going to tell you that the sun's going to be at X point in the sky at a certain time of the year, and that angle would create a certain shadow at the point. That's making a prediction based off the spherical coordinate system, right? Off the globe model. And then obviously it's going to work. Obviously it's going to check out. It's not like he had to go and check that. It's kind of circular reasoning.
Well, we've lined up like, every eclipse that's going to happen for the next 1,000 years. Like we know exactly when all of them are going to occur. We do all of that with globe math, right?
No,
we don't use flat math for that.
Actually, well, this is the thing. Okay, so the eclipses are cyclical. They run in cycles. They're cyclical, and it's not a prediction. It's actually a post-diction, because you're just predicting what's going to happen because it's already happened over and over and over again. Now, even NASA they have refined it, but they use the Saros cycle, which was actually invented by ancient cultures that were flat earthers many thousands of years ago. The ancient Babylonians, I think it was. Okay, they used the Saros cycle, and you can even look that up, and that's still what is used. Like they were able to perfectly predict eclipses. They were able to line up all of the ley lines with the constellations, the Great Pyramids, right? These were all created by flat Earth cultures, the Great Pyramids, all of this stuff, all of these megalithic things that are aligned with the stars. So, yeah, it's not really a globe proof. And once again, all of this is based off the celestial sphere, which is just an imaginary sphere in the sky. There isn't actually a terrestrial sphere. It was just due to the inverted, right, the as above, so below. That was their reasoning, because that was literally the reasoning they used, as above, so below. You've probably heard that. Okay, that's the celestial sphere inverted into a terrestrial sphere. So it's just based off the sky. That's what let me read out exactly what they did. Okay, because you've heard of the equator and all of that sort of. Right, that's all based off the sky. Let me just find this so I don't butcher it.
Well, it's based off where the sun is on the equinox, right?
Let me just bring it up quickly. But yeah, it's all based off observations of the celestials. Yeah. Let me bring up something a little more specific. All right, so long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere, with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonian, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. Okay, so the coordinate system was celestial, not terrestrial. So in this framework, astronomers introduced celestial coordinates to describe star positions, celestial latitude and longitude, later called declination and right ascension, were angular measurements projected onto the inner surface of a sphere.
I'm feeling today, sweet onion teriyaki. The Italian herbs.
Hey, Elijah, you hot micing?
Sounds delicious.
But the summary of what you're saying is something like it can't, MC Toon's predictions or whatever you want to frame it as can't serve as evidence of a globe because, like, you can predict that on a flat model as well.
Well, what's a flat model? That's the thing, right? We're not claiming to.
That, you're saying these
usually when
used,
people. Well, usually what people
they were still used like on a flat, like when we thought it was flat as well. So you're saying it could work for either or. So it can't serve as evidence for one when it serves as evidence for both.
Well, you're using so it doesn't mean that the ground. It doesn't prove the ground is either. Okay, because you're just looking at like when you're talking about latitude, for example. Okay, it's looking at the sky and then working out where the ground position is of a star at a particular time, at a particular angle, right? And then making a map based off that sky coordinate system. It's not the other way around.
Can I add something to that, DJ?
Yeah, just really quickly, right? So you could transfer that coordinates, like you could imagine the sky as something other than a celestial sphere, okay? And let's say you imagined it as a celestial plane, right? Then it would be different. Go ahead, Sheepdog.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the celestial sphere.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's up, Elijah?
Green pepper.
Elijah, you're hot micing.
Can someone mute Elijah?
Yeah.
Oh, Flat Earther's getting muted. It's friendly fire.
But hey, I mean, that's how we take care of each other. I know. So think of it like this, Reductio. If the Earth was not underneath your feet, you would still be looking at the celestial sphere. Now, we're not making a claim that the stars go underneath you. It's just what it appears to look like from your perspective in the sky. Because the Earth is in the way, you don't know if the sky is going all the way around. And the only way that you can determine whether or not the Earth is flat or curving is to just go out and measure the surface of the Earth. The sky has nothing to do with it. Like the sky and the Earth are two independent.
I gotcha. From my reference point, because I know before the final experiment, there was like many proposals, right? Like that of potential models, but now like it seems like nobody in the flat Earth space has like a proposal. I think MC Toon was like saying something along those lines, but
well, this is what MC Toon does, right? He'll find the easily debunkable flat Earth arguments, the bad ones, which there's plenty of to choose from. And he'll find the people that subscribe to the Gleason map. And same with Simon Dan or Professor Dave, right? They'll take these arguments and they'll say this is what all of the flat earthers say is the map of the world. Whereas in 24/7, dating all the way back to when I joined the server. Okay, some people are pushing the AE map or the Gleason map, but people have always said that that map's useful, but that doesn't prove that that's real, right? Like you don't say that the map is the territory and that this particular map is a perfect flat Earth map of the world. While it might have some merit to it, the layout might be something along those lines. That's the argument I've always heard from people like Indion and that kind of thing. And they will always admit that it's a projection of the spherical coordinate system, and that the distances, when you start going out further from north, start to stretch out, right? So say you get a Gleason map, and then you put down a 10 centimeter distance out towards the south. Okay, that same 10 centimeter distance in the south at a certain distance into the north will just be 1 centimeter, because it has a variable scale, right? But the globe earthers and many flat earthers, okay, they'll say that they don't know how that works, and they've been told by people like Eric DeBay and things like that, and Dave Weiss, that this is the map of the flat Earth, and they don't get told about the variable scale or anything like that. They don't get told that it's a globe projection. So there's a lot of bad arguments getting around with that, and that's good that the final experiment happened, because it did help, even though it's still being pushed by countless amounts of flat earthers, unfortunately. They're having to say that the final experiment was fake, because it is a problem for them, all right? Because they had a particular model where they had a specific, like a little sun and a moon that rotated between the tropics every 6 months. And on that particular model that they were pushing, right, like Jeranism that went to Antarctica, he was pushing this particular model as the flat Earth model. And that particular model got put to bed, it got put to rest, which is awesome. It's an awesome advance upgrade or whatever you want to call it, moving forward for flat Earth in a way that shitty model got put to rest. Okay, and then there's a bunch of coping flat earthers that is having to say it's all faked in a studio and things like that.
But do you think
would be
that
cool?
Like, so if you were to, and this is kind of like it's a challenge, but it's also I guess it is a challenge, like, because on any way you could configure the continents, whether you have to stretch them out a little bit to make travel in the south work, and then and then lining it up with, real flights that real people have taken for the time.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.